High School DxD, Scattered Cherry Blossoms. Chapter 1, Experience of a Lifetime. Bad Customer Review. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. In the courtyard of a luxurious Western-style mansion, 3 children, 1 boy and 2 girls who appear to be 5 or 6 years old, are running about, playing tag, under the clear purple sky, one of the defining features of the underworld, one of the many realms, centered around the human world or Earth, as it is known to many, that makes up the universe. Pant, let's take a break, I'm really tired. Said one of the girls, a pretty, little girl with fair skin, shoulder-length black hair styled in a bob cut and glasses covering her violet eyes, while taking heavy breaths and bending over and supporting herself with her hands on her knees. Me too. Plus, I'm getting hungry. The second of the 2 girls chimed in. She had long crimson-red hair flowing down to her thighs, loose bangs that covered her forehead, side bangs that reached her collarbones and framed her pretty face, and bright blue eyes. Hungry? Why am I not surprised? Muttered the black-haired girl. Excuse me. Would you mind repeating yourself? Snapped the redhead in obvious irritation. You are always hungry. You eat so much. You're gonna turn into a little fatty. The black-haired girl replied with a teasing tone. With the game of tag on hold due to the girls' usual bickering and the fatigue from playing around non-stop for almost 3 hours. The final member of the group, a handsome boy with caramel-colored skin, deep brown pupils outlined in a dusky pink, and black hair in individual braids that reached the base of his neck, could only smile wryly as he watched his friend's usual antics. I should try to stop them, right? But I really don't want that headache. The boy thought to himself as he made his way to the large tree in the courtyard to take a seat in the shade. Taking a seat with his back resting on the tree, the boy stretched and began to relax. After 10 or so minutes of listening to the girls argue, the boy thought, we've been out here for a while. I guess even I'm starting to get hungry. With that thought, he stood up and started walking toward his friends. All right, Sotan, Retan, let's go, I'm hungry, too, the boy said with a big smile on his face. See? It's not just me. Said the redhead, Retan, with a smug smile on her face. Okay, if you say so, James Cohen. Said the black-haired girl, Sotan, while adjusting her glasses, which caused them to flash momentarily. With that, James, Retan aka Rias Gremory, and Sotan aka Sona Citri began making their way back to the mansion. While walking back to the mansion and making small talk with the 2 girls, James suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes widening to a nearly impossible degree and grabbing his head. He felt a sharp pain in his head. As if something sharp and superheated was being pressed through the spot between his eyebrows. The level of pain unbearable for the average adult, let alone a 6-year-old child. Hearing James screaming behind them, Rias and Sona quickly spun around to see what was wrong. James Cohen, what's wrong? Are you all right? Sona asked frantically as she started moving closer to James. Rias, on the other hand, was frozen in shock. She had never seen James like that. Even when he dislocated his shoulder in the past, he only gritted his teeth. After screaming for about 5 seconds more, James suddenly stopped. His hands falling limply to his sides and his eyes blank. And then he just fell forward. There were no attempts to break his fall. And if not for Sona's quick reflexes, he would have slammed face first into the ground. James Cohen. James Cohen, wake up. Can you hear me? Please, wake up. Sona screamed in panic while trying to keep James from smashing into the ground. On the other hand, Rias was still frozen. She then began to tremble seeing James collapse in front of her. Seeing Rias' current state of confusion and fear, Sona shouted at her. Rias. What are you doing? Hurry up and go get someone to help. With Sona's shout, Rias snapped out of her stupor and sprinted toward the mansion to get help. She knew that both her elder brother's wife and James' mother should be in the house. Not even 5 minutes later, a young woman dressed in a blue French-made apron dress who appears to be in her early 20s showed up in a flash of light. Grafia-san. Sona said with an obvious hint of relief in her voice as she noticed the new arrival. Crouching down to the ground in order to check James' condition, the young woman, or Grafia, asked, "Sona-sama, could you please let me know what happened?" Ria-sama seems to be in shock and is unable to gather her thoughts for an explanation. We had just finished playing and were on our way back inside. Then, James began to scream. After screaming for a little while, he stopped, everything, screaming, moving, standing. And before he fell, I rushed to catch him, then told Rias to go get help. I see. I'll take James-kun to the medical wing at the Gremory estate. Please return inside and tell Leona-san where I will be taking James-kun. And if possible, help settle Ria-sama, said Graphia as she lifted James from the ground. With James in her arms, a magic circle appeared beneath Graphia. The magic circle began ascending from her feet as it reached the top of her head. With a flash of light, Graphia, James, and the magic circle disappeared from in front of Sona. 3 days later. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Medical Center. Over the last 3 days, James was moved from the medical wing at Ria's home to a proper medical facility in the Citri Territory so more extensive testing could be done. The reason being that James' level of brain activity during his unconsciousness was abnormally high and no one knew what to do. After reaching the proper medical facility, which just so happened to be run by Sona's family, the doctor in charge of James was also confused. With James' level of brain activity paired with his rapid eye movements, they would suggest that he was simply dreaming. And that is where the issue began. James has been in this state for the entire 3 days since he fell unconscious. Because of that, none of the doctors who observed James' condition knew how to diagnose him. However, if those doctors, or anyone for that matter, could see inside of James' head right now, they would know that James was in fact really only dreaming. In James' dream, he lived the life of a human. A human who lived a life filled with combat. Having lived his life until the age of 15 in one of the worst neighborhoods in the USA, he spent most of his time outside of school and away from his single mother involved in street fights. Most of these fights stemmed from insults aimed at his situation. With his father having abandoned his mother during pregnancy and his mother's stunning looks, finding ways to anger the young man did not take much effort. However, during the winter after he turned 15, everything began to change. His mother found a man who changed both of their lives. With his mother now married, their living conditions improved, and the boy was introduced to combat sports. Mixed martial arts to be precise. And for the next 7 years, he trained in Muay Thai kickboxing and wrestling. With this training as an outlet for his aggression, his aggressive nature was curbed greatly. But did little to lengthen his short fuse. At the end of those 7 years, the young man made the choice to fight professionally. For 5 years, although his fighting style was polished, the young man seemed more like a beast than a martial artist during his matches. As previously stated, the martial arts training did suppress his aggression. However, none of that aggression was lost when he was fighting. More than likely, it had intensified, which caused him to, more often than not, forget or ignore the discussed strategies. After 5 years of this, his coach had had enough and quit. With his coach quitting, his career was basically on hold until he found a new one. Finding a new coach was a much taller order than he had expected, though. Rumors of his inability to follow a game plan got him labeled as uncoachable. It took a year and a half to find a new coach. The coach he was able to find was not your traditional MMA coach. This coach did not practice any of the more popular martial arts that were commonly used in MMA. He did not practice unarmed martial arts at all. He was a kenjutsu, or Japanese sword technique, practitioner. This Japanese sword fighter, who the young man aptly nicknamed Old Samurai, had realized the young man was an absolute monster in terms of absorbing combat techniques. Not just bare-handed combat techniques, but all combat techniques, which included cold weapons. With this discovery, the Old Samurai insisted on teaching the young man his sword style, Muso Jikiden Aishinryu, which focused on Iaido, the art of drawing the sword and attacking in the same motion, and promoting spiritual harmony. For the next year, the young man did not accept any matches, opting to train hard. For that year, the young man spent a quarter of his training time sparring with his usual unarmed combat techniques. For the next quarter of his time, he worked on his physical conditioning. Weight training, cardio, flexibility, anything to improve the quality of his body. As for the rest of his time, it was spent training in Muso Jikiden Aishinryu. This practice ended up doing wonders for his overly aggressive nature, both in and out of the ring. On top of the training regimen, the old samurai also ordered him to pick up a hobby that was in no way related to combat. And for some reason, the young man picked up otaku culture. Anime, manga, light novels, and video games. He could never get enough of them. It was to the point that when he returned to the ring, he gained the nickname, Samurai Nerd. After this year of training, at the age of 30, the man resumed his career. And for the next 7 years, he was unstoppable. With his martial arts proficiency, combat instincts, and new spiritual harmony, he went undefeated for that 7-year period. Until his career was stopped once again, in a much more permanent way. He was murdered because he refused to throw a fight for a payout. And with that final memory, James finally exited the 3-day dream. Before opening his eyes, James took some time to review the life of the men he had just experienced. What he realized was this. He could remember every bit of that life down to the smallest detail. Yet, these memories, with a few exceptions, did not leave much of an impression. Friends, family, lovers, fights, matches, none of these things seemed as if they would stick for long. There were only 3 parts of that life that made James think, yup, that's probably here to stay. Training those combat skills again, the instincts toward combat, and enjoying otaku culture. Beep. Interrupting James' thoughts, a brain activity monitor set up to the side of his bed made one of the loudest beeps he had ever heard in his or the life in the memories. Shortly after the beep ended, a man, 3 women, and 2 girls about James' age rushed into the room. The 2 girls, Rias and Sona, were the first to reach the bedside, and quickly asked their many pressing questions. James-kun, are you okay? Asked Rias with worry in her tone. How are you feeling, James-kun? Asked Sona simultaneously. Before he could respond, the girls continued to pepper him with questions and concerns about his health. They're still the same no matter where they are or what's going on. James thought with a smile, watching his friend's usual antics. Before the girls could take it too far, one of the 3 women put a stop to it. Rias-chan, Sona-chan, maybe you should only ask one question at a time. Gently reprimanded a beautiful young woman with flaxen hair flowing down to the middle of her back, facial features that are remarkably similar to Rias, and violet eyes. With the 2 girls stopped by Rias' mother, Venelana Gremory, another one of the women, a beautiful woman with light brown skin, long black hair pulled back into a ponytail that reaches her hips, a bang that falls in front of her left eye to her chin, A/N, reference Ino Yamanaka for the hairstyle, and deep brown eyes, made her way to the side of James' bed and took a seat, then gently grasped his hand. This woman, Leona Alaverus, is James' mother. James, honey, how do you feel? She asked with equal parts relief and concern. Relief because her baby boy has finally awakened. Concern because there could be side effects from his 3-day nap. In response to his mother's question, James managed to leave everyone in the room speechless with his out-of-character response. I really don't like that alarm clock. Bad customer review. Chapter 2, I was just talking to myself. I think. Several minutes before James awakened from his 3-day dream, the mixed martial artist whose life James had just experienced was also experiencing the young James' 6 years of life, as well. And his viewing had just come to an end. I'm not exactly sure what the hell is going on here, the MMA fighter thought to himself. I do believe in reincarnation due to the old samurai, but this seems more like transmigration, like some isekai shit. Lost in thought, the MMA fighter began reviewing what he could from the memories of the 6-year-old James. It looks like my new life is gonna be taking place in a world with magic, monsters, and all that shit. He thought aloud while cross-referencing the 2 sets of memories. Hold the fuck up. Or he was. Until he recognized the names and appearances of the young James' 2 childhood friends and their families. Red-headed Rias and glasses-wearing Sona. If that wasn't a dead giveaway for where I ended up, then I read all those light novels and manga for nothing. The MMA fighter shouted in excitement while pumping his fist into the air. Hold on, what is this? My parents, or rather the new me's parents, are alive. He thought in confusion, before realizing how screwed up that thought felt. Damn, that was dickish. I mean, I'm not wishing death on anyone. But seriously, what kinda self-respecting isekai story gives the new guy 2 loving, good-looking parents? He said with jealousy. Fuck this guy. This transmigration story just became a reincarnation story. The MMA fighter shivered after hearing what he thought to be an angry roar accompanied by the sound of a wall breaking. Looking around and not catching sight of anyone or anything, he shrugged it off, thinking his mind was playing tricks on him. Hell, the new me's got it better than I did. I only had one loving, good-looking parent. He continued where he left off with noticeably less bite to his criticism. Sorry buddy, the bridge has already been burned. Unsure as to why, the MMA fighter slumped his shoulders in defeat. After a little more grumbling about the unfairness of it all, the MMA fighter shook his head to get rid of all the stupidity running around in his head. Okay dude, focus, he said to himself while smacking his cheeks. What else can I see about myself? I'm a half-devil. Not bad. Not bad. My father is a pureblood devil, so that makes my mother a devil, too. How the fuck does 1 + 1 = half? Was the first thought that ran through his mind after getting that weird bit of information, before he started remembering the settings in this world. Okay, I gotta stop looking at this world with the common sense from my life. The new me lives on anime logic, the MMA fighter reminded himself. Okay, going by the context clues. I'd guess that dad knocked up mom while she was human. Then mom died during childbirth or sometime after the new me was born, and then got reincarnated with an evil piece. Or something like that. The evil pieces, a system brought into devil society by one of the 4 great Satans, Ajuka Beelzebub, in response to the devil's low population after the Great Three-Way War and Devil Civil War in the past. Due to the devil's naturally low birth rates, the creation of the evil pieces, which are based on the human game of chess, allowed devils to convert those of other races, excluding gods and angels, into devils with bonus attributes depending on which piece was used to convert them. Well, I guess that clears up the half-devil question. As the MMA fighter continued skimming through James' memories, he had to stop in surprise yet again. How the hell did a power from Bleach end up in DxD? Yes, the excitable man-child took notice of the inborn devil ability of Cassiel Alaverus, James' father, Senbonzakura. His ability works in a similar way to Byakuya Kuchiki's Shirkai release in the Bleach manga/anime. Using the trigger word, scatter, an item breaks down into cherry blossom petal-shaped blades equal in volume to the item they originated from. There are, of course, differences between the Alaverus bloodline ability and the source ability. For one, the Alaverus inborn ability does not create an item that is linked to the user such as a Zanpakuto. Instead, the user must select an item, then mark it with their spirit and demonic energy for the ability to take effect. Secondly, the aforementioned spiritual mark can be switched from one item to another, with a 24-hour cooldown from removal to reapplication. Also, only one spiritual mark can exist at a time. And lastly, pumping more demonic energy into the spiritual mark can temporarily improve the parameters of the petal blades. i.e., sharpness, durability, and movement speed can all be augmented with additional energy consumption. I guess that's a pretty good power conversion. I've seen better, though. Yup, this is your last chapter, for sure. With his left hand supporting his right elbow, and his right hand stroking his chin, the MMA fighter mused to himself, I guess the only thing I need to worry about now is, now that I'm here, what will happen to me and the boy? It's probably better if I disappear. After some time in silent contemplation, that was the conclusion the MMA fighter came to. But I'm not going out quietly, he said with determination on his face, while pumping his fist into the air. Just after putting his determination in words, there was a flash of light and the figure of a child, James, appeared before him. The MMA fighter and the boy locked eyes. What is this old man doing? James thought to himself in curiosity. Well, this is awkward. The MMA fighter thought to himself in embarrassment. Lowering his raised hand slowly, the MMA fighter was the one who eventually broke the awkward silence. So, you must be James Alaverus. Yes, I am. And you're? James stopped to think, before continuing with a cheeky smile, the samurai nerd. This kid isn't cute at all, the MMA fighter thought to himself with a frown making its way to his face. Seeing the MMA fighter's reaction, James began to laugh. Before seeing your memories, I never wanted to make people upset or uncomfortable, James said, the MMA fighter adopting an expression filled with curiosity at his words. But after seeing the way you trolled people, that's what you called it, right? I thought it looked like fun. Pin drop silence fell between the two. Oh shit, I think some of my personality bled into his when I was awakened, the MMA fighter reasoned, before starting to laugh boisterously. Fuck it, this will make his life more interesting. I really like you, kid. The MMA fighter began. Taking a couple of steps forward, he placed his hand on top of James' head before continuing, because of that, I'm not gonna fight you over control of the body. You can have it. Thanks. The young James wasn't sure what that meant exactly, but it sounded like a good thing, so he thanked the MMA fighter for it. But in return, I'm going to download my knowledge of otaku culture, love of otaku culture, combat instincts, knowledge of fighting skills, and love of trolling, the MMA fighter said all in one breath. James looked at the MMA fighter with his eyes wide. Having just watched his entire life, James was aware of all of the things he just mentioned. Then he stopped as he came to a realization. Wait, does that mean I'll know what's? Slow down, kid, the MMA fighter interrupted. I know what you're thinking. I won't be leaving the information I have about this world's future. Why not? James questioned with a pout. Because knowing the future would take the fun out of life, the MMA fighter answered matter-of-factly. Seeing the boy pouting at his response, the MMA fighter chuckled and began ruffling the young boy's hair. Quit pouting, kid. I'm gonna make sure that you'll remember everything you saw, but you won't have much of an impression of anything other than the things that I'm pushing into your head myself, the MMA fighter explained. After another somewhat heavy silence, the MMA fighter began pushing the information into James' head as he said. Okay, kid, let's get started. As the MMA fighter made the specified information more prominent in James' memories, his figure began to fade. Why are you starting to disappear? Having noticed the MMA fighter's figure beginning to fade, James reacted frantically. Take it easy, kid, the MMA fighter dismissed James' concern very casually as he continued to fade from their shared mindscape. Remember, I told you that I wasn't going to fight you for your body, right? To let you have it, I have to leave, for good. I don't think one body having two consciousnesses is a good look. Hearing that the MMA fighter intended to fade away forever, James' mood fell even lower. He had just experienced the entire 37 years of his life. Developing an attachment was probably inevitable. Don't give me that look, it's just a guess, but I don't think you'll even remember this conversation, the MMA fighter shrugged his shoulders before continuing. And before you ask me how I know. It's just a hunch. As he continued speaking, the MMA fighter's body continued to dissipate. And James began to shed tears. Seeing James about to cry, the MMA fighter felt his annoyance rising. Would you cut that shit out? The MMA fighter shouted, surprising James to the point that his tears stopped. I guess I'll have to imprint this into your memories, too. Whenever you send someone off that you care about, always send them off with a smile. That way they know you'll be alright without them. Hearing the MMA fighter's words, James froze until he could process those words. After understanding the meaning behind them, James wiped his eyes and put on a big smile. That's much better, the MMA fighter smiled back at James then muttered to himself. I really hate seeing kids cry. James was able to hear the mutters but decided not to comment. Well, looks like my time is just about up, said the MMA fighter, noticing that his body was nearly transparent at this point. Live a good life, James Alaverus, and try not to do things that you'll regret later. Thanks for the advice. I'll do the best I can with what you gave me. Goodbye, Warren Thomas. Hearing James use his real name in his goodbye, the MMA fighter, Warren Thomas, smiled brightly. Yet, that smile froze solid on his face when he heard the kid's continuation. The uncoakeable samurai nerd. You really aren't cute at all, kid. Warren shouted as his figure completely disappeared from the mindscape. And just as Warren's hunch suggested, James lost his memories of that conversation. The specified impressions did stick, though. Along with the bit of advice pertaining to goodbyes. And shortly after that, one of the loudest beeps he had ever heard from either of the two lives woke him up. Chapter 3, Keeping Secrets is a Necessity. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Medical Center. I really don't like that alarm clock. Bad customer review. Hearing those out-of-character words, the two girls, Rias and Sona, the three women, Leona, Vanillana, and Ria Citri aka Sona's mother, a pretty, fair-skinned woman with black hair styled in a bun, violet-colored eyes, and facial features that resembled Sona's, and the man, the doctor in charge of James' stay in this medical institution, all adopted a dumbfounded expression as they gazed at the boy. With a chuckle, the doctor was the first to come back to his senses. Seeing as he was unfamiliar with James' usual gentle, soft-spoken personality, he was affected much less than the others. Making his way over to James' bed, the doctor spoke. "All right, young man, seeing as it has been 3 days since you fell asleep, let me check your vitals, then I will have a meal sent to you. How does that sound?" "Sounds good to me, document," James replied in a lively tone. Then he turned to the other 5 people in the room and spoke once more. "Mama, I really want to go home as soon as possible, so I can tell you about my dream." As he spoke, he briefly made eye contact with everyone except the doctor, with that eye contact lingering just a little longer on his mother, Leona. The 3 adults understood what that brief eye contact was intended to convey. The 2 children were another story, though. Although Sona didn't understand the meaning behind James' gaze, she did notice that the adults clearly had no intention of asking about it, yet. On the other hand, Rias clearly did not make that same observation. "Why do we have to wait until we get home? Come on, James Cohen, tell me now." Rias pleaded in a huff while shaking James because her curiosity was unsated. Seeing Venelana's eyebrow beginning to twitch, Sona decided to save her best friend from Venelana's wrath. To do so, she decided to avert Rias' attention away from the topic of James' dream. "See, James Cohen, Rias is so pushy. You should join my peerage instead of hers when we get our evil pieces." "What? No, James, you have to join my peerage. Sona would just nag you about following rules." Rias shouted back in defiance. Sona's eyebrow twitched at Rias' claim, but she knew she needed to keep going until one of their mothers told them to be quiet. As the argument between the 2 young girls continued, Venelana raised her hand to her forehead in exasperation. "My daughter is definitely not dumb, that I know." Venelana stopped to sigh, then she continued. "But I wish she would stop to think before speaking a little more often. Really, just a little. As a matter of fact, Rias is quite intelligent. She's really talented, too. If not a bit impulsive." Leona chimed in. "You have to remember though, she's only 6 years old. She'll grow out of it, I'm sure. I just hope she grows up to be more diligent and hardworking like James Cohen and Sona-chan," said Venelana. She continued while shaking her head. "Zeoticus and Surzex are spoiling her rotten. Haha, they really love their little princess, huh?" Leona said with a giggle. "As fun as this is, I think we should stop the girls, the doctor looks like he doesn't know what to do." Ria interrupted. Venelana sighed then. Clap. "Okay girls, that's enough." At the sound of Venelana's authoritative tone, both Rias and Sona immediately ceased their bickering and stood still with their backs straight. Even James, who knew he was outside the range of Venelana's order, sat with his back a little straighter at the sound her clap. Seeing James' reaction, Leona couldn't help but giggle. "I think James is still scared of you, Lady Gremory." Venelana sighed once again, remembering the incident that led to James' fear. Flashback. 3 years ago, in the Gremory estate. James, Rias, and Sona were playing in the living room under the supervision of Venelana Gremory. As energetic young children do, they got a bit noisy. However, Venelana was not having a particularly good day. She had been suffering from a headache for the majority of the afternoon. Because of that, she repeatedly asked the children to keep the noise down. Which eventually led to her patience running out. Clap. Venelana clapped her hands in order to gather the children's attention onto herself. "I've been asking you 3 to quiet down for the better part of the last 2 hours," said Venelana with her uniquely authoritative tone. "Seeing as you're unable to follow directions, I think it is time for a little punishment." Hearing the word punishment, Rias shot to her feet. Seeing that, James and Sona thought she was going to apologize and thought to follow her lead. They were a little too slow to follow her lead, though. And that was a good thing, a very good thing. Instead of bowing her head and apologizing, Rias bolted for the exit. As the results would suggest, that was not the correct move. Since reaching the exit required Rias passing by Venelana. Needless to say, Ria's escape attempt did not go as well as she expected. Just as she passed Venelana, who was seated on a sofa, Rias was snatched up and hung upside down by her right ankle. Huh. As she hung upside down, Rias looked around in confusion. Eventually, she made eye contact with her less than amused mother. Rias, dear, I cannot praise you for your decision to escape from a punishment that you brought upon yourself. Venelana said calmly in her authoritative tone, while holding Rias by her ankle with only her left hand. I'm sorry, Mommy. Do not use the pitiful expression to try and get out of this punishment, said Venelana sternly. I refuse to spoil you the way your father and brother do. After that declaration, Venelana raised her right hand, now covered in demonic energy. As Venelana repeatedly brought her hand down on Rias' backside, James and Sona could do nothing but stand in place with their visions locked on the floor. With every smack and subsequent scream, both children would twitch while having the same thought. Venelana Obasama is scary when she gets mad. End flashback . During Venelana's reminiscence, the doctor made all his observations. Mrs. Alaverus, James has no issues, physically. However, I would recommend a few more days of observation, as we have yet to find the initial reason behind the coma, the doctor advised. While the doctor was explaining to Leona with his back turned to James, James frantically shook his head, showing just how against staying in the medical facility he was. Noticing James' reaction to the doctor's suggestion, Leona, Venelana, and Ria all briefly made eye contact, transmitting much more information than anyone would think possible in that short period of time, before Venelana spoke. As the Alaverus family doctor is located in Gremory territory, I think we will have James looked over by our own staff. My baby seems uncomfortable being here, Leona continued where Venelana left off. I'd rather he had some time to relax after going through something like this. Although the doctor was curious to study and find the reason behind James' collapse, he knew he couldn't force the issue, especially with Lady Ria Citri, the lord of the territory's wife, standing in front of him. After a little more than an hour, going through discharge procedures, Venelana created a teleportation circle beneath the group. As the circle rose from the ground, more of those within its boundary seemed to vanish from their location. By the time the circle had risen over the head of the tallest person in the group, Leona, who stood at 5 feet 9 inches tall, 175 centimeters, the entire group and even magic circle were gone. Underworld, Gremory territory, Gremory mansion. In the living room of the mansion, a teleportation circle bearing the mark of House Gremory appeared in the middle of the room and began to rise. As it rose, the figures of 6 people, 3 children and 3 women, were revealed. As the magic circle ascended to its apex, it vanished. Stretching after the teleportation, James commented, "Ritan's house is much better than a hospital." As he finished his statement, James ran to the nearest sofa and flopped down on his belly. Once again seeing James' out-of-character actions, Leona made eye contact with Venelana and Ria before turning her attention back to James, once again. "Honey, I feel like you're a little different." Leona began cautiously, as to not give James the wrong idea, before continuing, "You have something you want to tell us, right, sweetheart?" In response to Leona's question, James righted himself and sat up on the sofa. As soon as he did, Rias rushed to take the seat to his right. And as not to be left out, Sona moved to sit on his left. Seeing their daughter's actions, Venelana and Ria exchanged glances before turning to Leona with smiles on their faces. Era, it looks like your James is going to be quite the lady killer, Leona." Venelana teased with a chuckle. "Well, he did inherit his mother's good looks." Ria chimed in. "I just hope he isn't oblivious to the feelings of others like his father is." "Oh, please don't get me started," Leona said as she face-palmed and sighed in exasperation. "I, literally, had to beat him about the head and shoulders with a stick that had the words, 'I love you,' carved into it." "Wait, literally?" Ria asked in surprise. "I know he told you he was a devil before you got married, but did you already know by that point?" Venelana asked in apparent interest. Nope, didn't have a clue." Leona responded with a sigh. She then continued, "I was just frustrated. In more ways than one." Venelana and Ria nodded to Leona's explanation with a knowing smile. Ahem. "Anyway, we're getting off topic. Clearing her throat, Leona attempted to steer the conversation back to the main point. Rias, however, decided she was interested in something else. With sparkling eyes, Rias gushed over Leona's statement. Leona Abakan is so cool. Even before you became a devil, you could beat up Cassiel Augison. An awkward silence fell in response to Rias' exclamation. James was the first one to break the silence. Raising his right hand to pat Rias on the head, and he said, "Ritan, it's a good thing you're cute." Rias beamed at James' compliment. He, James Kuin said I was cute. Noticing that Sona was about to shatter Rias' misunderstanding, James leaned to his left and whispered in her ear. "Sotan, you should just let her have this one, or we'll never be able to get back to the main topic." Sona pouted but nodded in the end. As she was more attentive than Rias, she knew that the upcoming conversation was important. Seeing Sona pouting, James couldn't help teasing her, too. "Sotan, you're so cute when you get all pouty." Sona's face immediately flushed as she looked away and said, "Shut up, stupid James Kuin," in a small voice. Watching the interactions between the children, Venelana commented, "Looks like he inherited your natural charm, as well." At that, Ria covered her mouth and giggled. Meanwhile, Leona smiled wryly and said, "At least Cassiel and I won't have to worry about having grandkids." Noticing that everyone was distracted in one way or another, due to his own actions, James decided to take a page out of Venelana's playbook to gather everyone's attention on him. Clap. Hearing the crisp sound, everyone looked to its source. There, James sat with a serious expression. Inwardly, however, James was smiling. Now I understand why Venelano Basima always does that. It feels awesome seeing everyone pay attention to you after that crisp satisfying clap. James mused to himself gleefully. "Before I start, Mama, will Dad be coming here or going straight home?" James asked Leona. Leona raised her left hand to her chin while trying to remember Cassiel's schedule. "I'm pretty sure he plans to go straight home." "Why? Should we gather everyone for this?" Leona asked. James shook his head in response. "I want to tell them, I really do. But their responsibilities will make them act differently, make decisions that would be for the greater good. The adults frowned at James' explanation before Venelana asked, "Who are the them you're referring to, James Kuin?" James began counting on his fingers, raising one after another as he listed the people he trusted the most in this world, other than those in this room. Let's see. Ziaticus Ogisima. Surzexnezen. Graphianae. After naming Graphia, he stopped to think for a moment, then folded the finger he just raised and continued. "No, Graphianae is fine. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, Dante Ogisima, and Sarawunchan. That should be all, I think." Leona, Venelana, and Ria each raised an eyebrow at James' list of individuals. Ziaticus Ogisima aka Ziaticus Gremory. Husband of Venelana, father to Rias, and the head of House Gremory of the 72 Pillar Houses. Surzexnezen aka Surzex Lucifer. Son of Ziaticus and Venelana Gremory, elder brother to Rias, and the current Lucifer of the 4 Great Satans. Dante Ogisima aka Dante Citri. Husband of Ria, father to Sona, and the head of House Citri of the 72 Pillar Houses. Sarawunchan aka Seraphal Leviathan. Daughter to Dante and Ria Citri, elder sister to Sona, and the current Leviathan of the 4 Great Satans. Those names are 4 of the most influential in the underworld. Leona, Venelana, and Ria could perfectly understand what James meant by their responsibilities will make them act differently, make decisions that would be for the greater good. Having yet another silent conversation through eye contact. Leona, Venelana, and Ria decided, then, Venelana stepped forward and announced. "I'll contact Graphia and have her meet us at the Alaverus home. We'll continue this conversation once everyone is present." Chapter 4, Finally, I'm back home. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. In the living room of the luxurious mansion the Alaverus family calls their home, a teleportation magic circle bearing the mark of Lucifer appeared on the floor in the corner of the room. As it rose, the figures of 3 children, a boy and 2 girls, and 4 women gradually appeared. As the teleportation magic circle reached its apex, the 7 figures were revealed. James, the only boy in the group, spoke as soon as the teleportation ended. It feels good to be home, it feels like I've been away for days. This secret James wants to tell us will undoubtedly be outrageous. I mean, look at how much my sweet boy has changed since he woke up. Commented Leona on her son's drastic changes in personality. I like how James Kuin is now, replied Rias, jumping over to James and giving him a hug. Pouting at Rias' display of affection, Sona quietly pulled Rias away from James and pinched the hem of his shirt, then said, I like it, too. Smiling at the girl's actions, Ria covered her mouth with the back of her hand and softly giggled before remarking. Era, James Kuin, aren't you popular? When you are all grown up, you are going to break a lot of hearts. Venelana chimed in, joining Ria in teasing James. Now, this is not the first time James has been teased after Rias and Sona showed their affection in front of their parents. Usually, James would be lightly blushing by the time one or both girls hugged him. And, after their parents started their teasing, he would shyly lower his head or turn it to the side, trying to hide his blushing. This time, however, things were very different. After being pulled away from James, Rias was unhappy with Sona. But, before she could show her displeasure, James had already started patting both girls' heads, causing Rias to narrow her eyes in pleasure, while Sona lowered her head with a flushed face. On top of being more outspoken, he has also grown bolder and more assertive. Or so it would seem. Remarked a beautiful young woman dressed in a blue French-made apron dress with red eyes and long silver hair that reached the small of her back, 2 braids starting behind her ears that hang down to her chest, and bangs that cover her eyebrows. This woman, Graphia Lucifuge, is the wife of Rias' elder brother, Surzex Lucifer, as well as the queen of his peerage. If that's true, he really is going to be a little lady killer when he grows up. Leona mused. That's better than the stammering mess Cassiel is when speaking to beautiful women. Well, at least you don't have to worry about Cassiel-san starting a harem, replied Ria. True, most high-class male devils have multiple spouses to combat our low birth rates. Venelana agreed, before explaining further. Sometimes I wish he would start one. Leona muttered with a light blush, just loud enough for the other women to hear. I mean, he just keeps going. Like the Energizer Bunny. Beats that drum the right way, too. Hearing Leona's mutters, Venelana, Ria, and Graphia's eyes lit up. The scent of good gossip was in the air. That utterance put an end to their budding girl talk. Though Venelana, Ria, and Graphia each made a mental note to get to the bottom of it later. Yes. What's up, James? Leona asked. What is a harem? James asked with curiosity. Although James had received Warren Thomas's information about otaku culture, he was simply too young to understand all of it. It didn't help him put the pieces together when most harem protagonists are worthlessly dense and unassertive. The 4 women briefly froze before Leona decided to bite the bullet. Even if it has only been 9 years since she found out about the supernatural world, she's had more than enough time to adapt to their common sense. It's when a man or woman has more than one wife or husband. Leona decided not to complicate things and explained in the simplest of terms. Does that mean that me and Sona could marry James Kuin and stay together forever? Rias asked with her hand raised like a student. After Rias asked her question, Sona turned crimson with steam coming out of her ears. James, on the other hand, just continued to smile. Finding Sona's reactions cute, Venelana took it upon herself to answer her daughter's question. Technically that is true. However, due to politics, that is highly unlikely. But why? Rias asked with a huff. Even Sona raised her head, looking uncomfortable. This time, Ria continued the explanation. There are several reasons. First, James Kuin is a half-devil. While the 2 of you are pure-blooded devils. If you 2 married James, the number of pure-blooded devils would not increase. Also, because the 2 of you are the heirs to your houses, your social classes do not match. Leona concluded. That's stupid. Sona said quietly, clearly not happy with the revelation. Gasp *, does that mean Sona wants to break the rules? Rias questioned in mild surprise. No. Sona answered quickly, but that doesn't change the fact that that rule is stupid. Hearing that, Rias nodded her head furiously in agreement. Rias and Sona's reactions to the topics of harems and marriage caused the three mothers to put on teasing smiles. They all had similar thoughts that all boiled down to, they are never going to live this down. Noticing the almost manic smiles on Leona, Venelana, and Ria's faces, James could feel that there was something they were leaving unsaid. So, there is no way for a low-class half-devil to marry a high-class pure-blooded devil? James asked out of simple curiosity. Though, Rias and Sona did not see it that way. James Kuan wants to marry me. Rias thought to herself, eyes lighting up at the thought. Sona, on the other hand, waited for an answer to James' question. But the intensity of her stare showed just how invested she was in the answer. Although Rias and Sona were interested in the answer because of what it meant for the future, James' interest seemed to only be for sating his curiosity. Girls grow up so much faster than boys. Leona thought to herself while she observed the children's reactions. Whatever, that just means he'll be my baby for a little longer. Venelana eventually took the task of answering James' question. There are 3 things that will have to happen before that option is viable, James Kuan. Venelana raised 3 fingers on her left hand and began her explanation as she folded her ring finger. First, you, James, will have to raise your personal strength to at least that of a high-rank supernatural being. Folding her middle finger, Venelana continued. Second, you will have to raise your social class to at least high class. Finally, she folded her index finger. However, her attention shifted from James to Rias and Sona. Lastly, you two will need to. Before Venelana could finish, she was patted on the shoulder by Ria. When Venelana looked back to her, Ria only shook her head, the you can't say that look on her face. Sorry girls, I'm not allowed to tell you that last condition, for now. Venelana said exasperatedly, before muttering, fucking political bullshit. Both Rias and Sona pouted at the incomplete information. But they didn't badger Venelana for answers. After a few seconds of this somber atmosphere, James said, with a casual smile, well, I plan to do that, anyway. This led to the girls misunderstanding his intentions even further. James, of course, was completely unaware. Unfortunately for him, mind reading is not a part of his skill set. Another transportation magic circle bearing the mark of Lucifer appeared in the room shortly after James' declaration. As it rose from the floor, the figure of a man made itself visible. He stood 6 feet 6 inches, 198 centimeters, tall with brown skin, spiky dark red hair with one strand hanging over his forehead, reference high school Gohan for hairstyle, dusk pink eyes and a full goatee the same color as his hair. When James saw the man appear from the teleportation circle, he ran toward him, making sure to take hold of his mother's hand along the way. Once he was close enough, while still holding his mother's hand, he jumped into his father's chest and said, "Welcome home, Papa." After experiencing Warren Thomas' childhood, growing up without a father, James' love and appreciation for his father multiplied. As she was being dragged along by James, Leona also ended up in her husband, Cassiel's embrace. Although he was happy with his son's display of affection, Cassiel was thoroughly confused due to James' completely out-of-character actions. Leona, on the other hand, was thinking, maybe Rias-chan and Sona-chan were right. This isn't so bad. After the mini-family reunion, James' stomach made its presence known by growling loudly. And with that, Leona decided they could have the important conversation after dinner. With the decision made, Leona and Grafia made their way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Ria and Venelana spent their time talking about their children and other interesting topics, while Cassiel played a board game with James, Rias, and Sona. After about 35 minutes, Leona and Grafia carried dinner out to the dining room. "All right, it's time to eat," announced Leona once all the dishes were set on the dining room table. With the announcement, everyone took a seat around the table and enjoyed a nice, lively meal. Leona even managed to get Grafia to loosen up enough to sit and eat with everyone. After taking approximately 40 minutes to enjoy their meal and another 15 for dessert, the mood began to change into something more solemn as everyone was curious to hear what it was that James wanted to keep secret. Relocating to the living room, everyone found a comfortable place to sit and listen. Leona and Cassiel sat together on one of the 3 sofas in the room, Venelana and Ria sat together on a sofa positioned opposite to Leona and Cassiel, Grafia stood behind Venelana, and lastly, Rias and Sona sat on the last sofa. Meanwhile, James stood where all their lines of sight intersected. Once everyone was settled, James began. Before I get started, Graphianae, James looked at Graphia with a serious look in his eyes. If you listen to what I'm gonna tell everyone, you have to promise you won't tell anyone, not even Sir Zexneeson. Graphia was surprised to be singled out and even more surprised by James' serious expression. However, she had been briefed that her husband was not to be made known of James' secret. Don't worry James-kun, I promise. Graphia responded with a smile. You can't tell Sir Zexama either, Cassiel. Leona made it a point to remind her husband that the rules applied to him as well. This, bishop, was not allowed to report this to his king. Don't worry, love, I have no intention of breaking the trust my son has put in me. Cassiel responded to his wife with a smile. Understanding that everyone was ready, James began his story. He explained that during the entire duration of his coma, he was constantly dreaming. Experiencing another person's life. A human's life. The single-parent household, abandoned by his father. Depending on his mother alone. His early childhood to his teenage years, getting into fights around his neighborhood. How his life changed in his early adulthood, when he began training in mixed martial arts. How he became a professional fighter but had to put his career on hold due to his overly aggressive nature that forced his coach to quit. About the 2.5 years he spent looking for a new coach, then finding one who forced him to train in Kenjutsu. How Kenjutsu training brought his aggressive nature under control. How he fell in love with otaku culture. And finally, how he came back to the ring and was eventually murdered because he refused to accept a payout to throw a fight. He told them everything, in as much detail as he could remember. He mentioned that his personality most likely changed because he watched that men for so long and thought that being more outgoing would make life more interesting. He also mentioned that he had a very deep impression of all the training, whether it be Muay Thai, wrestling, or Muso Jikiden Aishinryu, to the point that all the mental training had already been completed. And he wanted to start physically training in all of them. And he told them about his new love for otaku culture. By the time he was finished, 4 hours had passed. Rias and Sona were dozing off while leaning on each other's shoulder. Cassiel, Leona, Venelana, Ria, and Graphia were all in deep thought. That story left them with a lot to think about. Eventually, James flopped down on the floor, noticeably exhausted. This snapped the adults from their thoughts. Leona then said, "All right everyone, let's call it a night for now. The kids are nodding off and we need time to process." Cassiel nodded to his wife's words and continued where she left off. "Everyone, you're more than welcome to stay here for the night, if you so choose. Either way, let us take a couple of days to consider as well as give James some more time to recuperate." Everyone agreed with Cassiel's suggestion. Also, everyone, aside from Graphia, chose to spend the night in the Alaverus estate. After a very eventful day, James was able to have his first real sleep in days. And he made the most of it. Chapter 5, Decisions. Decisions. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. 3 days have passed since James revealed the secret behind his 3-day coma. On the morning of the 4th day, in James' bedroom, James can be seen sleeping, cradled in his mother's arms. Even though Leona was able to interact with the Gremory and Citri families without letting her anxieties show, she was, in reality, suffering from nightmares ever since James first fell unconscious. During James' coma, her nightmares depicted her trying to live her life while her son was unable to wake up. However, ever since James came out of the coma, her nightmares have shown James going to sleep at night, like normal, then not waking up the next morning. Because of these nightmares, even though she would first fall asleep in her own bedroom with Cassiel, she would wake up shortly after 1 a.m. and make her way to James' room, before wrapping him in her embrace to alleviate her fears. Because of these nightmares, James has been waking up in his mother's arms ever since he came back from the Citri Medical Center. James' eyelashes began to flutter. His eyelids opening shortly after. The first thing he saw, much like he has for the 3 previous mornings, was his mother's bosom. Unlike what he has come to expect for the last 3 days, when he looked up to Leona's face, there were tears flowing from her eyes. Panicking at the sight of his mother's tears, James began to struggle and call out, "Mama, Mama. Are you okay? Why are you crying?" Feeling James struggle and hearing his voice, Leona also began to awaken. Groggily looking down at her son in her arms, she saw the frightened look in James' eyes. Immediately, her sleepiness was blown away. "James, sweetie, what's wrong? Was I holding you too tight?" Leona asked in concern. James shook his head in response, then asked his questions again. "Are you okay? Why are you crying?" Surprised at James' question and the concern she could see in his eyes, Leona raised a hand to her face and felt the tears on her cheek. "Don't worry, baby. I was just having a nightmare," Leona replied with a smile. Hearing that, James hugged Leona tightly and said, "Mama, I'm sorry. I won't sleep like that anymore." With James' declaration, Leona felt a warm fuzzy feeling in her heart. That feeling was coupled with shock. Shock that James could understand the source of her nightmares. Outside James' bedroom door, Cassiel is leaning against the wall, listening to the mother and son comfort each other. James' frantic cries when he saw his mother's tears woke Cassiel from his own slumber. Even though James was not particularly loud, as a devil, not to mention being at the ultimate rank, Cassiel could hear him from down the hall. "Thank goodness you came back to us, James. We would have both broken if you hadn't," Cassiel murmured to himself. 8 hours later. In about an hour, all those who were made privy to the circumstances behind James' coma would be reconvening. While Leona was in the kitchen preparing dinner for the group, James and Cassiel were sitting face to face in Cassiel's office, having an important, father-son conversation. "Papa, I want to start training and taking devil jobs as soon as possible," James said with conviction in his tone and expression. Hearing that, Cassiel thought back to what Leona told him about James' curiosity when it comes to harems. With a teasing smile, Cassiel asked, "Oh, are you planning to make a move on Rias or Sona? Or maybe both?" James blushed at Cassiel's question but ignored his embarrassment, for the most part. Shaking his head in response to the question, James began telling his father his thoughts on the matter. "Ritan and Sotan are my friends. But I. James' speech stalled. He was neither old enough nor experienced enough to put his thoughts into words. Frustration mounting at his inability to express his feelings, James clenched his fists as he began to tear up. Luckily, Cassiel was there to calm him down and help him express himself. "You want to feel like you are equals, right?" Cassiel asked, his previous teasing expression replaced with one of pride. Nodding his head in response, James answered Cassiel's question. "That's right." Looking at James' expression, Cassiel decided to test his son's determination to be on equal footing with Rias and Sona. "So, James, have you decided whose peerage you're going to join when Rias-chan and Sona-chan are old enough to receive their evil pieces?" James shook his head, clearly unsure whom he should choose. "Why do you want to join one of their peerages?" Cassiel asked, gently leading his son to an answer that would truly lead him to be an equal to the girls. "So I can help them," James answered without hesitation. "I see." Cassiel nodded. Then asked his next question. "Why do you have to choose? Do you plan to help only one of them?" James' eyes opened widely. He had no idea how to answer those questions. Cassiel, however, had no intention to stop. "For that matter, why do you have to join either of their peerage? Are you telling me you cannot help someone if you are not in their peerage?" Yet another two questions James did not have any answers to. "You want to be their equal, right?" Cassiel asked. Once again, without hesitation, James nodded his head and answered, "Yes." "Can you really be considered their equal if you become one of their servants?" Cassiel asked with a little more intensity than before. Boom. James' mindscape. A pair of eyes cracked open before shutting shortly after. "Not quite enough," said an ancient, deep voice. "It should not be too long though." Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate, Cassiel's office. After Cassiel's last question, James felt his emotions stir. Can a servant be their master's equal? James asked himself. He came to only one conclusion. No. Hearing James' answer, Cassiel smiled widely. "So then, what should you do?" Cassiel asked yet another question. James' determined expression morphed into one of confusion. While scratching the back of his head, he answered with uncertainty. Make my own peerage. That's right. Cassiel replied, his smile widening even more. At that moment, Leona's voice could be heard from the dining room's direction. Cassiel, James, everyone is here, and the food is ready. Come to the table for dinner. We're coming. Cassiel shouted in response to Leona, then he told James, we'll continue later, all right? James nodded in response, then they both stood and started making their way to the dining room. 2 hours later. After dinner, the group has once again gathered in the living room. The seating arrangements are similar to the last time, except James is seated between Rias and Sona this time. Once all the small talk was over, Leona was the one to broach the main topic. So, what are everyone's thoughts on the revelations from a few days ago? Venelana, Ria, and Grafia exchanged glances before Ria spoke. Honestly, that story was a lot to wrap my head around. Ria said with a tone of uncertainty, then continued. I mean, is this a case of a soul retaining its memories through the cycle of reincarnation? If so, how will that affect James Cohen? Those questions have been occupying my thoughts since I heard James' explanation of what happened. Hearing Ria's questions, Leona, Cassiel, and Grafia, although she didn't show it outwardly, began to panic. Thoughts of the worst possible outcome began flooding their thoughts. Venelana, the eldest and most experienced devil in the room, put an end to those dangerous trains of thought. Well, to answer your questions, Ria-san. If James' soul did retain memories from his previous incarnation, then this is a good thing for him. Snapping out of her cycle of negative thoughts, Leona jumped to her feet, asked, Venelana-sama, please could you enlighten us? **I**, you are just as stubborn as Grafia and Cassiel. At least Grafia's excuse of, that would be unbecoming of a maid, actually holds water, but you, said Venelana while giving Cassiel a pointed stare. Cassiel could only avert his gaze and scratch his cheek in embarrassment. Paying Cassiel no more mind, Venelana shifted her attention to Leona and gave her an ultimatum. Leona, dear, I will only explain if you promise to drop the sama suffix. Leona agreed immediately. Her stubbornness meant nothing compared to James' well-being. Yes, Venelana-san, Leona replied without shame. Venelana nodded at Leona's change in address. Then continued her explanation. This would not be the first time that something like what Ria-san has hypothesized has happened, though it is rare. After letting that sink in for those who would understand, Venelana continued. If it is truly the case that James retained his memories from his previous incarnation, over time the memories that did not create a strong impression will eventually fade. As they fade, the energy that maintained them will begin strengthening his soul. What does it mean to strengthen one's soul? Grafia asked in curiosity. As one's soul strengthens, their potential increases proportionally. Venelana responded. The adults aside from Venelana let out a collective gasp. Is there a way to check the truth of the situation? Cassiel asked with a bit of anticipation. I'm sure that a Jukakuin could track the strength of a soul, but do you really want to let anyone with that much authority know? Venelana questioned. Hearing that, they all fell silent. Anyway, so what do you all want to do about it? Ria asked Cassiel and Leona, breaking the tense silence. Cassiel took the opportunity to answer this question, as he and James had just talked about what James wanted. I talked to James about what he wants to do with all that information in his head just before you all arrived. Cassiel said, pausing for a moment before continuing. James wants to use his inherited knowledge of hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship to begin training. He also wants to start doing devil jobs as early as possible. It seems like he's in a hurry. Why does he want to start so soon? Ria asked in order to sate her curiosity. With a teasing smile, Cassiel gazed at James before answering Ria's question. Because he wants to stand next to Rias-chan and Sona-chan as equals. After Cassiel finished, not only James but Rias and Sona also flushed red. Papa! James shouted in order to hide his embarrassment. The women in the room laughed. They found the whole thing adorable. Of course, because he wants to stand as equals, he also decided that he would not join either peerage. Cassiel continued, that teasing smile growing even larger. Hearing that, Rias and Sona's embarrassed expressions disappeared instantly. Replacing them were expressions of extreme discontent as their stares bore holes into James. "Papa." James whimpered under the stares of the two girls by his sides. Chapter 6, Make One Yourself. After the night where James' desires were made known, plans were made for his training by the adults involved. Before the planning could begin, he had to calm down the two clan heirs sitting on either side of him. Being informed that he was no longer interested in joining a peerage left Rias and Sona quite upset. Even though they both truly considered James a friend, they could not fight their natures as devils are creatures of sin. The sin of greed enhanced their desire to have James in their peerage. After 2 hours of explaining, apologizing, and head-patting, James was able to appease Rias and Sona. The three also promised to take the rating games by storm. The rating games, a form of entertainment in Devil Society where those with peerages pit their strength and wit against one another in simulated war games with a variety of rules. The games also serve the purpose of giving devils an outlet to vent their more destructive tendencies, as well as their innate desire for conquest. As for James' training, James would be in charge of his own hand-to-hand combat and kenjutsu training. He had the memories of training them once before, however, Cassiel would be supervising him. Cassiel's only job was to keep James from overworking his still-developing body. He would also serve as a sparring partner until he was no longer qualified to do so. With his bloodline ability and the boost from the bishop piece, Cassiel has developed into a long-range combatant over the centuries. Unfortunately, his close-quarters combat skills fall far behind his skill in ranged combat. Venelana and Ria took charge of the children's education. They would be taught by some of the best educators the underworld has to offer in classes covering Devil World History, Devil World Geography, Devil World Politics, information about the various clans, information about the various races throughout the realms, information about the various pantheons, Human World History, Human World Geography, Mathematics, Sciences, Etiquette, Ballroom Dancing, Chess Theory, and as many other subjects as they could need or want to learn. As far as magic training goes, Graphia and Seraphal, Sona's elder sister, took charge of that. Although Seraphal was not a part of the meeting, she caught wind of their training plans after Sona let them slip. A mistake she has begun to regret. Seraphal's overbearing love for her sister is too much to handle at times. However, Seraphal, like Graphia, is considered one of the strongest magic users amongst the devils. And when it comes to demonic energy control, James came up with his own training routine, using his extensive knowledge of the otaku culture of another world. While skimming through the training montages of many superpower battle manga, anime, light novels, and even fan fictions, he found a few methods he thought would work. Not to mention, they looked cool. With all the plans made, the children's schedule was finalized shortly afterward. Training and education would take place Monday through Friday, whereas Saturdays and Sundays would be left for the kids to relax and have fun. On a side note, Leona would join the demonic magic class with the children and work with James when he was training demonic energy control. For the next 2 years, James would follow a set schedule. Waking up at 6 a.m., James would practice his demonic energy control for 2 hours. As previously stated, he chose a training method from his memories of a fan fic. Coating a finger in demonic energy, he and Leona would slowly dip it into a bowl of water with the objective of keeping the finger dry while simultaneously not disrupting the water. Needless to say, a lot of time was spent cleaning up before they became proficient with their energy control. After approximately 22 months, both James and Leona were able to use any part of their body to interact with the water without even causing a ripple. On top of that, they could reach into a bucket of water and take out a water bubble, then use that water bubble to play catch or have a water balloon-like fight. After seeing the progress the mother-son duo made in demonic power control, the Kings, in their circle used James' training method to test and subsequently improve the demonic energy control in their peerages. At 8 a.m., James would stop for breakfast. By 8:30 a.m., James would be at the Alaverus Estate's training grounds to train his body and close-quarter combat skills. For the first hour, James would work on endurance, flexibility, and strength training. For the following 2 hours, James trained his fighting skills. On Mondays and Wednesdays, he would work on his Muay Thai and wrestling skills. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, he would practice Muso Jikiden Ishinryu. And on Fridays, James and Cassiel would spar. The last hour would be reserved for cooling down and getting cleaned up. From 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., James could relax. He would usually spend this break reading manga. 12:30 p.m. was lunchtime. At 1 p.m., James would join Rias and Sona in learning the subjects Venelana and Ria deemed necessary for their education and social status. Sona was the only one who truly enjoyed this block of the day. After 3 hours, at 4 p.m., they would be given a break to have fun and play together. Usually, they would play chess or other board games. At 5 p.m., as long as they were available, everyone would come together for dinner. Even though the families had always been close, after having so much time to bond over a 2-year period, they were more like one family instead of 3. After dinner, at 6 p.m., Grafia and Serafal would train James, Rias, Sona, and Leona in magic for 3 hours. The fact that demonic energy and imagination were the most essential keys to casting demonic magic was the first thing Grafia and Serafal drilled into their new students. And that lesson completely flipped James' otaku switch. He vowed to recreate the flash step and Kido spells from Bleach. Needless to say, no one knew what he was talking about. Rias thought it was cool, though. At 9 p.m., the lessons and training would come to an end. Everyone would make their way back home to unwind and rest, only to repeat the process the next day. On Saturdays and Sundays, James would spend time just relaxing. Whether it be reading manga, watching anime with Rias and sometimes Serafal, playing chess with Sona, or going out to sightsee with his parents. He even taught Rias and Sona his demonic energy control exercise just so they could have water fights. James really loved his leisurely weekends. Or he did. Until he grew fed up with the manga, novels, and anime available in this world. 1.5 months after the training began. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Why do so many of these suck? James suddenly roared, throwing the manga he had just been reading to the floor of his bedroom. James-kun, why do you have to make so much noise when you read manga? Asked Rias, a little displeased because of the sudden outburst. Seriously, James-kun, this happens every time Rias and I start a game of chess lately. Rebuked Sona as she adjusted her glasses, causing them to shine momentarily. That's so cool. Rias thought as she saw the anime-like moment. I bet she's thinking, that's so cool, James and Sona thought simultaneously, as they stared at Rias with teasing smiles. Seeing their smiles, Rias began to blush. She didn't know exactly what they were thinking, but seeing their smiles made her feel embarrassed for some reason. Coughing to cover her embarrassment, Rias then asked James with some sass, if all you're gonna do is complain, why don't you just make your own manga? Boom. At that moment it was like a bomb went off in James' mind. A bomb that opened up so many possibilities. A bomb that would change the world as we knew it. No, it wasn't that exaggerated. But it did give James an idea. That's it. James exclaimed. In his excitement, James rushed over to Rias, picked her up out of her seat, spun around with her in his arms, and kissed her on her cheek. Rias turned so red you couldn't tell where her face ended, and her hair began. As soon as James began to hug and kiss Rias, Sona started pouting. I was thinking the same thing, why didn't I say it out loud? Sona thought to herself, beating herself up for her tardiness. Before Rias or Sona could react any further, James put Rias down and rushed out of the room. Although her blush had yet to fade, when Rias caught sight of Sona's pouting face, she flashed a smug smile. She's gonna make me punch her in the face. Sona thought to herself as she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of the estate, Cassiel and Leona were cuddling together in bed watching a movie. Suddenly, James slammed the door open and shouted, I want to draw my own manga. Seeing the deadpan on his parents' faces, James began to backpedal. He walked backwards through the open door and pulled it closed on his way out. Cassiel and Leona went back to watching their movie as if nothing happened. Knock knock knock. Mom, Pop, can I talk to you about something? James asked politely after knocking on the door. After a moment of silence, he heard his mother's voice giving him permission to enter. Carefully opening the door, trying not to make too much noise, James made his way to his parents' bedside. So, you better have a good idea for a manga. If this is just one of your usual impulses, I'm turning combat training time into class time for 2 weeks. Leona threatened as she narrowed her eyes. James shivered and felt cold sweat forming on the back of his neck at his mother's completely ruthless threat. N at 7.5 years or so old, that threat would have made me want to turn back. Taking a deep breath, James organized his thoughts. I want to make some of the popular manga that came from my past life. James said, looking at his parents nervously. Cassiel and Leona both raised an eyebrow. Interest apparent in their expressions. Noticing this apparent interest, James decides to strike the iron while it's hot. In the one I want to make first, one of the characters has a superpower that's a lot like our bloodline ability. Seeing his father's reaction to that statement, James knew Cassiel was okay with his idea. But to be honest, Cassiel's opinion made little difference in the scheme of things. Why? Because Cassiel is what you would call a henpecked husband. As long as there is no one other than the members of the Alaverus family, Leona has the final say on most matters. Eyes narrowed, Leona opened her mouth. James, sweetie, I'll agree if you can promise me 2 things. James stood up straight, waiting for Leona's conditions. First, if you start you cannot quit part way through. I will not tolerate my son being a quitter. Leona spoke with ferocity in her tone. Nothing like her usual sweet and doting demeanor. Understood. James agreed with determination. Secondly, you better make this the best damn manga you can. If I feel like you're half-assing it, you will not like the consequences. Yes ma'am, understood. Hearing James agree to her 2 conditions, Leona's demeanor switched back to her normal doting personality. Then we better get you an art teacher and drawing supplies. Leona declared cheerfully. This will take up one of the days of your weekend. You'll just have to deal with it though. Starting the following weekend, for the next 6 months James spent his Sundays improving his art skill. By the end of the 2-year period, he was ready to start producing his manga, Chapter 7, 2 big reveals. Underworld, Gremry Territory, Alaverus Estate. The 2 years of training at home have come to an end and James is now 8 years old. For the past 12 days, James has been working with Cassiel to create his own spiritual mark that will interact with his bloodline ability. As a half-devil, James should have needed more time to gather enough spiritual energy to create his mark. Luckily, Ria's theory about James awakening his past life's memories was true. Over the past 2 years, James has slowly forgotten the details about Warren Thomas aka the samurai nerd's life. As those memories faded, his soul strengthened, just as Venelana told them it would. James' spiritual energy rising was a pleasant surprise, although in hindsight, it should have been expected. Either way, Cassiel's plans to teach James about the spiritual mark were moved up accordingly. Once Cassiel found out James had enough spiritual energy to create the spiritual mark, he cancelled the martial arts training, with the exception of their sparring sessions once a week. The other 4 days of training were dedicated specifically to creating the mark. Flashback 12 days ago. Cassiel explained, in order to make a functional spiritual mark, you must come up with an image that acts as a trigger. Something that you think of instinctively when using the ability and saying the trigger word. And once you've come up with that image, you must be able to draw it with your spiritual energy in your spiritual domain, or as you like to call it, your mindscape. Listening to Cassiel's explanation, James took a moment to digest its meaning. After internalizing the information, James closed his eyes and quickly came up with an image. A katana with half its blade missing and scattering petals in its place. Okay, Pop, I think I have my image. James said after opening his eyes. Oh, that was quick, Cassiel said, raising an eyebrow in surprise, before continuing, I guess that really shouldn't be a surprise with all those art lessons, they must have really paid off. Hearing Cassiel's compliment, James smiled smugly. But you're getting ahead of yourself. Cassiel quickly poured a bucket of freezing water on James' arrogance. You have to be able to access your mindscape first. With that, James deflated instantly. Flashback end . After that day, James spent 8 days gaining access to his mindscape. Once he did, however, he ran into another obstacle. He was unable to use his spiritual energy to draw such a complicated design. As it turns out, it takes quite a bit of effort to control spiritual energy. James spent the next 3 days trying everything he could to draw his spiritual mark. He tried drawing slowly and carefully, only for the beginning parts of the drawing to dissipate. The same thing happened when he tried to draw it in sessions. He couldn't draw it too quickly, because moving spiritual energy was too taxing. He even tried to use his mental imagery to make a stamp with his spiritual energy, and failed miserably. And today is the 12th day since he started trying to awaken his bloodline ability. After their usual sparring session, James was seated cross-legged on the training ground pulling at his hair in frustration. "Why is this so hard?" James asked rhetorically. Cassiel, sitting opposite James, chuckled upon hearing his son's laments. "Did you think it would be easy, son?" Cassiel asked with a smile. "It wouldn't have taken me 3 months if it were." James grunted at Cassiel's statement. Seeing James' frustrations, Cassiel changed his tone to something more consoling, then said, "Spiritual energy is basically part of your soul, and manipulating souls is never going to be simple." Although James heard his father's consolation, only one word registered for him. Simple. 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 James began muttering the same word over and over again. Seeing James' current state, Cassiel remained silent. "It seems he's having an epiphany," Cassiel thought to himself. As a matter of fact, James had figured it out. Or so he hoped. Even though he was currently muttering to himself, things were a bit more active in his mindscape. He was currently drawing a new spiritual mark. He had discarded the idea of the katana and petal combo. Instead, he drew the kanji for the number 6, surrounded by the corners of a diamond. The symbol for the 6th squad of the Goti I-13. Once James drew the last stroke, the mark lit up brightly. Once it dimmed down, it rose high up then made itself comfortable. Once James completed the drawing and the image solidified in his mindscape, he stopped his muttering and grabbed his practice sword, before standing up. Closing his eyes for a moment, James placed the spiritual mark into the core of the wooden sword, then opened his eyes and spoke the trigger words. Scatter, Senbonzakura. With the trigger words spoken, James' practice sword started breaking down from its tip. As the pieces flaked away from the blade, in the shape of cherry blossom petals, they took on a pink hue outlined by a darker shade. James watched this phenomenon in jubilation. With his face lit up from the glow of the petals, his usually bright smile had another level of radiance to it. Cassiel, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. He had just finished saying how it wasn't easy and how he took 3 months. He felt his face heat up just thinking about it. "Are you fucking kidding me? 12 fucking days? Really?" Cassiel's mind was in a mess as he asked himself the same question over and over. Lucky for him, James was too preoccupied with the swirling cloud of cherry blossom petals to notice Cassiel's existential crisis at the moment. Once James' elation at his successful bloodline awakening had waned slightly, he pointed the hilt of his practice sword at one of the training dummies in the yard. With his intention, the cloud of glowing petals rushed off in the direction his sword hilt was pointed and completely obliterated the training dummy. And as the petals neared the wall of the training ground, they split into 2 streams and began moving parallel to the wall before turning back towards James and blending back into a single cloud. Once the cloud neared the outstretched sword hilt, they gently began piecing themselves back together to reconstruct the blade of the practice sword. When the reconstruction process was finished, James looked over his sword. Seeing no structural damage to the blade, James lowered it. "Well, it's a good thing it's Friday," Cassiel said, breaking the silence. "We'll have to have a party tonight. And since there's no training tomorrow, we can party all night long." Hearing that, James smiled just as wide as he had when he first activated Senbonzakura. "Yeah!" James exclaimed with joy. Seeing James' happy smile, Cassiel couldn't help but smile, too. But before getting carried away in the happy feeling, Cassiel had some instructions for James. "Okay, we have some tests to run before we can call it a day," Cassiel said, getting James' attention before continuing. "I need you to check your destructive power with Senbonzakura, a sword, and barehanded. Also, I need you to check your maximum range and effective range with Senbonzakura. Because Cassiel is a member of Surzek's peerage, he has a set of state-of-the-art training equipment. All the equipment necessary to do anything from building strength to testing it." "Got it, Pop," James answered in excitement. "Good." Cassiel nodded his head in satisfaction, turning to leave. As he walked away, he said, I'll tell your mom about your accomplishment in the party. Don't forget to write down the results of the tests. We'll have some bragging to do later on tonight. As Cassiel exited the training ground, James started his testing and recorded the results. 5 p.m. dinner time . Underworld, Gremory territory, Gremory estate. With the break time before dinner coming to an end, James, Rias and Sona are making their way to the dining room. Hey, do either of you know what happened? Rias asked curiously. This is the first time Graphia's magic lessons have ever been cancelled, right? Hearing Rias' question, James only smiled. Sona, noticing James' smile, fell into deep thought. Something good must have happened. Sona guessed, after considering for a while. And by the way this guy is smiling like an idiot, it must have something to do with him. Rias turned to look at James after hearing Sona's analysis. Seeing that great big smile, she pouted. James, if you know something hurry up and tell me. Rias pleaded while grabbing James' arm. Seeing Rias' bold actions, Sona thought to herself. She knows that won't work, she's just making an excuse to hold on to him. TCH. Having heard Sona click her tongue in annoyance, both James and Rias turned their attention to her. James with a look of confusion, while Rias was sporting a smug smile. Seeing Rias smile, Sona audibly gritted her teeth. Seeing the signs of an argument, James pulled his arm away from Rias and began patting both of their heads. I know arguing is how you two show you like each other, but if we don't hurry, we're gonna be late for dinner. Like usual, Rias narrowed her eyes in pleasure, while Sona lowered her head in embarrassment when James' head patting began. After a brief moment, James stopped his patting and began walking again. Once Rias and Sona snapped out of their dazes, they glared at each other for a moment then turned away and snorted simultaneously, before hurrying to catch up with James. Before long, the trio made it to the dining room. As they entered, they noticed there were more faces than usual. Usually, the ones present for dinner were Leona, Vanillana, Ria, James, Rias, Sona, and Graphia and or Serafal, depending on who was teaching the magic class for the evening. Today, however, all the previously mentioned individuals were present. Also, Zeoticus Gremory, Dante Citri, and Surzex Lucifer were seated at the table, too. Father, big brother, there must be something big happening if you're both here. Rias said as she made her way over to her family. *Rias, not even a greeting to start. Zeoticus asked with a sigh of exasperation. It has been 2 years, your etiquette is still a mess. Haha, father, we're among family. Is all that etiquette necessary right now? Surzex interjected, then turned to Rias to continue. It's been a while, Rias, I'm glad you seem to be doing well. Before Rias could respond, Zeoticus continued his nagging. Rias needs to work harder to carry herself the way a clan head should. Hearing her father, Rias could only grit her teeth and clench her fists. That's enough, dear, tonight is a night for celebration. Having seen enough, Vanillana also interjected. Meanwhile, Sona also greeted her parents and sister. However, instead of a scolding from her parents, Sona was hugged in an exaggerated show of affection by Serafal. James' greeting with his parents was the only normal one. After a bit more small talk, Zeoticus, as the head of the house, softly tapped his fork against his glass. He then stood and began speaking. Before we start eating, there are 2 pieces of good news to be announced. Surzex, if you please. Once Zeoticus signaled him, Surzex stood and moved to his wife, Graphia's side, and softly grasped her hand. I'm happy to announce to all of you, Graphia and I are going to be parents. Surzex said with a smile. Graphia also smiled in joy with her free hand stroking her abdomen. After a moment, the room broke into cheers of congratulations. The loudest of which belonged to Rias. That means I'm going to be an auntie, right? She screamed in excitement. That's right, so you'd better fix your behavior to set a good example for the new child. Vanillana said sternly. Her tone unable to hide the joy in her gaze as she looked at her son and daughter-in-law. Leviathan is gonna be an auntie, too. Serafal screamed just as loud, if not louder than Rias. Now I'll have Sotan and the new baby to love. Most in attendance ignored Serafal's antics. Sona, however, was bright red in embarrassment. After a few more minutes, Zeoticus stood once again. tapping his glass to gather everyone's attention once more. We have one more announcement this evening. Cassiel, if you would. Everyone's attention shifted to Cassiel. Under everyone's gaze, Cassiel took a deep breath and shared the good news. This morning, James awakened Senbonzakura. After Cassiel's announcement, there was no loud cheering. Instead, everyone stared at James in shocked silence. James, unsure what to do with all this silent attention, scratched his head in confusion. He then asked, "Is that bad?" With James' question, the first to snap out of their daze was Serafal. Using her absurd strength and demonic energy control, she seemingly vanished from her spot, only to reappear with her arms wrapped around James, with his head buried in her sizable cleavage. "Jakuin, you're such a genius!" Serafal exclaimed excitedly. "I remember your daddy was 30 before he even felt his bloodline reacting. Then he took 3 months to fully awaken it." Cassiel began fidgeting uncomfortably as Serafal mentioned his time spent awakening his bloodline ability. Not paying attention to Cassiel's second existential crisis of the day, Serafal laughed loudly while spinning around with James in her arms. James, on the other hand, was flailing his arms trying to free himself before losing consciousness, due to oxygen deprivation. James was finally saved by Rias and Sona, more out of jealousy than concern for his well-being, though. After the excitement died down, Cassiel also revealed James' most recent strength test results. Once everyone had a copy of the results, everyone exclaimed internally, "This kid really is a genius." According to the test results, James now had the demonic power reserves of a low-level, middle-ranked devil. His unarmed striking power was also at low-level, middle rank. Armed striking power reached middle-level, middle rank. Senbonzakura, at maximum output, just barely breaks the low-level, high-rank threshold, with an effective attack range of 25 feet, approximate 7.6 m, and a maximum range of 33 feet. Approximate 10 m. After the final reveal, the celebration dinner finally began, the celebration not ending until shortly before dawn. Chapter 8, Promotion leads to a traumatic experience. Nearly 3 years have passed since James awakened his Senbonzakura ability. In these 3 years, James and the girls have made great progress in their education and training. They all know the devil's history and geography like the back of their hand. Human world history and geography have also been drilled into them. James and Rias have learned all necessary subjects to be at the top of their class in any elite high school in the human world. Sona, on the other hand, has taken her educational standard halfway through an undergraduate's degree. As for high society classes, they all show impeccable etiquette in public settings. But in private, when they think no one is watching, they act just like the children they are. With James and Rias having just turned 11, and Sona's birthday only a couple of months away, they cannot be considered anything other than children. Unexpectedly, James took a liking to ballroom dancing. Dancing in general really, but his talent in ballroom dancing is phenomenal. Consequently, Rias and Sona also took an interest in ballroom dancing, with less pure motives, of course. Both girls only genuinely enjoy dancing when they are dancing with James. Magic training has been hit or miss. Sona's control of water magic is flawless. However, unlike her sister, Sona's grasp of ice magic is only above average, much like her other elemental affinities. Meanwhile, Rias has put next to no effort into elemental magic. With the power of destruction, to her other forms of offensive magic seem like a waste of time. Power of destruction is the bloodline ability of the Baal clan, Venelana's clan of origin. James, on the other hand, has no talent for normal applications of elemental demonic magic. Because of that, he has taken it upon himself to recreate the Kido spells from the Bleach manga, which he declared to be his goal when he started learning demonic magic. To his credit, he has made satisfactory progress in the past 5 years of learning. He can now perform all Kido spells up to Heido number 37 and Bakudo number 30. Also, his recreation of the flash step has been a success. The only issue is that distance correlates directly to physical strength with speed unaffected. On a side note, James tried teaching the flash step to all those he considered close. However, only Rias, Sona, Leona, and Serafal were able to learn it. Cassiel hypothesized that everyone else was too set in their ways. 500+ years is a long time. The exception to that hypothesis is, of course, Serafal. It seems Serafal's imagination is not as rigid as the rest of the older devils. Since James awakened Senbonzakura, its power, speed and range have all increased by 40%. The striking power is now firmly in the low level of the high rank. And the effective and maximum ranges have increased to 40 feet, approximate 12 m, and 46 feet, approximate 14 m, respectively. James is the only one that trains in close quarters combat. Recently, ever since he created the flash step, James has been wearing weights both in and out of training. Weighted training is inaccurate, though. James has been wearing magic circles that increase the effect of gravity on his body. For the past 2 years, James spends 3 weeks under increased gravity. Then he regulates his strength and demonic power for the following week. Every time he deactivated the gravity spells, his physical and demonic power would increase by a noticeable amount. With his martial arts training and energy control exercises, he was able to keep unintentional destruction down to a minimum. By the end, James had raised his demonic energy reserves to the high level, middle rank. Unarmed striking power has also made it to high level, middle rank. Sword strikes have reached low level, high rank. And Senbonzakura's power reached the peak of the low level, high rank. Another matter of which to take note, James has been taking jobs to exterminate stray devils and fulfill the wish of humans that summon him 4 days a week for the past 2 years. Amazingly enough, in only 2 years and at the age of 11, he is qualified to take the promotion exam. The plan is to take the exam during the next exam period. The low to middle class promotion exam is held twice a year, while the middle to high class promotion exam is held every 2 years. The next low to middle class exam will take place in a little over a month. When James passes and becomes a middle class devil, James and Rias have plans to go on a vacation to the human world. Rias is particularly excited about this trip as she has become enamored by Japanese culture. At least that is what she tells James. The truth is her excitement stems from the fact that she will be going on this vacation with James alone. More specifically without Sona. Somehow, Rias found Sona's schedule without Sona's knowledge, then suggested the trip on a date she had a prior engagement. When Sona found out that Rias had planned the vacation in such a way, needless to say, Sona was not happy. She did not have to wait long to get her revenge, however. Originally, both Rias and Sona were supposed to accompany James and his parents to the capital of the devil world, Lilith. Sona, however, hinted to Venelana that Rias wanted to see a particular movie that came out on the day of departure. With Venelana's wisdom, there was no way she could not see through Sona's little scheme. However, there were 2 reasons Venelana went along with it. First, she did not approve of how Rias went behind her best friend's back like that. And secondly, Venelana thought it was funny to prank her daughter. Over the years, everyone picked up a little of James' love for trolling. For the next month, James reviewed the topics that would appear on the test. The promotion exam is a 2-part exam consisting of a written test and a practical combat exam. In other words, a one-on-one duel between participants. In the remaining days, James studied the material relevant to the exam with Sona and sparred with Cassiel. Eventually, the day of departure was upon them, and James, Sona, Leona, and Cassiel made their way to Lilith. Day before the promotion exam, noon. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city Lilith. Near the middle of the city, there is a large plaza. This plaza is one of the areas in Lilith with the highest through traffic. On each corner of this plaza, you can find 4 of the most luxurious hotels in all the underworld. Traveling east for 6 miles will lead you to the 4 Great Satan's residential area. Traveling 2 miles south will lead to the underworld's largest shopping mall. 3 miles to the west you will find the underworld's largest casino strip. And last but certainly not least, to the north after traveling 5 miles, you will find the Lilith Convention Center. Not only does the convention center serve as the venue for both the middle-class and high-class promotion exams, but it also hosts many other events, as well. From concerts to plays to sporting events to, well, conventions, this building has played host to them all. Wow, are those the 4 hotels you and Rias told me about, Sona? James asked with wonder in his eyes. That's right, they are supposed to be the most luxurious hotels in the underworld. Sona responded with a smile. Okay, kiddo, take it easy. Leona said as she hugged James. Before you start running wild, let's check in at our hotel and put our luggage down. Let's listen to your mother. Cassiel advised and quickly continued. We have 2 full days here. Excluding the time for the test, we got a lot of time to sightsee and shop. James, Sona, and Leona's eyes lit up at Cassiel's words, for totally different reasons, though. James was excited at the prospect of exploring somewhere he had never been before. Sona and Leona, on the other hand, only had the thought of shopping in the underworld's biggest mall. Cassiel, seeing the lights in the lady's eyes, had every intention to sacrifice James to the shopping demons. After a few minutes, the group was standing at the reception desk in one of the 4 hotels surrounding the plaza. This hotel is owned by the Gremory House and sponsored by Lucifer. Because Cassiel is a member of Surzex Peerage, all fees are waived. The group received one of the nicer suites on the 3rd highest floor from the top. A large suite with 5 bedrooms, each with its own full bath. A large common area with a living room, a kitchen, a half bath, a pool table, and a dartboard. Upon entering the room, James immediately began running around the room in excitement. This room is so big, are all hotels like this? As this was James' first time staying in a hotel, it is little wonder he would ask a question like that. He has no point of reference. Adjusting her glasses, Sona responded to James' question. No, most rooms are much smaller than this suite. Normal hotel rooms are about the size of the bedrooms, I think. That's about right, Sona. Leona responded. Most hotels aren't even half the size of this one. Human world hotels are considered huge if they are even a quarter the size of this one. Hearing his mother's explanation, James was gobsmacked. After a bit more small talk, Cassiel suggested. Well, before it gets too late, Leona, why don't you take Sona and James out shopping? I have some business to attend to while we're in Lilith. Okay. Sounds good to me. Leona responded with enthusiasm. What do the 2 of you think? Sona was also excited, though her expression was still subdued. I'm okay with it, she replied. James, happily unaware of the hell he was just sacrificed into, agreed cheerfully. I want to see what kind of stuff they sell in the capital, too. Ignorance is bliss. I'll take care of everything today, Cassiel stated as he made his way to the suite's exit. After James' test tomorrow, we can go sightseeing and whatever else the 3 of you want. Okay, Pop, see you later. James exclaimed, still excited about exploring this new city. After that. There was no after that. The trio of Leona, James, and Sona arrived at the mall at 1:15 p.m. and shopped for the next 10 hours. The ladies even forgot to eat. By the time they got back to the room, James was so exhausted, he fell asleep as soon as he reached his room. He woke up so late that he had no time to eat breakfast. He made it to the exam site just in time. He had only 3 minutes before they closed the door and failed him by default. The test was a simple affair. James had basically been studying for the written test for the past 5 years and polished everything he learned over the last month. If he were unable to ace it, there would be reason to question his intelligence. The combat practical was even simpler than the written test. As this is a promotion test from low class to middle class, most of the participants have barely made it into the middle rank of power. James put his opponent down with a single Muay Thai clinch and knee to the sternum. After Flash stepping into range, of course. After that, James made his way out of the convention center and met up with Sona and his parents. So, how did it go? Cassiel asked, not at all concerned about the outcome. It was a breeze. James replied just as nonchalantly. With that perfunctory conversation out of the way, the group went to a nearby restaurant to have a late lunch. After eating, they returned to the hotel to change clothes and go to see the sights. However, James managed to fall asleep in the middle of changing his outfit. And he slept until after dinner. Because of that, he had trouble falling back to sleep, not that he needed much sleep being half-devil. He did, however, manage to fall asleep just before dawn. Of course, he slept until just before it was time to return the next day. Sona and Leona were amazed at how poorly James' sleep schedule was timed. Cassiel, on the other hand, shed one manly tear, while thinking to himself, "You did good, son." And finally, James had only one thought. There's no way in the underworld that I'm going anywhere near the possibility of shopping with those demons. Again, Chapter 9, Scatter, Senbonzakura. 11 a.m. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. In the living room, a magic circle appeared silently on the floor. After a moment it began to rise, revealing the figures of James, Sona, Leona, and Cassiel. That trip sure was refreshing," James said with a smile, while stretching his arms over his head. In response to James' laid-back comment, Sona glared in displeasure. "Because of all your sleeping, we missed any chance to go sightseeing or do any more shopping," Sona growled. With an expression screaming, "I am innocent," James apologized. "I'm really sorry, I didn't think that 10 hours of shopping would take so much out of me." As he finished, James bowed his head in apology, then asked, "But why didn't you ask Mom or Pop to go out with you? I don't think they would have minded. For such an intelligent guy, why does he have to be so dumb when it comes to things like this?" Sona thought to herself as she adjusted her glasses in frustration, causing them to gleam for a moment. Seeing Sona's expression, while leaving his own unchanged, James sighed inwardly. "I really don't know what to do about this." James began monologuing to himself. "I know how Rias and Sona feel, hell, anyone with half a brain could tell. But I have no thoughts of romance, right now. Especially with the two of them. I don't even have the social standing to pursue them, even if I did." Shaking his head, James pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. Turning his head to Leona, he asked, "Mom, the trip with Riri is 3 days and 2 nights, too, right?" "Oh, my little heartbreaker." Leona thought to herself as she could tell James knew what Sona meant. "That's right, you'll have to show up at the Gremory estate by 11:30 a.m. tomorrow morning," replied Leona to James' question. "I packed a bag for you in advance. You should go play with Sona until Ria shows up to get her." "Okay, Mom, got it," James said as he turned to Sona and asked, "So, what do you want to do? A game of chess, maybe?" Sona nodded in agreement, as she and James made their way out of the living room. Though it was clear to see that she was still frustrated with James' denseness. "Hey, before you go," Cassiel said, rifling through his luggage. Finding what he was looking for, a long, slender box, Cassiel beckoned James over. In curiosity, both James and Sona made their way over. "This is a gift from your mother and I," Cassiel said while handing James the box. "Congratulations for becoming a middle-class devil." "Congratulations, sweetie," Leona chimed in with a smile, while giving James a hug. Holding the box, James asked excitedly, "Can I open it?" Instead of answering, Cassiel simply gestured for James to go ahead. Gently, James lowered the box to the floor. Raising the lid, James saw a sheathed katana. James was unable to look away. The sheath was a shiny black with the image of fluttering cherry blossoms around the mouth, the handguard was in the shape of a cross with a crescent moon cut out of each side, and the hilt was wrapped with a white cloth with a cherry blossom-shaped tassel hanging from its end. Even sheathed, James thought it was beautiful. Lifting the sheathed sword from the box with his left hand, James wrapped his right hand around the hilt and drew it slowly. Shing! Drawing the blade revealed a gorgeously crafted katana blade. Polished to the point that James could see his own reflection in the blade. "So pretty," murmured Sona absent-mindedly. Before anyone could react any further, James sheathed the sword in one fluid motion, created a sword belt, and placed the sheathed sword in the belt, then ran out of the room. Snapping out of her stupor, Leona roared, "James, where are you going?" James shouted back in reply, "I need to remove the spiritual mark from my practice sword. It's 11:15 now. And I want to mark my Okairu Sakura before I leave tomorrow." Okairu Sakura. Falling cherry blossoms. Cassiel rolled the name in his mind for a moment. Not bad. 10 hours later. Human world, Japan, unnamed town. On the outskirts of a rural town near Tokyo, a man was saved from an evil spirit by a young girl dressed as a shrine maiden and carrying a large bag. Out of gratitude, the man offered to let the girl use his home to clean up and rest for a few days, if she wished to do so. Exhausted from her journey, the girl accepted his kind offer. On their way to the man's home, he came to a sudden realization and began speaking. I must have really been scared, said the man in embarrassment, so scared that I forgot my manners. Stopping in place and bowing his head to the girl beside him, he said, once again, allow me to thank you for saving my life. My name is Senju Kinji. It is a pleasure to meet you. Surprised by the sudden show of politeness, the girl was flustered. However, due to her upbringing, she also introduced herself. Please think nothing of it. My name is Hajime Akino. And I assure you, the pleasure is mine. Hajime Akino, a beautiful, young girl, appearing to be 10 or 11 years old, with her long black hair tied up with a yellow ribbon, into a ponytail that reaches her thighs. There are 2 strands of hair that stick up and curve toward the back, bangs that cover her forehead, eyebrows, and the bridge of her nose, and side bangs framing her face. Adding her large violet eyes, she is the perfect image of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Would you mind if I called you Akino-chan? Asked Kinji. Finding Kinji's friendliness a bit unsettling, Akino agreed to his form of address, for the time being. Following Kinji back to his home, Akino could not help but think back on how she got to this point. Looking back at her time traveling around Japan. The last 8 or 9 months have been anything but easy for her. Shortly after her 10th birthday, she witnessed her mother being murdered. At the hands of her own clansmen, no less. And the reason her own clansmen killed her mother? Because they found out about her and her father's true identities. Akino's father, Barakiel, is a fallen angel and one of the leaders of the fallen angel organization, Grigori. This of course makes Akino a half-fallen angel. When the Hajime clan, who are famed for their blessings from the Shinto gods and their exorcisms of evil beings, found out about Barakiel and Akino, they sent a force to eliminate them. The day they arrived at Akino's home, Barakiel was away on business and Akino's mother, Shuri, was unable to fend off the clan's attack. To let Akino escape, Shuri sacrificed herself. From that day, for the next 9 months, Akino traveled the country, purifying evil spirits and trying to stay off the Hajime clan's radar. Since that day, Akino's trust in people has not been very forthcoming. Never knowing who was an informant for the Hajime clan, it made trusting and accepting the goodwill of others very difficult. Akino-chan, we've arrived. Said Kinji, bringing Akino out of her recollections. Looking up, Akino saw an average 2-story house with a small front yard. Entering the house, Kinji led Akino to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. This room used to belong to my younger brother, before he left for university. Said Kinji, introducing Akino to her temporary living space. Please, make yourself at home. You're welcome to stay for as long as you like, and if you need anything, just let me know. Akino nodded at Kinji's generosity, then entered the room and thanked Kinji before he left to go about his business. Placing her bag on the bed, she inspected the room for anything supernatural. After a couple of minutes, Akino relaxed slightly. She was unable to find any spying spells in the room. Having deemed the room safe enough, she closed the door and sat down on the bed. I still don't know if he is working for the Hajime clan, thought Akino aloud, but at least I know he is not watching me in this room. With some time to relax, Akino opened her bag, taking out a bottle of water and a washcloth. Placing them on the bed, Akino began to undress. Now, wearing only a simple set of white bra and panties, Akino stopped and looked over her body. They're getting bigger again. Murmured Akino with a frown. Mother said hers didn't start growing like this until she was older. It must be this damned fallen angel blood. Shaking her head to drive away the negative thoughts, Akino uncapped the bottle of water and used it to dampen the cloth. Using the now damp cloth, Akino wiped her body clean of sweat. Senju-san may be showing me kindness, but there's no way I would take a bath in a stranger's house. Akino thought to herself. 5 or 6 minutes later, Akino finished cleaning herself. Hanging the cloth to dry on the closet's doorknob, she drank the remaining water in the bottle. She then took a white yukata used for sleeping out of her bag and wore it. After dressing for bed, she climbed into bed and fell into a light sleep. 2 hours later. Akino awoke abruptly. Feeling an evil aura, Akino quietly climbed out of bed and readied herself to leave at a moment's notice. She then silently moved from the bedroom, down the hallway and stairs, to the living room entrance. Peeking into the living room, she saw Kinji summoning an evil creature. A devil to be exact. I knew I couldn't trust him. Akino thought, he's probably trying to offer me to that evil creature. Kinji, I've only answered your summons to let you know that Ojo-sama will arrive tomorrow afternoon. The devil said in a deep voice. Make sure all the arrangements are made before she arrives. Of course, said Kinji, that's part of our deal. Listening up to this point, Akino snuck back to her room, making the decision to escape when the sky is darkest, just before dawn. Akino readied her belongings. 5 hours later. Akino jumped from the second-story window. As soon as she hit the ground, she disappeared into the night, slowly making her way out of the town. Unfortunately, she walked past an unseen Shikigami, one controlled by a Haimjima clansman, not even 5 streets away from Kinji's home. 6 hours later. Human world, Japan, unnamed town, outskirts. A magic circle appeared on the ground just outside the town. After a flash of light, the magic circle disappeared. In its place stood 3 people. The first, a handsome boy, about 11 years old, with caramel-colored skin, long black hair in individual braids tied into a ponytail, and deep brown eyes with dusk pink outlining each iris. His outfit consists of a white button-down t-shirt, blue denim jeans, and white sneakers. The second is a beautiful girl, also about 11 years old, with fair skin, a voluptuous figure for her age, crimson red hair flowing down to her thighs, bangs that cover her forehead, side bangs that frame her face, a strand of hair that sticks up from the top of her head, and bright blue eyes. Wearing a white blouse, a blue denim skirt, and white sneakers, her outfit is conspicuously similar to the boy standing next to her. The last of the 3 is a nondescript middle-aged man, who has been tasked with guarding the 2 children. These 3 are James Alaverus, Rius Gremory, and Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, the bishop of Zeoticus Gremory's peerage. Finally, we are here, said Rius with her arms spread, as if she wanted to hug the scenery. I have arrived in the land of anime. Hearing Rius' declaration, James deadpanned. Are you serious, Riri? So, when you said you love Japanese culture, you really meant Japan's otaku culture, right? Raising an eyebrow, Rius looked at James as though she did not understand the issue and asked, is there a problem? Nope, replied James, the deadpan still present on his face. As long as the lady is happy, what problem could there be? Rius smiled brightly at James' insincere reply and said, as long as you understand. Make sure to keep that in the forefront of your mind. James could only shake his head at Rius' enthusiasm. All right, we've stood around long enough, said Rius with excitement. Then in a tone filled with grandeur she exclaimed. Let us begin our exploration of the town. Ojo-sama, I believe we should check in at our hotel before we do anything else, Heinrich advised. Ugh. Fine, replied Rius, clearly having the winds taken out of her sails. Hurry on to the hotel. Hearing Rius' reply, Heinrich nodded at how sensible his king's daughter has grown to be. Why does he look so satisfied that she took his advice? James thought to himself. What kind of hell-raiser is she when I'm not around? Noticing that Rius and Heinrich had already started walking, James shrugged and followed. However, after walking for only a few minutes, James came to a stop and his head snapped toward a certain direction. As he concentrated, a battle-hungry smile began to surface. Noticing that James was no longer beside her, Rius also stopped. Looking back, she noticed James smile. Although she was unsure of what he detected, she knew that it would at least be something interesting. James, what is it? Rius asked full of curiosity. Over the last 3 years, James and Sona succeeded in getting Rius to drop the honorific suffixes, stating that it brought a sense of distance. And with Rius letting up, she stopped nagging everyone else about it as well. There are some fairly powerful humans surrounding a half-human, James replied, curious about the other half of that aura. Oh, let's go and take a look, Rius ordered with obvious excitement. James was also excited to witness this fight. Although he has spent a lot of time fighting with stray devils, he has never seen how other races fight. His horizons were quite narrow. As they approached the battle, the clash of magic became more audible. Moving into visual range, they noticed that a group of adult Shinto priests and shrine maidens were surrounding a girl, who couldn't be any older than James and Rius. Seeing the state of the battlefield, it is clear the young girl is quite skilled and strong. Many of the priests and shrine maidens were lying around the battlefield, either unconscious or groaning in pain. However, it is also obvious she was standing on her last leg. Seeing the girl in this situation, Ria's eyes lit up with possessiveness. Grabbing James by the shoulder, she shouted, "James, don't let her die. I want her. I want her in my peerage." James looked over the girl and spoke. "I wouldn't mind having her as a queen, or bishop, myself." At that moment, Rias remembered. James plans to start his own peerage. Grabbing James' arm and with a coquettish tone, Rias begged. "Come on, James. Let me have her, please. I promise I'll make it up to you." James never intended to fight with Rias over the girl, but he was definitely going to get some benefits for his arduous work. "Fine, but it better be worth it," James said with a snort. Getting the answer she wanted, Rias pointed her finger in the direction of the ongoing battle and exclaimed, "Go. Save the damsel in distress." Hearing Rias' enthusiastic outcry, a battle-hungry smile blossomed on James' face once again. Nodding at Rias in acknowledgement, James took a step forward, materializing his Okairu Sakura on his left hip. Taking another step, he vanished, reappearing in the distance, speaking his trigger phrase. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Chapter 10, Saving the Damsel. 25 minutes ago. Akino had just left the town. Thinking she was in the clear, she stopped and looked back at the town. "I really wanted to find someone to trust," Akino thought aloud. "Oh well, I guess it wasn't meant to be." Turning back to the front, Akino began to walk away. But not even a few steps later, she heard a familiar voice. "It's a good thing you found a reason to leave, otherwise it would have taken us much longer to find you, daughter of my dear niece." Snapping her head to the direction from which the voice came, Akino saw 30 or so people dressed in traditional Shinto attire walking out from a wooded area 160 feet, approximate 49 m, to her left. After noticing them, Akino scanned her surroundings and could not help but curse. "Damn, an anti-recognition barrier, I walked into a trap." "Precisely. To think we would stumble across the shame of the Haimjima clan like this," said the leader of the priests and shrine maidens in excitement. "Spreading our net of Shikigami wide enough led us right to you." "Haimjima Suu!" Akino roared in anger. "Why did you kill my mother? What have either of us done to deserve this?" Haimjima Suu, the elderly man leading the group of Shinto priests and shrine maidens, and the current head of the Haimjima clan. "Vile hellspawn, what other reason do we need to purify one such as you?" replied Suu. "As for your mother, she harbored feelings for an evil being, which could have led to the entire Haimjima clan losing their blessings from the gods." Hearing Suu's reasons for the clan's actions, Akino's eyes opened in shock. "For something like that, you would willingly kill the members of your own family? Ignorant child, do not speak of matters you know nothing about," replied Suu while raising his right hand, giving his entourage the order to ready their attacks. As the priests and shrine maidens of the Haimjima clan began chanting their spells, Akino began her own incantation in preparation for the upcoming battle. "God of the North Seas, God of the South Seas, God of the East Seas, God of the West Seas, and Goddess of the Central Lands, I beseech thee, grant unto your servant the breath of thunder. With your wishes as my will, I shall become all that is good in the world. With my blade as thy mercy, I shall slay all that is evil in the world. Thunder blade of judgment. Order." With her chant completed, a magic circle manifested under Akino's feet. Tendrils of thunder wrapped her arms. In this state, Akino can release thunder from her fingertips and call bolts of thunder down from the sky. Looking at the group of Haimjima clansmen, Akino could tell they were ready for battle as well. Taking her stance, she looked for the weak point in their formation, as escape was her priority. At that moment, a wave of attacks made their way toward Akino. Raising her left hand, Akino pointed her index finger at an incoming fire bolt and released thunder to offset the spell. As the two spells dissipated, Akino called down a thunderbolt on a shrine maiden to her right, simultaneously making a half-turn to the left, dodging an incoming wind blade in the process. Akino continued her spell casting and footwork, dodging spells with dance-like footsteps, counterattacking with thunder called from the heavens, and dissipating those spells she was unable to avoid with the thunder wrapping her arms. For the first 20 minutes, Akino was completely unharmed, and she managed to down nearly 2/3 of her attackers. Unfortunately, the Thunderblade of Judgment spell expends substantial amounts of willpower and magic energy. As the battle raged on, Akino was no longer able to completely avoid incoming spells, only avoiding damage to vital areas. By the 25th minute of the battle, Akino's clothes were ragged, trickles of her own blood covered her body, her breaths were haggard, and her vision was blurring from blood loss. Seeing Akino's state, Suo raised his hand, signaling the priests and shrine maidens to halt their attacks. "For what it is worth, child, I would rather that things did not have to come to this," said Suo, without changing his expression. "But the clan must always come first. You and your mother bring instability to the clan." Akino felt there was no reason to respond, and Suo was not expecting her to. Waving his hand forward, he gave the order to kill. The remaining able-bodied Heimjima clansmen let loose their spells. Akino, too exhausted to raise any defenses, closed her eyes. Believing this to be her end, she waited for death. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Where did that kid come from? What the hell are these cherry blossoms? Did those flower petals just defend against all our spells? With the pain she expected to feel never coming and the panicked voices of the Heimjima clansmen, Akino slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was the back of a boy who was not much taller than herself. And in front of the boy was a cloud of wafting cherry blossom petals. Judging from the shouts of the priests and shrine maidens, those are what stopped the spells from killing her. "Who are you?" asked Akino in a wary tone. "And why did you save me?" In response to her questions, the boy looked at her over his shoulder. When he did, the boy, James, replied with a big smile, "Well, how about we have that conversation once you're out of danger, okay?" James' smile sent Akino into a daze momentarily, before she was brought back to herself by his next question. "So, can you tell me who these guys are?" James asked, pausing momentarily before continuing, "I need to know how far I'm allowed to go." Akino stared at James in dumbfounded silence, thinking that the boy in front of her must have watched too much anime. Getting no response, James scratched his head and said, "I know I'm pretty hot, but could you not stare at me like that? You're gonna make me blush." Finally noticing how rude her actions were, Akino answered James' original question. "They are members of the Heimjima clan, the elderly man in the front is the clan head, Heimjima Suo." Nodding his head at the answer, James lowered his head in silence, recalling the information he had on the Heimjima clan. The Heimjima clan, one of the 5 principal clans, blessed by the Shinto pantheon, contracted to the Suzaku. James recalled the information quickly. "I probably shouldn't kill anyone. This is Shinto territory, after all." Looked off into the distance, James shouted, "Hey Riri, they're from the Heimjima clan. I'll have to leave them alive." "Oh, the clan head is here, too." "Got it, I'll handle the aftermath," replied a young female voice from the distance. Hearing the answer from the distance, James sprouted a battle-hungry smile and began walking toward the wall of cherry blossom petals. Well, this isn't going to be very fun for you guys," James said in the direction of the Heimjima clansmen. He then addressed Akino, "Stay here, beautiful, I'm gonna go play with them for a bit." Taking another step forward, the wall of cherry blossom petals split. Once James stepped through the split closed again to protect Akino. When the petals moved, the Heimjima clan was finally able to see the one who hindered their efforts to purge the taint from their bloodline. Seeing James, Suo nearly exploded with anger, as he exclaimed, "Another child with tainted blood, let us give him salvation and purify his soul." "Wow, what a rude old man," said James in response. "I was born from a loving union, to call my blood tainted is a bit much, isn't it?" Hearing James' flippant tone, Suo gave up on dialogue and gave the signal to attack. James, seeing the Heimjima clansmen preparing to attack, Flash stepped into the crowd, opting for close-quarters combat. Appearing before his first opponent, James threw a jab, striking the priest on his chin. With his head rocked back, the priest missed James, sidestepping around to his right, avoiding a fire spell in the process. James then threw a right hook to the priest's diaphragm, which knocked the air out of him. Noticing a thunder spell coming from behind, James grabbed the priest, swinging him into the spell's path. Gah! Taking the full brunt of the thunder spell, the priest fell unconscious. With his meat shield down, James lowered his center of gravity and moved toward his next victim. Rushing to the right of the nearest shrine maiden, James stomped her foot, causing her to reflexively lean forward. Just as he passed, he came to an abrupt stop and threw an elbow strike to the back. With proper control, his elbow strike landed on her lower back. The precise elbow strike only incapacitated the shrine maiden without leaving any lasting damage. James then appeared between three Heimjima clansmen and immediately threw a jump roundhouse kick, aimed at the temple of the three. The first priest was able to dodge, but the other priest and the shrine maiden reacted too slowly. However, before the remaining priest was able to counterattack, James landed then moved in close. He jumped and wrapped his hands behind the priest's head, then simultaneously pulled his hands down and raised his knee to the priest's face, resulting in another unconscious Heimjima clansman, this one with a broken nose. After seeing half of his remaining forces incapacitated in under a minute, Sue once again ordered his side to cease their attacks. "Who are you, boy, and why do you interfere in Heimjima clan affairs?" asked Sue, anger evident in his gaze. "Take it easy, old man," replied James casually. Tilting his head in confusion, he then continued, "I'm just doing someone a favor. I didn't even kill anyone. So, why do you look so pissed off? And for whom is this favor being done?" asked Sue sternly. "Hey Riri," James shouted off into the distance again, "this old guy wants to talk to you, I think." "That ending is kind of disappointing," the same young female voice from earlier replied. "Just negotiate to get the girl out of here so we can go have fun. If I have to negotiate too, I'm taking her for myself." James replied nonchalantly. "You wouldn't dare." The voice replied angrily, as a girl with long crimson hair and a nondescript middle-aged man entered the anti-recognition barrier. "Why wouldn't I?" asked James in annoyance. "Our deal was for me to make sure she stayed alive, the rest is up to you. That includes convincing her to join your peerage." "Okay, I get it, just leave me alone," Rias responded in a huff. "Riri, you really need to do something about that spoiled attitude of yours," James tried to advise. "I said leave me alone," Rias growled in reply. James just shrugged his shoulders. Seeing the two argue, the Heimjima clansmen were dumbfounded. "That damn brat would have decimated us. Just as a favor to this spoiled princess. There's no justice in this world," thought all the conscious Heimjima clansmen. Heimjima Suu, however, noticed a much more important fact. Even while engaged in an argument with the redhead, the barrier of cherry blossom petals never wavered. With that realization, Suu felt a shiver down his spine. "Are those flower petals only defensive in nature?" Heinrich gathered the attention on himself. "Oja-sama, perhaps we should move on to negotiating the girl's release." Hearing Heinrich's suggestion, Rias threw a fierce glare at James, then asked, "Heimjima clan head, if he lowers his barrier, are you willing to halt your attacks until our negotiations have concluded?" "I can agree to that," replied Suu. "Very good, James, do it," ordered Rias. "Riri, am I your friend or subordinate? Seems like you're forgetting the answer to that question, recently," James said as he pulled a bladeless katana hilt from the sheath on his left hip. Once this hilt was unsheathed, the floating cherry blossom petals flew toward it and began forming the missing blade. Once the katana was whole again, James sheathed it with a flourish. Seeing this, Sue's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Those petals were made from a sword blade, there's no way they're defensive in nature. Sue thought to himself, as he wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. As the barrier was removed, Akino could be seen, eyes and mouth wide open, sitting on her butt. Her legs had given out due to fatigue and blood loss. Ignoring the shock of the onlookers, James made his way to Akino's side. "Hey, beautiful, you're safe now," said James with a big smile on his face. Hearing James' term of address, combined with his smile, Akino flushed. At the same time, the sound of teeth grinding was very noticeable. Reaching out his hand, James asked Akino, "Can you stand?" Hesitating for a while, Akino finally reached out for James' hand and pulled herself to her feet. As she stood, her weakened legs found now a suitable time to not cooperate, and she fell into James' arms. Holding the young girl in his arms, James patted her head, and in a soothing voice he told her, "You don't have to rush it, no one will be able to hurt you with us here." Hearing those words, Akino relaxed, and said, "Thank you," very softly. With her tension released, the fatigue caught up to her and she fell unconscious. "Oh, damn. This girl is in worse shape than we first thought. Heinrich Dono, can you send us back to the mansion? I'll get her medical attention," said James with some urgency in his tone. Hearing this, Heinrich looked at the steaming Rias for confirmation. Getting a nod, Heinrich created a magic circle below James and Akino. With a flash of light and the disappearance of the magic circle, James and Akino were teleported to the underworld. With their disappearance, the only thoughts on Sue's mind were, "I'm glad that little monster is gone. I won't have to kill Shuri's daughter, either." Contrary to Sue's apparent relief, Rias was a bit unhappy with the current situation. "Stupid James. You better not do anything with that girl. You're mine," Rias muttered to herself with a dark aura around her. "This was supposed to be a trip for just the two of us. James, you stupid head." Hearing Rias' murmurs, Heinrich was at a loss. "I have been with you the entire time, right?" Seeing the leaders of the two sides deep in their own thoughts, Heinrich thought it was time to put an end to this little episode. If you do not mind, shall we begin the negotiations for that girl's safety? As these words left his mouth, Heinrich and Rias both had the same thought, not that there is any chance you will ever get her back. Chapter 11, Trouble with Women. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Mansion. 6 hours have passed since James and Akino were teleported to the underworld. Akino has remained unconscious the entire time. Whether during the medical treatment, performed by a member of the Citri house, or the time she was left to rest after the 2-hour-long treatment. James spent the first part of that time reading up on the Heimjima clan from the Gremory Manor's archives. The rest of the time was spent on the training ground, performing practice swings. When he came back into the house, he was surprised that Rias and Heinrich had yet to return. Since he had nothing better to do, James decided to take a bath. After a 45-minute-long bath, James found a butler waiting outside the bathroom. "Yo, Jeffrey, need me for something?" James asked in curiosity. James had befriended the Gremory Mansion servant staff long ago. "Young Master James, the madam has ordered that I inform you, the young lady you arrived with has awakened," replied Jeffrey in a very professional tone. James shook his head at the term of address. Not just Jeffrey, but all the servants in the manor insist on calling him young master, regardless of his requests to stop. Trying to get used to it, James replied. "Okay, I got it." After his reply, James made his way through the manor to the guest room where the girl was resting. Reaching the outside of the girl's room, James pulled a mirror out of his pocket and gave himself a once-over to make sure he was presentable. In the mirror he saw a handsome boy with caramel-colored skin, long black hair in individual braids hanging down to his shoulders, and deep brown eyes with dusk pink outlining each iris. Tilting the mirror down, he checked to make sure there were no wrinkles in his sleeveless black shirt and black swish nylon pants. Seeing that there were no flaws, James tapped the toe of his black slippers against the floor, then raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock *, knock *, knock. With the sound of the knocks, James could hear a gasp on the other side of the door. After a few moments, he heard the occupant's voice. Please come in," a female voice said softly. With that, James turned the doorknob and opened the door. Upon entering, James looked toward the bed. Sitting there was a beautiful girl with long black hair that flowed down her back and cascaded across the bed. On the top of her head were 2 strands that pointed up and curved toward the back. Her bangs covered her forehead, eyebrows, the bridge of her nose, and framed her face, making her large violet eyes even more eye-catching. "You're awake, how are you feeling?" asked James in a gentle tone, afraid to make the girl uncomfortable. Looking down, the girl replied softly. "Why yes, I feel much better. Thank you very much for saving me." "Don't worry about it," replied James, waving his hand dismissively. "Helping pretty girls is kinda my raison d'etre." At James' compliment, the girl flushed. Though James did not notice with her hair hanging over her face. Not noticing her embarrassment, James suddenly smacked his own forehead and exclaimed. How rude am I? It's been so long since we met, and I haven't introduced myself, yet. Hearing the loud smack, the girl raised her head and made eye contact with the grinning James and thought, this boy is so exaggerated in all his actions, but I don't dislike it. It's nice to meet you, said James with his signature smile. My name is James Alaverus. Caught off guard by James' enthusiasm, she stuttered, once again, in her reply. Pleased to meet you as well, and my name is Jima Akino. Jima, huh? James paused to think for a moment, then continued in surprise. Wait, isn't that the same name as the ones who were trying to kill you? What kind of family does that to one of its own? You are correct, Akino replied, gritting her teeth with undisguised anger. Looking at the girl, Jima Akino, James could sense much more than just anger. There was a bone-deep hatred buried in that tiny body. Noticing her emotional state, James' tone changed, and he began speaking in a soothing tone. I don't mean to be rude, nor do I wish to pry into your secrets, James began, but I need to know your circumstances. That way you can get the best accommodations. Akino hesitated for a short while, then asked a question of her own. Who is it that will be arranging my accommodations? James nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the caution shown, then answered. I saved you as requested by the heir of the Gremory House of the 72 pillar families of the underworld. James replied. She saw your talent and wished to invite you to her peerage. The caution in Akino's eyes only increased with James' answer and subsequent explanation. Seeing Akino's vigilance, James let out a sigh. Then he explained. I know what you're worried about. Honestly, your reaction is the correct one in this situation, said James with a small smile. But I can assure you, no matter what you reveal or decide to do, no harm will come to you. Maintaining eye contact with James, Akino could feel the sincerity in his gaze. After a long silence, Akino ended her hesitation and said, I have been hoping to find someone in whom I could place my trust, for a long time. I pray you do not betray that trust. Taking a deep breath, before James could reassure her once more, Akino began telling her story. The story about her, her mother, her father, and the reason the Jima clan was hunting for her. By the end of the story, Akino's face was a mess, full of tears and frustration. Because of me, because of this cursed blood I inherited from my father. My mother was killed, Akino said while sobbing. Hearing her story, James could only sigh. Half-fallen angel, huh? Said James to no one in particular. So, that's what that unfamiliar feeling was in your aura. Hearing James sigh, Akino looked up and felt some fear. What am I thinking? He's a devil, enemy of the fallen angels. Why in the world did I tell him everything? With this realization, Akino started mobilizing her magical energy. Just in case it was necessary to escape. You and I are more alike than I initially thought. Huh. Seeing the confusion and wariness in Akino's gaze, James continued. Because of my half-devil heritage, my mother also died. The circumstances were quite different, though. What do you mean? Akino asked, her curiosity piqued. Then she realized it was rude to try and dig into his past and continued in a fluster. Forget I asked, it's not my place. Chuckling at Akino's cute response, James told her about his mother's death shortly after giving birth to him, and how she had to be resurrected using one of his father's evil pieces, which changed her race into a devil. He also explained that Akino would become a devil as well if she accepted Ria's invitation to join her peerage. Like you, my non-human side was the direct. Or maybe indirect. Whatever. It was the cause of my mother's death, too, concluded James. Then he continued. I have never looked down on my devil blood, though. Do you have any idea why? In confusion, Akino shook her head then replied unsurely, because she's still alive. Ugh. This line of reasoning sounded much better in my head, James said with frustration as he scratched the side of his head. Akino giggled, thinking the expression James made when he was stumped was cute. Anyway, back to the point. Because I know my mother loves me, just the way I am, James said with a gentle smile. Isn't that reason enough? Akino was spellbound by that gentle smile. When she realized she was staring, her face turned as red as Ria's hair, then she looked away. But her head snapped back in James' direction when she heard his following words. So, Himejima-san, how would your mother feel if you were to lose your life because of your self-loathing? Asked James with a serious tone. Akino couldn't respond. She only lowered her head and clenched her fists. I'm not saying you need to start loving your fallen angel lineage, coaxed James. But dying before you use everything you have is stupid. And that's what would have happened if we didn't show up when we did. Akino kept her head lowered, and tears began to flow from her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand on her head, patting it gently. Besides, this is perhaps the most important reason to accept your fallen angel side, continued James, causing Akino to raise her head and look at the boy in front of her. Your mother loved you, all of you. Both the human and fallen angel parts. Don't spit on her unconditional love for you by hating part of yourself. Hearing James' last statement, it was like a bomb went off inside Akino's head. She kept hearing the phrase, "Don't spit on your mother's unconditional love for you," playing on repeat. With that, the walls she had built around her heart shattered. The fractured dam holding back Akino's tears also broke and she began to wail out her grievances, hugging James' waist tightly. As Akino cried, James continued stroking Akino's head and long hair. It's okay, cry it out, James encouraged, I'm sure you've needed this for a long time. Just let it out, and once it's gone, you'll be ready to start anew. About 10 minutes later, Akino cried herself to sleep in James' arms. As he was about to tuck her back into the bedding, the door flung open. Rias running in excitedly. James, the negotiations were a. Rias came to an abrupt halt when she saw Akino with her head buried in James' chest. And James hugging her so gently. Sigh. Seeing Rias' expression and body language, James knew a headache he didn't want to deal with was coming. And I just solved her potential, pieces, biggest trauma that would impede her growth. James thought to himself. I'm not even asking for payment for the after-service. Jealousy and possessiveness exploding, Rias shouted. James, what in the underworld are you doing? James felt that headache coming as he tried to explain the situation, while Rias was hearing none of it. Meanwhile, Akino was sleeping soundly with a peaceful smile on her face. Standing outside the open door, Venelana and Grafia watched the children argue. Having heard the entire conversation between James and Akino, they were both pleased with the way he handled the girl's trauma. With a gentle smile on her beautiful face, Venelana said, that boy, James, he really is something. Indeed. Grafia nodded in agreement. However, with all he just did for Rias, he really doesn't deserve this. Venelana frowned in response. Zeoticus and Surzex are to blame for this. Even though Zeoticus complains about her temperament from time to time, neither of them has ever denied her anything, no matter how ridiculous the request. This is going to come back and bite her, hard, when she least expects it. Said Grafia, who could only sigh. Changing her expression, she continued. Anyway, I can see trouble with women in James' future. Venelana chuckled in response. You are more than likely right. Venelana and Grafia giggled together, imagining what the future had in store for those children. But this needs to stop. Venelana said, making her tone sterner as she walked into the bedroom. Have you two not had enough? Or are you trying to wake Himejima-san? Terrified by the new voice, James and Rias stopped their argument and began to shiver instinctively. Chapter 12, I got a Yukiana. After Venelana put an end to Rias' jealousy-fueled tirade, Rias finally got around to reporting the outcome of the negotiations with the Himejima clan. As a result, the Himejima clan would cease all pursuits of Akino, on the condition that Akino would have to stay near the heir of the Gremory house aka Rias at all times. Also, Akino was not allowed to enter Himejima territory. Shortly after she woke up, the situation was explained to Akino. Happy that her life was no longer constantly in danger, she agreed to repay Rias by joining her peerage. Only after she tried joining James' peerage first. As James' social class was too low to have his own peerage, Akino eventually gave up on that idea, for now. 2 days later, Akino began the same education and training James, Rias, and Sona went through. Sona also decided to continue her education, this time focusing on territory management. It is no secret that Sona is next in line as the head of the Citri house. Rias, on the other hand, stopped her education and training, pursuing her interests and spending as much time as she could bonding with Akino instead. James also stopped attending academic classes. Instead, he decided to dedicate himself fully to his training. With his desire to be Rias and Sona's equal burning brighter than ever because of Rias' recent attitude, James has gone out to travel the human world with his father's knight, Oren. Oren was a member of one of the church's elite monster hunting units when he was still human. A devout and stalwart believer in God's teachings, he was unfortunate enough to find out a truth that he was not meant to know. And for knowing too much, he was branded a heretic and sentenced to execution. During the days leading to his execution, Cassiel, who was on a mission to assassinate the angel relaying orders to Oren's unit, managed to sneak into the prison and have a conversation with Oren. The result? Oren agreed to be reincarnated as a devil after his execution, claiming, "I've spent my entire life in service to the Lord, and so shall it end." Cassiel agreed with Oren's decision, mainly because breaking him out of prison would have been more trouble than it was worth. So, he spent the remaining time before the execution casing his target and the surrounding terrain. Once the execution was complete, Cassiel stole Oren's corpse before it could be cremated and casually beheaded the target angel on his way out of the base. He then used a night piece to reincarnate him. 300 years have passed since then, and Oren's strength has grown. As there is no official ranking, Oren is unofficially considered one of the top 10 strongest knights. His skill with the sword, the Odachi in particular, is the reason he was selected to travel with James. At this point, Cassiel's melee ability is not enough to compete with James anymore. James and Oren started their journey in Canada. The goals: to train in adverse terrain and find strays for combat. And, although he never mentioned it to anyone, James took this trip so he could find potential peerage members. Although he was not jealous that Rias was able to get Akino, he just does not want to fall too far behind. Starting in the city of Toronto, James and Oren zigzagged their way to the west. In 3 months of travel, James accustomed himself to fighting in the extreme cold and completed many devil jobs by eliminating stray devils and fulfilling the wishes of humans. Human world, Alaskan/Canadian border. In a valley near the border between Alaska and Canada, a young girl, who appears to be 9 or 10 years old with light purple shoulder-length hair, bangs swept to the left side of her forehead, and light blue irises and dark purple pupils wearing a white yukata made of light material, was running away from a group of humans, all dressed in white anti-cold gear, with inverted crosses stitched on each shoulder and their chest. Standing at the top of the valley, James and Oren are watching the chase. "Mr. Oren, do you know who those people are?" James asked as the people in white began closing the distance to the fleeing young girl. The ones in white are either from the church or stray exorcists." Oren replied calmly. "Stray exorcists?" James asked in confusion. "Former church exorcists who have been excommunicated for whatever reason." Oren replied. "And who do you think that girl is?" James asked, then continued. "She feels like a yokai, but I can't figure out why she's so far away from Japan." "Your senses are pretty good, kid," Oren said with a chuckle. "If I'm not mistaken, she's a Yukiana." "A Yukiana, huh? I've never seen one before," James said while watching the girl with curiosity. During their conversation, the humans in anti-cold gear have caught up to and surrounded the Yukiana. As the humans tightened the encirclement, the Yukiana began to resist fiercely. Her hair lengthens and ice covered her hands, creating a pair of ice claws. "Yup, she's definitely a Yukiana," Oren said nonchalantly. "Thank you for your incredible powers of deduction, Sir Oren," James said with sarcasm. Putting down several of her attackers, the Yukiana attempted to escape. However, before she could get too far, a silhouette descended in front of her. Once the figure came to a stop, a tall woman with 3 pairs of black feathered wings, blonde hair, and red eyes was revealed. "Well, now we have to move in on principle," Oren said, before continuing. "With a fallen angel present, we now know those are stray exorcists." "Okay, so, what's the plan?" asked James as he placed his right hand on Okairu Sakura's hilt. "You flash step into the group of stray exorcists and take them out with Senbonzakura. Oren replied. And while I'm doing that, you'll take on the crow, right? Asked James as he got more excited about the upcoming battle. Nah. Oren refuted. You'll be taking on the crow, too. So, you better take out the strays fast. What will you be doing? Asked James with irritation. Watching and enjoying the show. Oren replied nonchalantly. James glared at Oren in annoyance. If you plan on saving the Yukiana, you should get moving, kid. Oren said, unbothered by James' stare. I really hate you, old man. James said as he vanished from the spot. Scatter, Senbonzakura. James' trigger word could be heard as he appeared in the middle of the group of stray exorcists. Shortly after, James' drawn Okairu Sakura broke down and swarms the stray exorcists. Depending on how many petals flashed through the strays, they were either left as mangled corpses or piles of mush. Blurg. Seeing the level of gore, the Yukiana could not handle it. Vomiting the contents of her stomach at the sight of humans turned into sloppy joes. Oh, where did this little bat come from? The fallen angel asked. Oh, you know. James responded flippantly. Screwing up fallen angel plans is a matter of principle. Basically, you came here to make a bad joke before getting yourself killed. The fallen angel asked, clearly unamused by James' answer. Ha, a little mutated crow thinks she can kill me. James asked condescendingly. You damn brat, I'm going to rip you apart. The fallen angel said with growing anger. As the fallen angel began creating a light spear, James had his Okairu Sakura reconstructed by the cherry blossom petals floating around the battlefield. Once his katana was complete, James vanished from his spot with a flash step. At the same time, the fallen angel launched the light spear at James' former location. Once the light spear contacted the ground, James appeared behind the fallen angel, with her right arm and the 3 wings on her right side flying into the air. What? How? The fallen angel questioned in terror. What? I cut off your arm and wings on your right side. How? By swinging my sword. James answered with nonchalance while dropping into an Iaido stance. And now, it's time to end this. Vanishing from his spot once more, James once again appeared behind the fallen angel, this time with her head shooting up into the air and a geyser of blood shooting from her neck. With a flourish, James removed the blood from the blade and sheathed Okairu Sakura in one motion. Then he turned to see Oren standing next to the Yukiana, who was still in shock. Trying not to laugh at the Yukiana's expression of shock with her eyes and mouth wide open, James took a deep breath then began speaking. Hi, are you okay? James asked. Those injuries don't look too bad, but you can never be too sure. Ah, yeah. I mean yes. I'm okay. The Yukiana replied. That's good. James said, patting his chest in relief. Well, allow me to introduce myself, I'm James Alaverus. And this grumpy old man who thinks it's cool to wear shades at night is Oren. Ignoring James' jab, Oren simply answered. Pleasure. Relaxing slightly after the polite greeting, the Yukiana also introduced herself. It's nice to meet you. My name is Shirayuki Mizore. She bowed her head as she introduced herself, then continued. That you, for saving me. I don't mean to pry, but why was that fallen angel and those strays chasing you? James asked with concern. Gritting her teeth, Mizore responded with hatred in her voice. I ran away. They used me, and everyone else. In my village, as experimental subjects. Those damned crows. James shouted, losing control of his energy, unintentionally putting pressure on his surroundings. Mizore felt a weight on her chest from the pressure James was emitting, finding herself short of breath. Noticing Mizore's state, Oren sternly reprimanded James. Knock it off, kid. Are you trying to kill the girl yourself? Hearing Oren's exclamation, James snapped out of his sudden rage. When he looked at Mizore, she was breathing heavily, and her face was quite pale. I'm sorry. James lowered his head as he apologized. I don't know what came over me. I've never experienced it before, but just hearing about someone using other people as test subjects. I'm really sorry. It's okay. I'm fine. Mizore responded. Well. What are you going to do now? James asked and continued. Do you have anywhere to go? In response, Mizore only shook her head. I'd like to say I could give you a place to stay, James began. Shaking his head, he continued, but you have no reason to trust me that much. Mizore actually wanted to ask if she could follow him, though not just because she had nowhere else to go. She felt his power, saw his fighting ability, and thought, he might be able to get revenge for me. With that thought planted firmly in her head, Mizore replied, I would not mind. Say what? James asked in confusion. Why would she agree to follow two people she never met? Especially when one looks like me might be one of those weird uncles in. Smack. Boom. Before James could finish his thought, Oren appeared next to him, and smacked him so hard that he face planted into the ground beneath the 7 inches of snow that covered it. Hey brat, I feel like you were thinking something rude about me. Oren said with an unhappy tone. Don't give me one of those women's intuition lines you see in all sorts of comedy novels, damn it. Shouted James as he pulled himself out of the snow. Seeing James' current state, for the first time since her village was destroyed, Mizore smiled. Also, due to Oren breaking his train of thought, James started thinking calmly. She probably agreed to come with us because she wants me to get revenge for her. James thought to himself as he gazed at Mizore. Well, if I want her to be a useful member of my peerage, that won't do. Are you serious about coming with me? James asked the young Yukiana. Mizore nodded. And I'm guessing you want me to get revenge for you, right? James asked another question. Surprised James was able to see through her motives, Mizore widened her eyes and began to shake her head. Then she stopped and began to think. If he could see through my motives so easily, he'll probably be able to tell if I lie, too. I should just be honest. Eventually, Mizore nodded and responded to James' question. Yes. Nodding his head in approval, James began to speak again. Well, I have no plans to get revenge for you. James said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Mizore hung her head in disappointment. But. With that but, Mizore quickly raised her head again. If you follow me and join my peerage, I promise to make you strong enough to take revenge yourself. He said with conviction in his tone. James then explained the evil peace system and what a peerage is to Mizore. Taking a few minutes to digest the new information and its possible consequences, Mizore eventually nodded her head and said, I agree. James nodded his head in approval once again. But internally, he was jumping for joy with his hands raised in the air. Hell yeah, I got a Yukiana. Chapter 13, You Can't Run From This. After Mizore agreed to join James' peerage in the future, James decided now would be a suitable time to return to the underworld. Although he did not explore all of Canada, he did travel from one side of the country to the other. With that decision made, the trio, James, Mizore, and Oren, made their way to the nearest city, so they could get Mizore a good meal, before Oren teleported them back to the underworld. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Seated in the living room of the estate there are 7 people divided into 2 groups. The first of which consisted of 3 women gossiping and chatting about interesting news floating around the underworld. The second group consisted of 4 girls. 2 of which were seated in front of a bowl of water, working on their energy control exercise. The other 2 were seated off to the side playing a game of chess, while occasionally giving the first 2 some advice. Noticing she was about to lose the game of chess, one of the girls, a beautiful young girl with a voluptuous figure for her age, long crimson red hair that flowed down to her thighs, bangs that covered her forehead, side bangs that reach her collarbones framing her face, a strand that sticks straight up on the top of her head, and blue eyes, Rias Gremory, turned her attention to the trio of gossiping women and asked, Auntie Leona, how long until James comes back? Checkmate. Said her opponent, a pretty, bespectacled girl with a slender figure, shoulder-length black hair styled into a bob cut with purple eyes, Sona Citri, said as she adjusted her glasses. Her attention also shifting away from the finished game as she was also interested in the answer to Ria's question. Hearing Sona's declaration of the game's end, Rias flinched. However, her attention never left the tall, light brown-skinned, chestnut brown-eyed woman with long hair pulled into a ponytail that reached her hips and had a lock of hair that fell over the left side of her face that reached down to her chin, Leona Alaverus, mother of the James she just asked about. In response to Ria's question, Leona answered with a chuckle. Oh no, it looks like little Riri Mrs. James. She then shifted her attention to Sona. Seeing how intently she was listening to the conversation, Leona continued. It looks like Sona misses my baby, too. Even if she's trying to hide it. At Leona's teasing, the girls began to blush. With Rias fidgeting nervously, while Sona lowered her head to hide her red face. Seeing their daughter's reactions, the other two women, Vanilana Gremory, a beautiful, violet-eyed, extremely voluptuous, young woman with shoulder-length flaxen hair and bangs that cover her forehead and eyebrows, and side bangs that fall to her collarbones and framed her face that looks nearly identical to her daughter Rias, and Ria Citri, a beautiful, purple-eyed, fair-skinned, young woman with her black hair done up in a bun, couldn't help but giggle. Oh, to be young. Vanilana teased in a wistful tone. Puppy love is so cute, said Ria with a sweet smile. With their mothers joining in on the teasing, Rias and Sona's blushes deepened. Seeing Sona's reaction, one of the girls engaged in energy control training, a beautiful, bespectacled, well-endowed girl for her age with long, straight, black hair tied into a ponytail that reaches her knees, split bangs, and heterochromatic eyes with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye, could not help but wonder about. This James she has heard so much about. Until she was broken from her thoughts. The last of the four girls, Haimjima Akino, a fair-skinned, violet-eyed, beautiful girl who is also quite curvy for her age with long black hair tied into a ponytail that reaches her thighs, with a yellow ribbon, bangs that cover her forehead, eyebrows, and the bridge of her nose, and side bangs that frame her face, was also training her energy control. However, she quickly lost control when James was mentioned. That loss of control caused the water in her bowl to splatter in all directions, drenching her and the girl training next to her. Kaya. Akino's loss of control caused a bit of a chain reaction. Screaming in surprise as she was suddenly splashed, the bespectacled girl also lost control. The water in her bowl also splattering in all directions, leaving both herself and Akino dazed and dripping wet. Seeing the mess the two training girls caused, everyone else began laughing uproariously, as they all thought back to the day they learned this training method from James. Hearing everyone's laughter, the bespectacled girl turned red in embarrassment and began to reprimand Akino. Akino-san, you have to be more careful. Your mistake made me mess up, too. And now, look at this mess we have to clean up because of your mistake. Although she took some pleasure in the bespectacled girl's misery, Akino knew now was not the time to indulge in it. I'm sorry, Tsubaki-san. Akino apologized. Shinra Tsubaki, like Akino, was also a member of one of Japan's 5 principal clans. However, due to the ability to summon abnormal spirits through mirrors. Due to these powers, Tsubaki was isolated by the rest of the Shinra clan. Meeting Sona is what allowed her to escape her isolation. While Sona and her father, Dante Citri, were visiting the Shinra clan for business, Sona ran into Tsubaki and took a liking to her. Because of that, Dante offered to take Tsubaki out of their hair and Tsubaki agreed to join Sona's peerage when Sona was of age. Then Akino continued. But I'm also curious to know when James. Before Akino could finish, a magic circle appeared on the floor in the corner of the room. As it rose, 3 people, a handsome, caramel-skinned, chestnut brown-eyed boy with dusk pink outlining each iris, and braided black hair pulled into a ponytail that reached his shoulders, James Alaverus, a beautiful, light blue-eyed girl with dark purple pupils and shoulder-length light purple hair, and bangs that are swept to the left covering her left eyebrow, Shirayuki Mizore, and a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, Oren, were revealed. Looking around the room, James took note of the situation in the room. His mother and 2 aunties sitting together in laughter. Rias and Sona sitting on opposite sides of a chessboard, also in laughter. Akino and an unfamiliar girl, both drenched and seated in front of 2 empty bowls with their heads lowered and blushes on their faces. Not to mention the water that had been splashed all around that corner of the room. With all that information gathered, James knew exactly what to say. Where's the gender equality? James shouted in indignation. With an expression filled with mock fury, he continued. If girls make a mess like this, you all just laugh. But when I did it back in the past, I got yelled at and made to clean up immediately. This world truly is unfair. The room fell into pin-drop silence at James' over-the-top declaration. Confusion was evident on Akino, Tsubaki, and Mizore's faces. Oren's expression showed that there was no way possible that he could care any less. Venelana, Ria, Rias, and Sona were all trying to stifle another bout of laughter. Leona, however, was not amused. The truth of the matter is, James almost never trained his energy control in the house. Most of, if not all, his training sessions were done out on the training ground. All the messes caused by energy control training were his mother's fault alone. And because of embarrassment, Leona would yell at James, threatening him with punishment if he ever made a mess in the house. Noticing his mother's right eyebrow starting to twitch, James decided to drop the melodrama. "Hey, Mom, I'm back," James said with a big smile, as if he was not just making fun of his mother. Leona let out an exasperated sigh. Then she stood from the sofa and made her way over to the trio. As soon as she got close, she nodded to Oren and said, "Cassiel is upstairs in his office. He asked for you to see him when you returned." Oren simply nodded in acknowledgement, then bowed before making his way upstairs. Once Oren left, Leona smiled and pulled James into a hug. "I missed you, sweetie," Leona said as she hugged James tightly. Returning the hug, James replied, "I missed you, too, Mom." Standing behind James, Mizore was unsure what she should do. Should I speak up and introduce myself? Or should I wait until James-san introduces me? James-san, hurry up. I don't know what to do. Ria was the first to take note of the pretty, little girl behind James. Era, she said, hiding her smile behind her left hand. Although everyone agreed to drop the Japanese verbal patterns after Rias gave up on forcing everyone to adopt it, Ria decided to keep the era, as she found it fun, for reasons known only to herself. With her attention never leaving Mizore once she locked on, Ria continued. "James, it's good to see you home, safe and sound. But are you going to introduce us to your girlfriend?" "Shit." James howled internally. I didn't forget about Mizore, but I wanted to introduce her on my own terms. And just as James expected, he could feel more than one gloomy aura rising in the room. Just as I thought, 3 pissed off. What? Why are there 3? James thought as he looked around frantically. Looking around the room, James noticed both Rias and Sona looking at him with wrath in their gazes. I expected those 2 to be pissed off, but where is the other one coming from? James wondered as he tried to find the last source of negative aura. This last one doesn't feel like anger. It feels more sadistic. As he completed that thought, James and Akino made eye contact. "Are you serious? She's a sadist," James exclaimed internally. Realizing now wasn't the time to be analyzing the situation, James finally started to explain himself. Wait. I don't know why you all seem so angry," James said as he was about to begin his explanation. As he began, James could feel his mother's hug tightening. When he looked at her expression, he saw her smirking. Leona then lowered her head to his ear and whispered, "You can't keep running from this. You have to tell them the truth." Knowing his mother was right, James hung his head for a moment to get his thoughts in order. "Okay, I know why you all are so angry," said James, correcting his earlier statement. "But can we talk about that later? At least can you wait until I finish the introductions?" Although the girls were unhappy and became more unhappy when Mizore hid behind James once their glares landed on her, they allowed James to make introductions. Sighing once again, James introduced Mizore. "Everyone, this is Shirayuki Mizore, a Yukiana." James introduced Mizore with a smile. Then continued. "This stunningly gorgeous woman hugging me is Leona Alaverus." Hearing James introducing her, Leona smiled brightly. James then pointed to Venelana, the flaxen hair one with the enchanting violet eyes is Aunt Venelana Gremory. Venelana also smiled, clearly happy with James' compliment. James then moved on to Ria. And next to her, the beautiful woman with the silky smooth hair is Aunt Ria Citri. Ria also seemed to enjoy his flattery. Sighing inwardly, James thought to himself. Now we move from normal to hell mode, huh? Turning his attention to the chessboard, James finally started introducing the girls. Next, the cutie in glasses is one of my childhood friends. We're still children though. James stopped to think, clearly getting distracted. Noticing James slipping off into his own world, everyone, excluding Mizore and Tsubaki, sighed. Thinking, at least the 3 months away didn't change him too much. James broke out of his thoughts when Leona patted him on the back and urged him to continue. Oops, I did it again, huh? James said in embarrassment, before he shook his head and continued. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. The cutie in glasses is Sona Citri, Auntie Ria's daughter. Although James' compliment made her happy, Sona tried her best to not show it. She continued glaring at him, suppressing a smile in the process. Moving on, James began introducing Rias. This pretty redhead with the beautiful blue eyes is Rias Gremory, Auntie Venelana's daughter. Rias did not try to hide her smile at James' compliment, but her glare at Mizore intensified. This caused Mizore to move closer to James, which made Rias glare even harder, which made Mizore grab onto the hem of James' shirt in fear. And the downward spiral continued. Sighing in exasperation, James thought to himself, I just want this to be over. In order to finish this farce quickly, James moved on to the 2 soaking wet girls. Stifling a laugh, James pointed out Akino next. This raven-haired, violet-eyed beauty is Hajime Akino. She will be a member of Rias' peerage in the future. At James' compliment, Akino's smile turned from a sadistic one promising pain into a sweet one that could give honey a run for its money. Without even thinking about it, James moved on to introduce the final person present. And last but certainly not least, this bespectacled beauty with the long, luscious hair is. James stopped to think, then took a good look at Tsubaki and finally realized. Now that I stopped to think about it, I don't think we've been introduced. An awkward silence fell over the room. After a moment, everyone, excluding James and Tsubaki, broke into uproarious laughter. After the laughter died down, Sona eventually introduced Tsubaki as a future member of her peerage. It's nice to meet you, Shinra-san. James said politely. Tsubaki only nodded and returned a nice to meet you, as well. She was finding it hard to get a read on James' personality. After the introductions were finished, Rias pointed a finger at Mizore and questioned James harshly. Where did she come from? And why did you bring her here? Rias questioned in a tone that demanded answers. A little more than a little too much malice present in her tone. James frowned, getting fed up with Rias' princess syndrome. Venelana, noticing James' growing displeasure with Rias' attitude, attempted to change James' focus. James, I'm also curious, how did you meet her? Taking a deep breath to push down his annoyance, James put a smile on his face again and answered Venelana's question. Well, while Sir Orin and I were traveling near the Alaskan/Canadian border, James began his explanation. I saved her from a 6-winged fallen angel and a group of stray exorcists who were trying to capture her. To thank me and as a means to get revenge. Oh, I won't go into the details about that, that's Mizore's business to talk about or not. Anyway, like I was saying. To repay me, Mizore promised to join my peerage. And I'll train her, so she can get that revenge she wants so much. Wait. After her exclamation, everyone turned their attention in Venelana's direction, who looked like she didn't know how to process this information. What's wrong, Mom? Rias asked in confusion, not understanding why her mother seemed so flustered. Taking a deep breath, Venelana asked James, was it you or Orin who fought the fallen angel? It was me. James answered, unsure what the big deal was. I was the only one who fought, that old man just watched. Hearing James' answer, even Ria was now sporting a shocked expression. Originally, she had just assumed that Orin fought the fallen angel. But Mizore's agreement put the final nail in the coffin. He made it look easy. Anyway, James said, trying to move the topic onto what he thought was important, now we all have our first member of our future peerages, that's what's really important. Chapter 14, What to Do with James. After Mizore was introduced to James' friends and family, Venelana and Ria decided it was time to go home. Needless to say, Rias, Sona, and Akino were not quite ready to leave. Seeing the severity in both Venelana and Ria's eyes, James did the only thing he could. He promised that he would not leave to continue his training until he talked with the 3 girls. Although they were not satisfied with having to wait, the girls agreed to wait since it seemed that there was something important that needed discussion. Sure enough, the next day, Zeoticus, Venelana, Cerzex, Graphia, Dante, Rhea, Seraphal, and Cassiel all came together for a discussion. Next day, afternoon Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. In a small conference room in the Gremory Mansion, Zeoticus and Venelana were seated. While waiting for the other attendees, Zeoticus had to ask, what could be so important, requiring 2 of the 4 great Satans, 2 of the 72 pillar family heads, and 4 devils with ultimate rank or above power. Zeoticus, dear, you're so impatient. Venelana said with a chuckle. I promise, Rhea, Cassiel, and I will explain everything once everyone arrives. Zeoticus could only snort, a way to show his displeasure for having to wait. Then he said, this better be worth it. Venelana giggled at her husband's childish behavior. However, after a moment, a frown made its way onto her face. Seeing this, Zeoticus asked, what's wrong, Lana? Have you heard about the way Rheus has been treating James lately? Venelana asked with a deep sigh. At Venelana's question, Zeoticus also frowned. According to Heinrich, she talks to him like he's one of her subordinates. No, like he's one of her possessions. Zeoticus replied, recalling the report his bishop made when Rheus recruited Akino. James is starting to react negatively, Venelana responded softly. Zeoticus frowned. While James was out for training, he found his first prospective peerage member and brought her home. Venelana began to explain the sequence of events. Once James finished with the introductions, practically frothing at the mouth, Rheus questioned James with one of the most demanding tones I've ever heard. Noticing the confusion in Zeoticus' expression, Venelana asked, you don't see an issue with that, do you? Before I answer that, responded Zeoticus, he then asked his own question. What did Rheus ask? In a tone demanding an answer, she asked, and I quote, where did she come from? And why did you bring her here? End quote. Venelana noticed that Zeoticus still did not notice the issue. Zeoticus, let me ask you. Venelana said, trying to help her husband understand. First of all, this happened in James' home. Why does he have to explain to Rheus why he brought someone there? Zeoticus finally showed a glimpse of understanding. Venelana, however, was not finished. Second, does James owe Rheus an explanation? Venelana asked rhetorically, then continued. The fact of the matter is, he does not. But he would have told everyone the answer to those questions anyway, because he treats us as family and friends. Zeoticus was starting to understand the issue more as Venelana explained. But what really made me start to take this seriously? Venelana trailed off. What is it? Zeoticus asked. Other than when concentrating on something, have you ever seen James completely drop his smile while talking to others? Venelana asked, placing her right palm on her forehead. In response, Zeoticus shook his head. When Rheus questioned him in that demanding tone, his expression morphed from a bright smile to a deep frown instantly. Venelana explained. Feeling exasperation just thinking about it. Zeoticus only sat in silence. Not to mention, Venelana began listing all the things James had done for Rheus. James is the reason Rheus' control of her demonic energy and power of destruction are so precise. He saved Akino's life, at Rheus' request, and instead of thanking him, she barked orders at him like he was one of her underlings. Then, instead of getting angry about it, he took care of Akino's mental health. And once again, instead of thanking him for it, she let her jealousy take over and began berating him. For the love of Satan, I doubt she even knows about that last one. Zeoticus began dripping cold sweat. How did things get this bad? Zeoticus asked, tone full of concern. Hearing her husband's question, Venelana deadpanned. Please, oh Zeoticus, please tell me you're just playing dumb. Venelana asked, hoping that was the truth. Zeoticus' cold sweat output rose exponentially when he heard Venelana's question. Venelana finally exploded. This is all your fault. You and Cerzex turned our daughter into this. But all we've ever done is try to give her a good life. Said Zeoticus in his and Cerzex's defense. A good life, huh? Venelana said in a low and menacing tone. Then she exploded once again. For Satan's sake, she's the heir of one of the 72 pillar houses, how bad could her life be? Realizing Vanillana was not expecting an answer, Zioticus wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. On top of that, you're defending yourself, but do you even know what you've done to contribute to this? Vanillana asked as she tried to get her ragged breathing in order. Zioticus lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with his wife. Other than nitpicking her etiquette, you have never reprimanded, disciplined, or denied a request, no matter how ridiculous it is. Vanillana growled with her finger pointed between Zioticus' eyebrows. And don't get me started on Surzex. On top of all the things I just mentioned, he doesn't say anything when she shows poor etiquette, and he even rewards her disproportionately. Knock knock knock. If not for those knocks on the door, Vanillana would have, undoubtedly, kept going, venting all her dissatisfactions with Ria's upbringing. Master, Madam, Lord Lucifer and Lady Graphia have arrived, said a member of the servant staff from the other side of the closed door. Taking a moment to calm down, Vanillana threw a fierce glare at Zioticus and said, "Me, you, and Surzex need to have a nice long talk after this meeting is over." Zioticus shuddered at the intensity of her glare. Once Vanillana got her emotions in check, Vanillana answered the member of the servant staff, allowing Surzex and Graphia's entry. When the two entered the room, Surzex, a tall, young man with shoulder-length crimson-red hair, blue eyes, and devilishly handsome facial features, and Graphia, a beautiful, red-eyed, young woman with long silver hair that flows down her back with bangs that cover her forehead and side bangs that end in braids with small blue ribbons that end at her chest, noticed the tense atmosphere. Also, Surzex was confused when he saw the pitying look his father was giving him. Shortly after Surzex and Graphia arrived, the rest of the attendees began filing in. With Seraphal, a short, blue-eyed, beautiful girl with black hair tied into twin tails and a slender body with disproportionately large breasts, showing up last as she had other duties to attend to in the morning. With everyone seated and the pleasantries out of the way, Vanillana stood and addressed the group. "I'm certain not all of you are aware of why Ria and I called everyone here," Vanillana said, pausing for a moment before continuing. "We called this meeting because of what we heard from James when he returned from his training after being away for 3 months. Everyone perked up slightly at Vanillana's explanation. "What amazing thing did Jakuin do this time?" Seraphal asked with her ever-present abundance of positive energy. "Well, as Ria and I only got the abridged version of events from James while he was explaining another matter, why don't we hear the full story from Cassiel?" As she passed the baton to Cassiel, Vanillana took her seat once again. Rising from his own seat, Cassiel briefly made eye contact with everyone in attendance, then began. "Well, as you all know, James left home for 3 months with my knight, Orin. They spent that time traveling Canada in the human world. At the end, Cassiel went on to give a detailed account of the battle between the stray exorcists and the six-winged fallen angel. Also, how he saved a Yukiana and added her as a prospective member of his peerage." When Cassiel was finished with his report, the room fell into silence. No one was ready to hear that an 11-year-old boy could easily dispatch a six-winged fallen angel and her accompanying group of stray exorcists alone. Like always, Seraphal was the one to break the silence. "I knew Jakuin would do amazing things," Seraphal exclaimed in glee as she clapped her hands loudly. Dante and Ria could only smile wryly at their eldest daughter's enthusiasm. "Although I agree with Seraphal, I'm assuming that's not the main point, right?" asked Surzex. "That's right," Ria replied. She then continued and asked Cassiel, "Orin must have given a comprehensive evaluation of James' combat prowess, correct?" "That's correct," Cassiel replied while nodding his head. Orin evaluated James' combat ability at the very peak of middle level of the high rank. Everyone in the room drew in a sharp breath. This time the first to speak was Surzex. "We have to make sure he's not exposed to the angels or the fallen." Shaking her head at her son's naivety, Vanillana interjected. "There is a group of people who we need to pay even more attention to than just the angels and fallen angels," said Vanillana with her tone heavy. Not waiting for Vanillana to finish, Seraphal finished Vanillana's thought. "You mean the Great King faction, right?" "Exactly," Vanillana said, nodding in agreement. "And how do you propose we keep him under their radar?" Graphia asked calmly. With that question, the room fell silent again. Some of the people had notions of simply hiding James away. They then squashed that thought, as it would stunt his growth severely. With no one producing any promising ideas, Cassiel eventually spoke up. "Well, we don't have to rush a solution," Cassiel said, drawing everyone's attention. "James won't be going back out for at least another month. That way, we can think the issue over, and we can make the best possible decision." With no better option at the moment, everyone agreed to Cassiel's suggestion. "Well, I guess that's it for now," said Zeoticus. "Let's try to meet up a few more times in the coming month," Surzex suggested. To Surzek's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. With nothing left to discuss, everyone stood and prepared to leave. As Surzex was making his way to the door, he was stopped by Cassiel. "What's up, Cassiel?" Surzex asked, curiosity in his tone. With a stern tone, Cassiel replied. "Leona is quite unhappy right now. I think you should stay back and talk to your mother. She will fill you in on the details." Hearing what Cassiel had to say, Surzex turned to look in Venelana's direction. What he saw made him wish to run away. "Shit, mother is pissed off. And judging from that look in her eyes, I'm at least partially responsible." As he turned his head back, Cassiel was already gone. Surzex then remembered the pitying look his father gave him when he entered the room. Ugh, today is going to be a long day. Chapter 15, I've had enough. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Another day has passed. On the training ground, James is currently deep in thought. With his eyes closed and 3 fingers on each hand in contact with the ground, James is holding his body upright. While doing a set of 1,000 handstand push-ups, he came to a sudden realization. It has been nagging me for a while. James thought to himself. Shirayuki Mizore, a Yukiana, light purple hair. That's definitely a familiar name and description. But, from where? Having just passed 750 push-ups, James had a sinking feeling that he had seen Mizore before. Why can't I remember? Thought James, beginning to feel frustration. Continuing his set, James constantly searched his memories. Just as he finished his set, he finally remembered where he had seen Mizore. Rosario plus vampire. James exclaimed internally. Shirayuki Mizore was one of the female leads in that manga. And she fell in love with Ono Tsukun. One of those personality-free harem protagonists. James then pushed himself off the ground and performed a somersault landing stably on his feet, as he just finished the 1,000th push-up. He then continued his musings. Although it's good that I finally got that mystery solved, that's not really the important thing to take from this discovery. He thought as he raised his right hand to his chin and supported his elbow with his left hand. He continued his analysis. Although I'm not completely sure, I think this world was also a fictional work from my past life's memories. I can't really remember the details, but I do vaguely remember reading something with a similar world setting. Continuing to mull over his thoughts for the next few minutes, James came to a conclusion. This is probably a parallel or alternate universe to that work that I can't really remember. James mused. A smile creeping onto his face at the outrageous thought that was forming. If Mizore, who is clearly from another work, showed up in this world. I wonder what other crossovers I'll find. James' elation was becoming increasingly apparent. Best of all, I should be the only one who knows their significance. With this thought, James broke into a bout of hearty laughter. Unbeknownst to James, his sparring partner was watching him from the training grounds entrance. Oren, having arrived when James had reached around 940 push-ups, calmly watched James finish his workout. As he was about to enter and greet the boy, he saw James slip into deep thought. Observing the changes in James' expression until he eventually broke out into a raucous laughter, Oren finally concluded that the boy had snapped due to training and trouble with girls. I guess I should step in before he's too far gone to bring back. Oren thought to himself as he took a step into the training ground. As soon as Oren's foot landed past the training ground's threshold, a series of actions were taken in short succession. First, James snapped out of his elated state. Second, Oren vanished from his spot with a burst of speed. Third, James materialized Okairu Sakura and his sword belt and dropped into an Iato stance simultaneously. Last, James drew his blade and met the overhead swing of Oren's Odachi. Shing, whoosh, clang. When the two blades met, the sound was loud enough to be heard throughout the entire estate. Using the recoil from the collision, James somersaulted away to gain some distance. Once his feet contacted the ground, he pushed off. In a blur of speed, James closed in on Oren's position and thrusted his blade toward Oren's left shoulder. Using the length and weight of his odachi, Oren casually parried the thrust to his left. Taking advantage of the momentum, James allowed his body to pivot on his left foot and dropped down to perform a leg sweep in the same motion. Oren simply stepped back, leaving the range of the sweep. James then planted his sweeping leg and performed an upward slash without breaking his momentum. Oren once again parried the blow casually, which gave James the opening to land a low kick on the inner side of Oren's calf. After taking that kick, Oren leapt away. Once he landed, he shook his leg, alleviating the slight numbness. "Not bad, kid," Oren genuinely praised. "You've made progress blending your hand-to-hand combat and kenjutsu. I can't wait to see how far you can take it." Although James was happy to receive praise, he was not foolish enough to drop his guard. And that would turn out to be the right decision. As Oren's words fell, he finally took a proper fighting stance. Then bolted in James' direction, which led to an exchange of fast and precise blows, all of which aimed to incapacitate. After 45 minutes of high-intensity, live weapon, free sparring, James was sweating profusely with haggard breathing. Oren, on the other hand, looked as relaxed as when he first stepped onto the training ground. Why were you going so much harder than usual? James asked while trying to catch his breath. "I had to, today's session has to be shorter than usual," Oren replied calmly. "Did you forget? The girls are coming today." "Ugh." James groaned. "I'd rather fight groups of strays and crows than step onto that battlefield." "Well, I definitely don't envy you," Oren said in agreement. "Now, get cleaned up. Your mother will have both our heads if you're late." Slumping his shoulders, James replied with a listless "okay." Then made his way back into the house. 40 minutes later Leona, James, and Mizor were seated in the living room waiting for the Gremry and Citri groups to arrive. Leona was giving James some advice. "Now remember, sweetie, all you have to do is be honest with them," Leona advised gently. "Yeah, I know," said James. "I'd rather be anywhere but here," written all over his expression. Seeing James' expression, Leona smiled gently and said, "I can't say you brought this on yourself, but if you want to be seen as an equal, this is something you need to address. Well, at least you need to address it with Rias and Sona. With Akino, it would just be the right thing to do." Nodding his head in agreement, James exhaled another sigh. "Girls are just so hard to understand," James muttered to himself, which caused Leona to break into laughter. A few minutes later, Ria, Sona, and Tsubaki arrived via transportation magic circle. Dispensing with the pleasantries, they immediately delved into small talk. Smiles, giggles, and full-blown laughter could be heard from everyone. Even Mizor had opened up quite a bit. After another 15 minutes, Venelana, Rias, and Akino arrived. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room changed. As Rias arrived, she took stock of the situation in the room and immediately began to scowl. "You! Get away from James!" barked Rias with her finger pointed directly at Mizor. Shocked, Mizor shrunk back and grabbed onto James' arm instinctively. This fueled Rias' anger even more. "Didn't you hear me? I said get away from James!" Rias roared, her jealousy fueling her rage even further. Hearing Rias' roars of rage, everyone was shocked. They all knew Rias was fiercely protective of what she has perceived to be hers, but this was a bit too much. James, with his usual smile now replaced by a deep frown, interrupted Rias' irrational tirade. "That's enough. I didn't really want to be here, and you've given me a perfect reason to end this quickly," James said in a low and clearly unhappy tone. Hearing James' voice, everyone was stunned into silence. The boy with the ever-present smile was emitting so much, you could not call it anger, but the sense that he was fed up was clear for all to see. Taking a deep breath to calm down a bit, James organized his thoughts. "First off, Rias, Sona, I have to apologize to the both of you." James began as calmly as he could. At the same time, the adults shared the same thought. This may be worse than I thought. He even dropped his nickname for Rias. He also had a nickname for Sona. He was the one that coined the nickname Sotan, during the time Rias was hell-bent on everyone using a Japanese speech pattern. He stopped using it, however, when Serafal also started using it. With Serafal's overbearing affection, the nickname eventually made Sona uncomfortable. And James has yet to find a suitable new one. For the last year or so, I've known how you feel about me. About your romantic feelings. James said solemnly. Having their feelings pointed out so bluntly by the boy they like, the girls could not help but blush. Unfortunately, I can't respond to those feelings, at least not for now. Continued James in the same tone. Do you remember what I said to the two of you when I decided I would create my own peerage? With James' momentary pause, Rias and Sona thought back to that day 5 years ago. James then continued. My wishes haven't changed. Up with such a simple solution. Eventually they chose to send Surzex, Knight, Okita Tsuji. The decision was not made lightly, though. Okita was strong enough to keep James safe in most situations, and he was skilled in diplomacy. Meaning unless the two went around committing crimes, they would not have many issues just going around to hunt strays and fulfill devil contracts. By the time the day of departure came around, James was a little disappointed he was unable to make up with Rias, but he pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. He had a promise to keep to himself, as well as Rias and Sona. Upon departing the underworld, James and Okita teleported to the United Kingdom. For no other reason than James heard that the British Isles produced some of the worst food in the world, and he wanted to see if the rumor was true. Jumping straight to the conclusion, the rumor was false. Most of the foods, however, were an acquired taste. Food aside, James' 3 months in the UK were productive. He fulfilled 60 wishes for humans and was assigned 38 stray devil extermination missions, all of which were at the middle rank in power or lower. Although he had eliminated 4 high-rank devils, those missions were all assigned to Okita. As for James' own extermination missions over the 3 months, James has successfully eliminated 37, currently pursuing the 38th. Human World, United Kingdom, Sky Isle, Foot of Blabane. Damn, this guy sure can run. James exclaimed as he chased down his latest target for elimination. It doesn't help that he devolved into a 4-legged creature after going stray. James has been chasing this stray devil for more than 8 kilometers so far. He has been slowly closing the distance using just his normal running speed. Many times, he has considered using his flash step, but he was unsure where the boundary to that legendary realm of Celtic mythology was located on this island. Running normally would at least leave some time to react should he pass any boundaries that he would do well to avoid. Finally closing the distance enough to cleave one of the stray's hind legs, James readied his posture for a decisive Iato strike. Before he could draw his blade, however, a shout, the voice of a male, could be heard from the distance. Halt your advance, ordered the voice. Proceed any further and consider your life forfeit. Hearing this declaration, James slowed his steps. The stray devil, however, paid no heed to the warning. James was about to ask that the stray be left alive so he could complete his mission. But before he could open his mouth, he saw a spear pierce the fleeing stray's heart. Goddamn, kill-stealing bastard! James roared in anger. That's my first failed extermination mission. Just as James' roar ended, a young man, a year or 2 older than James, made his way next to the stray devil's corpse. Pulling his spear from the dead devil, he glanced at James for a moment then paid him no further mind. So, you were the one who threw the spear, James said as he gave the young man a once-over. That was pretty impressive. The young man only nodded to acknowledge James' word then began to walk away. Before he could take 2 steps, though, James continued. But you stole my kill, dude. James said with a bit of annoyance in his tone. Plus, you caused me to fail my mission. The young man stopped, then turned his head making eye contact with James then asked, and? To make it up to me, how about you have a spar with me? James asked with a battle-hungry smile on his face. It would help me work off some of this excess energy, too. Not answering James directly, the young man looked back toward the mountain. I shall allow it. Came a majestic female voice from the mountain's direction. Receiving permission, the young man readied his battle stance, a battle-hungry smile also appearing on his face. James Alaverus. James introduced himself, as is customary before a duel. Setanta. The young man responded in kind. Ha! You are exactly who I thought you were. James exclaimed in excitement. Are you a reincarnation or a spiritual inheritor? Does that matter? Asked Setanta. Shaking his head, James replied. Not really, I was just curious. If you survive, I'll tell you. Setanta said with a smile. Deal. James shouted as he and Setanta rushed toward each other simultaneously. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Okita Tsuji was watching over James. This should be a good challenge for him. Okita thought as he watched the battle start in anticipation. Back to the battle, as the spear has an advantage in range over the katana, Setanta was the first to attack. Setanta thrusted toward the right side of James' chest. To counter, James performed an Iato causing the spear to miss wide to the right. Without missing a beat, Setanta transitioned, seamlessly, from a thrust to a sweep aimed at James' right shoulder. In return, James kept the momentum from his Iato slash and ducked under the sweeping spear while performing a foot sweep of his own, knocking Setanta off his feet. As Setanta fell to the ground, James stood and swung his blade toward Setanta's left shoulder. Using his spearhead to parry James' slash, Setanta swept the butt of his spear at James' ankles. Avoiding the blunt end of the spear, James somersaulted backward. With the newly acquired space, Setanta extended his spear over his head, then used it to vault to his feet, bringing the spear down on James. Sidestepping to the right, James used his Okairu Sakura to push the spear to his left, then added downward force causing the spearhead to embed itself into the ground. As to not allow Setanta the chance to pull it from the ground, James put a foot on the spear, then began running along its shaft toward Setanta. Instead of trying to brute force the spear out of the ground, Setanta simply let go, then kicked the blunt end of the spear upward, destabilizing James' balance. James was forced to jump back. As James was forced to take distance again, Setanta reached his spear and pulled it from the ground. Advancing in James' direction, he launched a barrage of thrusts at different angles with different speeds. Dodging what he could and parrying what he could not, James was slowly pushed back. Knowing that he would lose if he did nothing to change the situation, James intentionally showed an opening and Setanta zeroed in on it. At the same time, James swiftly sheathed his blade and drew it, aiming to slash Setanta across the chest in a non-lethal way. Unfortunately, Setanta had pushed forward faster than James had expected. This miscalculation would end with James nearly cutting Setanta in half while having his own heart pierced. Shit! James exclaimed inwardly. This time I really fucked up. Setanta was having similar thoughts. Clang, clang. Before the two fatal blows could land, Okita appeared between the two young men. With one slash, he disarmed both combatants. James and Setanta, relieved at keeping their lives and not taking a life unintentionally, both fell to the ground in exhaustion. You are both quite skilled for your ages. Okita commented, impressed by the skill both young men displayed. Thank you, Sir Okita. James responded, gratefully accepting the praise. Setanta only grunted in acknowledgement. Well, it's about time we return to the underworld, young James. Okita said as he beckoned James to his side. Yeah, I guess it's about that time, isn't it? James asked rhetorically. As Okita was about to activate his teleportation magic, the same majestic voice from earlier could be heard again. Setanta, invite our guests inside. Setanta's eyes opened wide in surprise. He then turned toward James and Okita. Bowing slightly, Setanta made a gesture ushering the two in the mountain's direction and spoke. If you could spare some time, my master would like to extend an invitation. Setanta said as he briefly paused. He then continued. If you should choose to accept, then let me be the first to welcome you to the Land of Shadows. Land of Shadows, Dun Skaith, Reception Room. After making their way through the barrier surrounding the Land of Shadows, Setanta led James and Okita halfway up the mountain to an ancient castle. This castle, Dun Skaith, is home to the Queen of the Land of Shadows, the Warrior Queen and Mentor of Heroes, Scathatch. After making their way to the castle, they walked its halls before reaching a reception room. Seated in the sparsely decorated reception room was an extremely beautiful woman with long purple hair and red eyes wearing a black bodysuit with metal shoulder pauldrons. Leaning on the side of her throne was a crimson-red spear emitting an ominous aura. As they entered the room, the beautiful woman gestured for them to sit. Accepting the offer, James and Okita sat across from the woman, while Satanta stood behind the woman to her right. Many years have passed since the last time I received guests. The woman began the conversation. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Scathatch, Queen of the Land of Shadows. With Scathacka's introduction, excitement flashed through James' eyes. This woman is a living legend. She's trained some of history's greatest heroes. James thought to himself, remembering the legends about Scathatch. Even if I can't become her disciple, a few pointers would help me improve by leaps and bounds. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Okita replied to Scathacka's introduction. I am Okita Tsuji, Knight, of Satan Surzex Lucifer's peerage. And this is James Alaverus, son of Cassiel Alaverus, Bishop, of Surzex Lucifer. With Okita's introduction, James bowed politely. I guess all those etiquette classes really did come in handy. James mused. I am sure you are curious as to why I invited you into my castle. Scathatch spoke, breaking James' musings. Indeed, responded Okita. As I am sure you are aware, I witnessed the battle between my idiot disciple's reincarnation and the young man seated beside you. Scathatch began to explain. I was impressed by his situational awareness and skill with a sword. I would assume you are his sword master. In response, Okita shook his head, then answered Scathacka's question. I wish I could take the credit for such a feat, however, I cannot. Young James here is self-taught. While Satanta's eyes opened wide in surprise, Scathatch narrowed hers in interest. That I was not expecting. Scathatch murmured to herself. Raising her voice to a normal volume, she continued. I would relish the chance to finally polish this young gem's abilities. As much as I would like to agree on his behalf, I would have to contact his parents in the underworld to gain their permission. Okita explained. Not to mention, he has some obligations to the underworld as he is striving to raise his social class among devils. Contact his parents, then. This Scathatch would not stoop so low as to force the boy against his parents' will. Replied Scathatch. She then snorted and continued in a much sharper tone. As for your devil world's politics, seeing as the boy is a half-breed, I would imagine he is being heavily suppressed. Humph. Would negotiating a quota for young devils to receive training from this Scathatch not be enough to have him promoted? In response, Okita stood to his feet, quickly excusing himself to make contact with the underworld. After receiving Okita's explanation, James easily received permission to train under Scathatch. Lasting until his 14th birthday. He would be allowed to return home for a week, once a year. Chapter 17, Training with Scathatch. Today, James turned 14. In a few minutes he would be saying goodbye to his master, Scathatch. Over the last 2.5 years, other than on his 12th and 13th birthday when he was allowed to spend a week with his family, all his time was dedicated to training and sparring. For the first half year, Scathatch put him through physical conditioning that made his 2 years of weighted training from the past look like he was on a play date. After his body was, literally and figuratively, broken and rebuilt repeatedly, he was now strong enough to lift a large SUV without the use of his demonic power. After his physical reconstruction, he had his first break. He was sent home to celebrate his 12th birthday. Spending time with his friends and family. He checked in on Mazor's progress, which was looking rather good. He hung out with Sona, Tsubaki, Mazor, and Akino. He and Mazor were able to draw another 120 chapters of Bleach, as well. However, Rias was still avoiding him. She did send him birthday wishes, though, so that's progress, right? After returning, James began technique training. First, Scathatch had him demonstrate all his fighting skills and techniques that did not rely on demonic power to use. Once she had a grasp of his skill level, she started his training in earnest. In all spars, whether with Scathatch or Satanta, James was required to go all out, treating each one like a life-or-death battle. And Scathatch constantly reminded him of that by using killing blows in nearly all of her attacks. On top of that, he would be thrown into battles with unspecified numbers of the immortal spirits imprisoned in the land of shadows, with his demonic energy sealed. James trained like that until he turned 13. Then he got his second break, which proceeded much like the first one. The exception being Rias finally stopped avoiding him. She stopped antagonizing Mizor as well. Although James was sure there was a story behind that. One that no one was willing to tell him about. James also apologized for losing his cool that day. However, Rias did not apologize for her actions, which led James to believe that something like that would happen again. The last year of James' training was focused on increasing his overall combat ability. Once again, Scathatch had James show off everything he was capable of. This time his demonic energy abilities were included. She then analyzed all the abilities he had shown. After that, James was made to spar more with Scathatch and Satanta. He also fought even stronger imprisoned immortal spirits. On top of that, there was even classroom time where James and Scathatch worked together to improve the efficiency and destructive power of all his techniques. During one of their spars, James was even able to awaken a sacred gear. Flashback, 3 months ago. Land of Shadows, Dun Skaith, Training Ground. During one of their more brutal sparring sessions, Scathatch was standing over a bloodied and beaten James with a boot on his chest and her spear resting on his throat. With a condescending smile on her face, Scathatch taunted James while he was at his weakest. "Is that the best you can do, little James?" Scathatch taunted. Even though he was feeling indignant, James was currently unable to respond. His jaw was broken, his throat was full of blood, and one of his lungs had been punctured. Although this was not the first time he had been in such a bad state, James had never felt so weak before. One of the reasons Scathatch made James show his level of skill at the beginning of training was so she could always keep him near his limit during their spars. As James improved, Scathatch would also increase her level. The amount of pressure James would feel while sparring was always constant. And if it ever fluctuated, the pressure would only increase, never decrease. Today, however, Scathatch ramped the pressure up to another level. She beat him like she was trying to break him in body and spirit. "What's wrong, little James?" Scathatch's smile grew more radiant as she saw the indignation in James' eyes slowly morphing into anger. James, not breaking eye contact with his master, raised his broken left hand, trying to grab the spear at his neck. But before he could wrap his fingers around the shaft, Scathatch spun the spear, slamming its butt into James' outstretched arm. Although there were no new broken bones from the strike, the pain James felt while his broken bones rattled around from the impact was maddening. "If this is the best you can do, I might as well send you back home, boy," Scathatch said in a scathing tone. "I do not have the time to train someone so weak." "No." James roared inwardly. He tried to create the same roar with his body. Due to his physical state, though, he was only able to produce garbled mumbles. "Did you want to say something, little James?" Scathatch asked as she lowered herself, as if she was trying to hear what James had to say. "I am not weak." James attempted to roar once more. "I will be the strongest." With that, it felt like something inside him snapped. James' mindscape. At the moment James declared to himself that he would be the strongest, a large pair of green eyes with reptilian slitted pupils snapped open. "Finally," said an ancient voice with a tone of satisfaction. "That's right, we will be the strongest." Land of Shadows, Dun Skaith, Training Ground. James' mind was shaken by a loud roar. A roar comparable to that of a dragon. At that moment, James was covered by a bright red light. The sudden pressure his body emitted even forcing Scathatch away. Once the light cleared, James' broken left arm was covered by a teku with red armor plating, accented with gold, and a green jewel embedded in the center of the armor covering his hand. Once the pressure vanished, James fell unconscious and Scathatch made her way to his side. Looking at the teku on his left arm, Scathatch realized something. So, it was the boosted gear. I guess its form changed to match his fighting style. Well, I guess his will is strong enough to force that change, Scathatch said with a smile. He may even surpass the original Satanta. What James had awakened in his rage was his sacred gear. The sacred gears were created by the biblical God as a means for humans to protect themselves against the supernatural. A sacred gear is attracted to a compatible soul and bonds to it at birth. Most sacred gears have multiple copies of each floating around among humans and human hybrids. The boosted gear, however, is not like most sacred gears. The boosted gear is one of the 13, Longinus, named after the spear that slew Christ. These, Longinus, are said to give their wielders the potential to kill gods. For example, the boosted gear can theoretically double its wielder's power every 10 seconds without limit. The caveat is that the wielder's body can handle the strain from the increased power. Noticing James beginning to awaken, Scathatch gently cradled his battered body to her bosom, then spoke just as gently. "You did well, James. I am proud of you." Still unable to speak due to his injuries, James smiled the best he could before losing consciousness, again, as Scathatch began healing his injuries. Flashback end. After that day, on top of all his regular training, Scathatch also made sure to push James and the boosted gear to their limits. She pushed them so hard that even Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination sealed in the boosted gear, asked for mercy. Scathatch, of course, was hearing none of it. Although she was unable to push James and Drake to the sacred gear's next level, known as the balance breaker, Scathatch was able to push them to unlock almost all of its abilities. Boost, the base ability of the boosted gear, allows the wielder to double their power until they reach their limit. Transfer allows the wielder to transfer the increased power to others. And lastly, Penetrate allows the user to penetrate anything when making contact, from all defenses to other attacks. Striking to an opponent's core is even a possibility. The only ability she was unable to push them to unlock was Drake's ultimate ability, which Drake did not even bother to mention, as James would have to let the dragon aura he now shares with Drake accumulate to a certain level before he could even attempt it. Also, she found that there is a storage space contained in the gauntlet. Although James has yet to decide what he would use it for. Maybe storing manga so Drake would have something to keep himself occupied. However, the most important things Scathatch taught James were definitely the ways to utilize his immense spiritual power. Scathatch imparted 2 ways to mobilize his spiritual power. The first is an intimidation technique. Using spiritual power to put pressure on an opponent's soul. If the difference in power is great enough, taking an enemy's life without moving is possible. The second technique would be considered an auxiliary technique. When focusing spiritual power into the eyes, soul sight is made possible, with limits of course. With this, James would be able to differentiate sacred gear holders from normal humans. He would be unable to identify the sacred gear, however. This ability was how and why Scathatch pushed James so hard leading up to the boosted gear's awakening. Land of Shadows, Dun Scaith. In the same reception room where they first met, Scathatch is seated on her throne with her spear leaning against its side. Exactly the same as that day. Setanta was also standing in the same position, behind and to the right of his master. The only one who is positioned differently is James. James stood before Scathatch respectfully with his hands folded behind his back. Over the last 2.5 years, James and Setanta have both grown. Setanta, back when he and James had their first spar, was about 5 feet 1 inch, approximate 1.55 m, tall. Now, at the age of 15, he has grown to 5 feet 11 inches, approximate 1.8 m, tall. With red eyes and blue hair pulled into a rat tail, he has developed a wild kind of charm. James has grown as well, though not as much as Setanta. 2.5 years ago, at the age of 11, James was 4 feet 11 inches, approximate 1.5 m, tall. But now, at 14 years old, James has grown to 5 feet 4 inches, approximate 1.63 m, tall. On top of his growth in height, James was without his long braided hair. He found out early that keeping long hair when training with Scathatch is dangerous and something she will take advantage of. Instead, he is currently sporting a buzz cut. The day we separate has finally come, said Scathatch in an awe-inspiring, majestic tone. I thank you for everything you've done for me, master, replied James as he lowered into a respectful bow. Think nothing of it, Scathatch said, waving her hand dismissively. There is nothing the Scathatch enjoys more than unearthing a talented student's potential. James could only smile wryly while thinking, that spear of hers drilled enough holes in me, I'm glad she dug up something to show for it. Before you leave, I have a graduation gift, of sorts, for you, said Scathatch, producing a red armored Teku with gold accents, nearly identical in appearance to James' boosted gear. The only difference is her gift has no green jewel embedded above the hand. I crafted this for you using the same materials mine and Satanta's new spear are made of, she said as she handed the tekka to James. With only one gauntlet, your defense will be unbalanced. Thank you, Master, James said, accepting the gift gratefully while thinking. She probably wanted to give me a katana but gave up on it because of Senbonzakura. All right, now that is taken care of, the two of you can go, Scathatch said while shooing away the two boys. Bowing once more, James said, yes, Master. I'll see you, Aga. Interrupted by his own shock, James then asked. Wait. You too? Seeing James' reaction, Scathatch raised an eyebrow then turned to Satanta and asked. Oh, you did not inform him? No, Master. Satanta replied with a smirk. I thought it would be funnier this way. Scathatch could only shake her head at her mischievous disciple's antics. To make a long story short, Satanta began his explanation. About a month ago, I asked Master if I could join your peerage, and she agreed. But why? James asked in confusion. You are this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. That means you'll be in the middle of some really fun fights. I want in, too, Satanta said with a smile. Now, time's a-wastin'. Let's go. Oh, Master also gave me permission to use my original incarnation's alias, so, you should call me See You Chillin' from now on. Creators THOUGHTS Chapter 18, Rias wants to talk on James' birthday. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Today, to celebrate James' 14th birthday and the completion of his training under Scathatch, all his friends and family have gathered in the living room of the Alaverus Estate. Seated around the table Sona and Rias usually used to play chess, are Sona, Tsubaki, Akino, and Mizore, Sona telling stories about James when they were younger. For example, that James is the creator of the energy control training method they all use. While Tsubaki, Akino, and Mizore were all shocked by Sona's story, Mizore's shock stemmed from the fact that she never believed James when he told her the same thing. Especially since he was only 6 when he created it. Leona, Vanillana, Ria, and Graphia are also seated together, chatting and gossiping. Quiet giggles can be heard from their direction, from time to time. Every so often, Leona and Graphia will make their way to the kitchen, making sure the feast planned for James' return is perfect. The thing that Vanillana and Ria find miraculous, however, is the way Leona is always able to get Graphia to let her hair down, so to speak. Graphia's professionalism while on duty is a trait known to most of the underworld's upper echelons. But when she visits Leona, that demeanor melts away and she just enjoys the girl talk with the rest of them. At another table, the three families' men, Zeoticus, Surzex, Dante, and Cassiel, are playing cards. Hearty laughter, loud complaints, and other sounds associated with merry-making can be heard. Not to mention, all the bragging about their children, or younger sister in Surzek's case. Seraphal Milicaes, the son of Surzex and Graphia, and a pretty, petite, young girl with white hair styled in a bob cut with loose bangs covering her forehead, long side bangs that reach past her shoulders, golden eyes with cat-like pupils, and a taciturn expression, are sitting together on a sofa watching the anime adaptation of James' manga, Bleach, on TV. By the way, Seraphal is the one who spearheaded the project to have Bleach adapted into an anime. Milicaes is a cute 7-year-old with short crimson red hair and red eyes, traits he inherited from his father and mother, respectively. Although he has not spent much time with James, Milicaes has come to absolutely adore him. Especially since he has been hearing stories about him for as long as he can remember. On the other hand, the white-haired girl sitting next to Seraphal and Milicaes is Rias' newest potential peerage member, Kaneko Toju. This is not her original name, but as she was in a catatonic state when she was brought to Rias and would not respond to her original name, Rias renamed her, Kaneko. Had James been around at the time, he would have had a field day. What was Rias thinking renaming what appears to be a Nikomata Kaneko or little cat? There is one person missing from this lively atmosphere, though. Although Rias is in the house, right now she does not have the heart to enjoy the current joyous mood. Having just returned from checking the preparations for the feast, Leona and Graphia took their seats next to Vanillana and Ria. Noticing Vanillana staring absent-mindedly toward the top of the staircase that leads to the second floor, Leona asked, Lana, is something wrong? Hearing Leona's question, Venelana snapped out of her daze. And with a wry smile, she replied, "I have the feeling my daughter is going to do something to ruin the mood." She then sighed upon completing her statement. Not knowing how to refute, the three other women remained silent. The one to break the silence was, surprisingly, Graphia. More than likely, Rias will storm off in a rage shortly after James returns, she said, pausing briefly before continuing. What he says to her will most definitely not be pleasant to hear, but it will be what she needs to hear. Sigh my baby. Leona sighed wistfully, before glaring at Zeoticus and Cerzex. Why does my baby have to clean up the mess a couple of grown men made? Meanwhile, at the card table, Zeoticus and Cerzex felt a chill. However, they wisely chose not to look for the source of discomfort, as they would have seen one of history's scariest glares had they found it. Well, I'm sure everything will. Rhea began consoling Leona, before she was interrupted by the appearance of a teleportation magic circle bearing James' spiritual mark. As the magic circle rose then faded away, in its place stood two young men, one tall and one short. The taller of the two young men is James' newest potential member of his peerage, Siu Chulin, formerly known as Satanta, the reincarnation of Ireland's Son of Light. And the shorter of the two young men is none other than the birthday boy himself, James Alaverus. Seeing her baby boy had returned, Leona was the first to move. Madly dashing in the new arrival's direction, Leona embraced James in a tight hug. "Happy birthday, James," Leona said excitedly. "Happy birthday, James." A beat later, everyone else chimed in. Standing next to James and Leona, Siu Chulin remarked, "Man, these people sure are lively." Finally noticing that James was not alone, Leona asked James, "Oh, you brought someone with you. Would you mind making introductions?" Freeing himself from Leona's embrace, James began his introduction in a theatrical manner. "Allow me to introduce to you, he is the newest potential member of my peerage, my senior apprentice brother, also trained by Master Scathatch, a great spearman, and the man whose bad luck has no equal. Now, why don't you give it up for Siu Chulin? Reincarnation of Ireland's Son of Light." By the end James was roaring like the announcer at a professional wrestling match. Dragged into James' pace, everyone in the room began to applaud. "Hey, James!" Siu Chulin shouted. "What the hell do you mean, a man whose bad luck knows no equal? Do you really want me to explain?" James asked with a deadpan. Seeing James' expression and hearing his tone when he asked the question, Siu Chulin wisely dropped the subject. After that, James began introducing everyone to the newcomer. Much like he did when he brought Mizor home, James got carried away and had not realized he had never met Kaneko until it was too late. This of course led to everyone laughing uproariously at James' expense, with Siu Chulin laughing the hardest. Even the taciturn Kaneko cracked a small smile. After everyone was able to calm down, Akino took on the role of introducing Kaneko. Looking at Kaneko, James thought to himself, "Her aura is that of a yokai. A Nikomata, I think. No, it's slightly different. Could she be one of the legendary Nico show? But I thought they were extinct." James did not slip into thought for too long. Scathatch made sure to cure him of that idiosyncrasy, in a very Scathatch way. Making his way in front of her, Kaneko looked up at James with curiosity. To her surprise, James then began patting her head, which made her flinch. The comfortable feeling that came afterward, however, left her with no desire to extricate herself. "It's nice to meet you, Kitty. I'm James Alaverus," James said in a gentle tone. "I hope we can get along in the future." Kaneko only nodded in response, with a slight blush on her cheeks. TCH. James heard the sound of several clicked tongues, but wisely chose to avoid opening that can of worms. "So, James, how are the results of your training?" asked Cerzex. "Well." James stopped to think, then answered with a bit of uncertainty in his tone. "I could probably give a low-level, ultimate rank being a good fight. I would still lose though. I think." At James' response, the room fell silent. Everyone, except Siu Chulin, was dumbfounded. Replied Mizor as ice covered her hands, taking the form of claws. James then spoke to the group of vampires in a mocking tone, "I really appreciate the fact that you let us strategize. Now that we're ready, we're gonna put you all down, now. Okay. Hearing James' taunt, the vampires were naturally angered. As they were about to start firing back insults and scathing remarks, James acted. Scatter, Senbonzakura. James drew Okairu Sakura just as he spoke the trigger words. Once the blade was broken down fully, he sent the petal-shaped blades all around, separating the 12 vampires into their assigned groups of 4. Killing the 2 low-ranked vampires he was in charge of taking down in the process. Once the vampires were split into groups of 4, Siyu Chulin immediately dashed toward the 4 assigned to him. Rushing into their midst, he performed a sweep with all of them in his trajectory. From this, the low-level, low-rank and the mid-level, middle-rank lost their heads with no resistance. The high-level, middle-rank was flung back about 13 feet, approximate 4 m, when he tried to block with his own spear. The bones in his arms breaking in the process. However, the high-level, mid-rank vampire was able to stop the strike, with his great sword, with little issue. Thinking the result satisfactory, Siyu Chulin withdrew his spear, then rushed toward the downed middle-rank vampire and thrust the spear through his heart, before returning his attention to the remaining high-rank vampire. Well, that was a disappointing warm-up. Siyu Chulin remarked, as he retook his stance. I hope you'll be able to entertain me a little more. You damn brat. The vampire said as he dashed forward. With no feints, the vampire aimed to cut Siyu Chulin from head to crotch in a single strike. You're really looking down on me, huh? Siyu Chulin muttered to himself, as he parried the downward slash, knocking the vampire off balance. Then, before he could regain his balance, Siyu Chulin thrust his spear forward, piercing his foe's heart. He then quickly retracted the spear and swung it horizontally to decapitate the still-breathing vampire. Master would have had a field day if she had seen their poor weapon skills. Siyu Chulin said to himself as he flourished his spear before resting it on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Mizore made quick work of her opponents, as well. Once the enemies were separated, she used her racial ability, to manipulate and create ice, to sprout ice spikes from below the group of vampires. Killing the 3 low ranks instantly, with the middle rank jumping away from the surprise attack. But as soon as he landed, Mizore, using her ice to propel herself forward at high speed, appeared before him with her ice claw stretched forward. In the next moment, half of Mizore's arm was protruding from the vampire's back. Pulling her arm out of the vampire's corpse, Mizore complained. How am I supposed to improve if they give me such weak opponents? It looks like James is rubbing off on you, Mizore. Siyu Chulin said with a laugh as he made his way toward Mizore after finishing his own fight. I'd rather he just be rubbing on me. Mizore said to herself. What did you say? Asked Siyu Chulin as he was unable to hear her mutterings. It's none of your business, squeaked Mizore with a blush on her face. Well, I guess we're all done. When Mizore and Siyu Chulin turned their heads in the voice's direction, James was walking toward them, sheathing his Okairu Sakura. Once the click from the handguard meeting the mouth of the sheath was heard, 2 heads simultaneously fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Looking closely, you would notice they belonged to the high-level, high-rank and mid-level, middle-rank vampires he was fighting. Well, now that has been taken care of, James said as he turned his attention to the vampire girl who brought this altercation with her. Want to tell us what's going on, miss? Staring at the trio with her eyes wide open, the vampire girl only had one thought on her mind. Who in the world are these 3? Chapter 21, She's a Shinso Vampire. Human World, Romania, Bucharest. In a suite, in the city's most luxurious hotel, an adult and 4 teenagers were seated on the 2 sofas present in the suite's living room. Well, like I said before. James began the conversation. Now that that's taken care of, want to tell us what's going on, miss? Still in shock that 3 teenagers around her age were able to dispose of an experienced group of vampires specialized in hunting escapees, the beautiful, red-eyed, vampire girl with long, straight silver hair and a voluptuous figure began to introduce herself. First of all, I'd like to thank you for saving me, the vampire girl said while bowing her head in gratitude. My name is Mocha aka Haya, and like I said before, I'm an escapee from the Teeps faction of vampires. The vampires have been warring internally for centuries, thus the need for factions. The 2 factions, the Teeps and the Carmilla, are descendants of Vladimir Teeps and Carmilla, respectively. The Teeps vampires are patriarchal, and believe in complete male supremacy, while the Carmilla are the exact opposite. With their viewpoints on extreme opposite sides of the spectrum, civil war among the vampires was inevitable. Must have been rough living with such extreme male chauvinists. James said sympathetically, with Mizore nodding in agreement. Miss AKA's Haya, what is this you mentioned about reviving the vampire progenitor? Okita Tsuji asked with a solemn expression. Yes, I'll explain. Mocha said as she gathered her thoughts. I don't know all the details, but what I do know is Alucard, the progenitor of all vampires, has been revived. Even if in an extremely weakened state. Wait. Siyu Chilin cut in. When you approached us, didn't you say they wanted to sacrifice you to revive the progenitor? Smack. Out of nowhere, James swatted Siyu Chilin in the back of the head. Damn it, James. Siyu Chilin roared in protest. What the hell did you hit me for? I was thinking, since your brain isn't working, it might start if I hit it a few times. James said nonchalantly, with Mizore nodding in agreement. My brain is not an old TV set. Siyu Chilin said in annoyance. Seeing the trio's antics, Okita could only shake his head with a smile. Mocha, on the other hand, looked at them with envy in her gaze. Having friends like that must be nice. She thought to herself. Anyway, casually dismissing Siyu Chilin's complaints, James continued, if this Alucard, or whatever his name is, has already been revived, then that means they want to sacrifice Miss Akashiya here to restore his strength. Or something like that. Mocha's eyes opened in amazement. She was truly impressed at how quickly James was able to deduce the truth. Your analytical ability and deductive reasoning are truly impressive. Mocha said with genuine praise in her tone. If you read enough manga, you could see the pattern from a mile away. James replied while waving dismissively. Hearing James' response, Mocha's eyebrow twitched, while Okita face-palmed. We're getting off topic. Mizore reminded everyone gently. Nodding his head in agreement, James spoke, once again. I have a question that I hope you can answer. James said, making eye contact with Mocha. For this Alucard to regain his strength, do a bunch of vampires need to be sacrificed, like, to fill the numbers? Or does the sacrifice have to be you, specifically? Biting her lower lip, Mocha was clearly hesitating to answer. Eventually, she replied. They need me specifically. She said as she lowered her head. As I expected. James said while nodding his head. The next question, what will you do now? That was a question Mocha dreaded. She knew going back to vampire territory was impossible. Even if she tried to defect to the Carmilla faction, she would more than likely be treated as a slave or servant, at best. Seeing the struggle in the girl's expression, Mizore tugged on James' sleeve and asked in a cutesy tone. Can't she come with us? Hearing Mizore's question, Mocha opened her eyes wide. In response to Mizore's question, James smiled and patted her head. Mizore's eyes narrowed in pleasure as James replied. As much as I'd like to take her with us, there are two conditions that would have to be fulfilled. Mocha's eyes opened even wider, her mouth, now, hanging open as well. First, she'd have to be willing to join my peerage. James began to explain, then continued. And second, I'd have to know what kind of trouble I was picking up. If it's too heavy, I can't be expected to carry it, can I? Mizore took a moment to consider James' response, then nodded her head in understanding, which earned her more head pats. Meanwhile, Okita Tsuji nodded his head as well, impressed by James' breadth of mind. If those conditions sound good to you, I'm willing to at least discuss. Said James as he shifted his attention to Mocha. Once again, Mocha was hesitant. She understood where James was coming from. However, she was afraid that he would hear her circumstances then give up on her. At worst, he could sell her out to the vampires. Seemingly seeing through Mocha's thoughts, James made a suggestion. Since it seems you're having trouble trusting me. Which is completely understandable. James said, pausing briefly before continuing. We can sign a devil contract that states, you tell me your situation and in return, I keep it secret as long as I don't accept you into my peerage. Devil contract? Mocha asked in confusion. Well, I'm a half-devil. James replied. By the way, our guard, Sir Okita, is a devil, Mizore is a Yukiana, and Lancer is an idiot. Damn it, James. Siyu Chulin shouted indignantly. Yeah, I know. James said dismissively. We'll fight when we get back home. Huffing in annoyance, Siyu Chulin clarified. I'm a human. James then chimed in. He didn't deny being an idiot, though. Gah. As Siyu Chulin roared in frustration, Mizore and Mocha could not help but giggle. Once the excitement died down, Mocha spoke. I'll agree to the contract, she said with a bit less apprehension in her expression. Great. James responded with a smile. Then, if you would follow me. James then stood and relocated to one of the suite's bedrooms. Mocha followed without hesitation. And the rest of James' group waited in the living room. Once they were alone, James and Mocha signed a devil contract with the conditions James mentioned earlier. Once the contract was in place, James set up a silencing barrier around the room. James then explained the evil peace system and what it means to be in a peerage. He also explained the advantages and disadvantages of accepting the offer. He also explained that the only things he really expected from his peerage were striving for self-improvement and unity. He does not even expect his peerage to all like each other, but they must be able to put their differences aside when necessary. After James' explanation, Mocha agreed, without hesitation. Then realized it was her turn to spill the beans, if you will. Taking a deep breath, Mocha organized her thoughts. Then began to explain. Have you ever heard the term Shinso vampire? Mocha asked. James simply shook his head in response. Well, there are only two real differences between a Shinso vampire and a regular vampire. Mocha said, beginning her explanation. The first is the limit to growth. Alucard in his prime was at main tier god rank. Whereas regular vampires seem to cap at low tier god rank, Vladimir Teeps and Carmilla were no exception. Expecting something similar, James nodded his head, signaling Mocha to continue. The second major difference is that a Shinso vampire isn't affected by sunlight at all. James finally showed a shocked expression. And when he did, Mocha continued. And though I'm not sure about my strength limit, but I am sure that I have no issue walking under the sun. Hearing that, James' mouth and eyes opened to a comical degree. Seeing James' facial expression, Mocha wanted to laugh, but held back. The effort caused her to tremble violently. Noticing Mocha's expression and body language, James snapped out of his stupor. He then stopped to think, weighing his options. Finally, he made his decision. Starting at the conclusion, I'm willing to accept you into my peerage. James began to explain. But before Mocha could get too excited, he continued. We'll have to get you trained up, though. I'm sure the Teeps faction won't give up on you that easy. We'll need to get you strong enough to protect yourself, at least long enough for help to arrive. Since there will be times when you are alone, even if they're not very often. Taking a bit of time to process what James just said, Mocha found it reasonable. It is true that she would find herself alone from time to time. Like if she went out to a convenience store, or something. After wrapping her mind around everything, she rose to her feet and clasped her hands in front of her chest. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mocha exclaimed in jubilation with a beautiful smile on her face. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't willing to take me in. Don't worry about it. James said with a chuckle, noting mentally that her genuine, happy smile was breathtaking. Although it's not official yet, we'll all be family from now on. After taking some time to calm down, Mocha's expression returned to normal, which is an expression of pride. Once the negotiations were done with, James removed the silencing barrier. Then both he and Mocha made their way back into the living room. Hearing the sound of the door James and Mocha were using for their discussion opening, Okita, Mizore, and Siyu Chulin turned their attention in that direction. The first to speak was naturally Siyu Chulin. So, what's the word? Siyu Chulin asked as if he was unconcerned. Rolling his eyes at Siyu Chulin's act because he could see the curiosity in his eyes, James spoke straight to the point. Well, it looks like our growing family just got a new member. James said as he stepped aside and pointed at Mocha. Standing up excitedly, Mizore cheered. Yay! Now I will not be outnumbered by the boys. That was probably her real reason for asking me/James to take her/me in, huh? The rest of the room's occupants thought at the same time. Well, because we got ourselves a new companion, it looks like our trip will be cut short. James said, but before he could continue, he was interrupted. Huh, wait. Why? Mizore asked in a fluster. Because that's how it's always been. James said with a tilt of his head. Unsure what the issue was. Hearing James' answer, Mizore squatted down and began drawing circles with her finger on the floor, while muttering some pretty ominous words. Deciding that can of worms was not worth opening, James turned his attention to Okita. Sir Okita, I'll have to trouble you to set up a trip to the underworld through the official channels. James asked with the tone of making a formal request. Although this is the first time it is being mentioned, those visiting the underworld for the first time must enter through a certain route. Otherwise, they will be treated as intruders and hunted down like fugitives. It's no trouble at all, Okita said casually. The preparations should be complete in 3 days. Hearing Okita's time frame, James made an executive decision. Well, if that's the case, we'll end the training here and spend the next 3 days sightseeing like regular tourists. James said with a smile. And Mocha, the Teeps shouldn't be back before then, right? I don't think so. Mocha said, uncertainty clear in her tone. Hearing that, James just shrugged. Whatever, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In the meantime, let's go out and have some fun. Mizore, see you chillin', and Mocha cheered in excitement. At the same time, Okita thought to himself, kids will be kids, after all. Chapter 22, another one sacrificed to the shopping demons. A/N, taking a suggestion from some of the readers, I'll be making a change. Low, mid, high level will be changed to beginner, intermediate, advanced level. Low, middle, high rank will remain unchanged. I hope that will fix some of the confusion. For months have passed since James recruited Mocha aka Haya for his future peerage. In those 4 months, James and his friends did not venture out on any more field training trips. Instead, James and Cu Chillin focused on getting Mizore and Mocha up to an acceptable level in terms of combat prowess. Sona and Tsubaki joined their training as often as they could as well. And last but not least, Kaneko also joined. James and Cu Chillin, being the strongest of the 7 teenagers who often trained at the Alaverus estate, often took part in high-intensity spars against not only each other, but if their schedules would allow it, Okita, Suji, Oren, and even Cassiel would show up. Although they have not raised their strength to that of ultimate rank yet, James and Cu Chillin have refined their fighting techniques and power usage to a frightening degree, for their ages. Mizore, having taken educational classes for the last 3 or so years, has pushed her level of education to the point that she would have no trouble keeping up in any high school in the world. Under Graphia and Seraphal, more so Seraphal, she has pushed her ice manipulation further than before, creating colder, more solid ice and manipulating it more freely. With her efforts, she was finally able to break the threshold and became an advanced level, middle rank being. Mocha also joined the classes with Mizore. As a female growing up in the Teeps faction of vampires, she had few opportunities to better herself or broaden her horizons. Receiving the opportunity, she dove into it like a fish returning to the sea. Though 4 months was considered a short time in terms of gaining knowledge, due to her passion for learning, her progress has been nothing short of spectacular. As far as training goes, after testing her affinity for all sorts of weaponry, Mocha decided she preferred to fight barehandedly. With that discovery, James took charge of her training. He taught her everything he knew about Muay Thai and wrestling. By the end of this 4-month stretch, if her supernatural powers were taken out of the equation, Mocha would be a match for the best amateur MMA fighters in the human world. As far as Sona and Tsubaki's training went, they were split between James and Cu Chillin, respectively. When training with Sona, James focused on control and variation. In terms of control, James and Sona spent little time on it. Sona's control of her demonic energy was far more advanced than James had expected. That only left adding variety to Sona's magical repertoire. To do so, James drew diagrams of all the water-release jutsu he could think of from Naruto, minus the hand signs. From that point on, Sona went through a sort of transformation. With a new set of offensive, defensive, and auxiliary techniques, her threat level in battle increased substantially. Tsubaki's training was handled exclusively by Cu Chillin. As Tsubaki's weapon of choice is the naginata, it only made sense. Seeing as the naginata is a long-handled weapon with a curved blade, it is basically a spear. Siyu Chillin's training was much more straightforward than James. Just a healthy dose of sparring followed by pointers and reflection. Then, rinse and repeat. After 4 months of training like that with Siyu Chillin, Tsubaki's handling of her weapon improved dramatically. Finally, the most surprising addition to the training group, Kaneko. James had found out about Kaneko's talent for barehanded fighting through Sona. As he often asked about Rias and her peerage progress and well-being. Once he heard about her talents, James wrote Rias a letter. One formally requesting permission to train Kaneko. And to everyone's surprise, Rias agreed. So, Kaneko arrived the following day with a letter penned by Rias asking James to take good care of Kaneko and expressing her apologies for all the things she had done to wrong both James and Mizore. From that day on, Kaneko would join Mocha in being trained in Muay Thai by James. And Kaneko's rate of improvement was on par with Mocha. The above routines went on for 4 months. However, after the 3rd month, James added another routine to his schedule. Every evening, after dinner, James would review for the high-class promotion exam with Sona. Although James never slacked in learning and keeping up with the changes going on in the underworld, he was nowhere as invested as Sona had been. Which made sense. Sona was being raised as the heir to one of the underworld's most influential houses. And although James still was not ready to admit it, with all the one-on-one time they spent together over the last few months, Sona was making progress in leaving a mark that is more than just platonic in James' heart. Day before the high-class promotion exam Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City Lilith. In the same crowded plaza, a teleportation magic circle bearing the mark of Alaverus appears in one of its corners. Once it had risen to its apex and vanished, 6 figures appeared in its place. 2 adults, a man and a woman, and 4 teenagers, 2 young men and 2 young women. While taking a quick look around his surroundings, the first to speak, James Alaverus, a handsome young man standing 6 foot, approximate 1.83 m, tall with caramel-colored skin, cornrowed black hair with long braids hanging from their ends, and chestnut brown eyes with dusk pink outlining each iris, dressed casually in a black short-sleeved polo t-shirt, dark blue denim jeans, and black Air Force Ones. I can't believe it, it's already been 3 years since I was here. Well, you did spend most of your time here in bed last time, replied Leona Alaverus, a beautiful, light brown-skinned, chestnut brown-eyed, young woman who stood at 5 feet 9 inches, approximate 1.75 m, tall with long black hair pulled into a ponytail reaching her hips and a bang that falls over her forehead and left eye, reaching her chin, dressed in a white t-shirt tucked into a pair of blue stretch denim jeans, and black sandals. Holding onto James' left arm as she looked around excitedly at the new sights, Shirayuki Mizore, a pretty, fair-skinned girl standing 4 feet 11 inches, approximate 150 centimeters, tall with shoulder-length light purple hair, messy bangs swept to the left, and light blue eyes with dark purple pupils, wearing a strapless, knee-length white dress and heeled sandals the same color as her hair, asked for the details in curiosity. Slept the whole time, what happened? Hearing Mizore's question, Mocha aka Haya, an exceptionally beautiful, pale-skinned, red-eyed, girl standing 5 feet 2 inches, approximate 1.57 m, tall with long silver hair that reaches her lower back with messy bangs covering her forehead and dressed in a teal-green blouse and a mid-thigh length white pleated skirt, and white Air Force Ones for girls, perked up as well. Cassiel Alaverus, a brown-skinned, dusk pink-eyed, man with spiky dark red hair standing vertically with one spiky strand hanging over his forehead, dressed in a white tracksuit and white sneakers, replied with a laugh. Well, after being dragged around for 10 hours to shop with 2 beautiful women, then having to take the middle-class promotion test. He was just exhausted. As Cassiel explained, Leona blushed in embarrassment, remembering the shopping trip in question. Sona and I got so into our shopping, we even forgot to eat. Which means, James didn't eat either. Yeah. James said with a lifeless look in his eyes as he remembered the shopping trip from hell. Shortly after, his eyes sharpened as he glared at his father, Cassiel. And coincidentally, Pop had business to take care of. Right until we got back to the hotel. Cassiel looked away with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, unable to make eye contact with James, due to a guilty conscience. On the other hand, Siyu Chillin aka Lancer, a red-eyed, young man standing 6 foot, approximate 1.83 m, tall with dark blue hair pulled into a rat tail that reached his shoulders, wearing silver earrings, a black t-shirt with an Ichigo Kurosaki decal, blue denim shorts and black boots, laughed uproariously, before saying, "James, oh James. Your father sacrificed you to the shopping demons." While James hung his head and slumped his shoulders after having his suspicions pointed out. Cassiel, thinking that turning just his head wasn't enough, turned his whole body away from his son. However, Leona, Mizore, and Mocha had fire in their eyes as they glared at the laughing Siyu Chulin. Noticing the situation, a moment later, James put on a mischievous smile, then suggested, "Well, I need to get another sword, as I had an idea I wanted Master Scathatch to help me with." James then paused for a moment. Once he made sure he had everyone's attention, he continued. "So, how about we do things like this? Pop, can you take me to the swordsmith who made Okairu Sakura? Meanwhile Mom, you take the girls to buy whatever they want, my treat. That treat includes you too, Mom." Mizore and Mocha's eyes lit up at the offer, while Leona gave James a hug and a kiss on the cheek in thanks. Siyu Chulin, however, raised his hand in confusion and asked a question. One he would regret. So, I guess I'm going with you and Uncle Cassiel, then." "Oh, sorry Lancer, I forgot," James said with mock guilt in his expression. Pretending to think for a few moments, he spoke once again when he felt it was enough. "How about going with Mom and the girls to protect them and carry their bags?" With that, the flames of rage were visible in Siyu Chulin's eyes due to James' betrayal. The ladies, on the other hand, were ecstatic at the thought of having a pack mule. After discussing the finer details, such as what time they would reconvene for dinner and where they would meet, they started to make their way to their own temporary destinations. However, as they were separating, as James stepped past Siyu Chulin, he whispered, "Being sacrificed to the shopping demons isn't so funny now, is it?" Then continued forward without looking back. James could feel Siyu Chulin's glare trying to burn a hole in his back and paid it no mind. Once the two groups separated, James and Cassiel first checked in at the same hotel as they had 3 years ago. After that, they headed to the swordsmith who created Okairu Sakura's shop. After walking for 35 minutes, the father-son duo stood before a shop with a large sign above the door that read, "Muramasa's." Looking up at the shop sign, James asked his father, "This the place?" "Yup." Cassiel replied casually. "All right, then let's go," James said, as he walked forward then pushed the door open. Ring. A bell rang as the door opened. Shortly afterward, they were greeted by a middle-aged man. "Welcome to Muramasa's." The middle-aged man began before pausing, as he had recognized one of his guests. "Oh Cassiel, it's you. How's that last piece working out for your son? And what did he end up calling it?" Before Cassiel could open his mouth, James answered the middle-aged man's questions. "Mr. Muramasa, I assume. It's nice to meet you, and the blade you crafted is exquisite. Its name is Okairu Sakura, by the way." "Oh, so you're the kid Cassiel spoke about so proudly, huh?" Muramasa said while looking James up and down. He then continued. "Okairu Sakura, huh? Japanese for falling cherry blossoms, not bad. Looks like it landed in good hands." Hearing Muramasa's approval, James stepped forward, materializing the sheathed Okairu Sakura in his hand, and made his request. "Sir, I need a second blade," said James, who then explained what he needed exactly. "I need a blade with identical specs. Weight, shape, blade length, blade width, hilt length, etc. Everything needs to be identical. Aside from the color scheme. I need that to be the opposite. The cherry blossom pattern can be the same, though." Once James finished, he took a deep breath and looked Muramasa in the eye. "Before I agree, what do you need a second blade for?" Muramasa asked with a serious expression on his face. "Well," James explained the reason he needed the second sword. Which Muramasa agreed to quickly. "Come back in 4 days," Muramasa said after recording Okairu Sakura's specifications. James and Cassiel then left the shop and returned to the hotel to rest before they met up with Leona's group for dinner. It will remain a secret that James found the lifeless look in Siyu Chulin's eyes immensely satisfying when they met up. Chapter 23, on to the next one. High class promotion exam day Underworld, Satan territory, capital city Lilith. Having just finished showering, brushing his teeth, and getting dressed, James opened the door and stepped out of the room he shared with Siyu Chulin, who happened to still be asleep. In the hotel suite's living room, Mizore and Mocha were seated on the sofa watching TV in their pajamas. Mizore's being white with navy blue accents and Mocha's were teal green with white accents. James was a bit surprised to see the girls up so early, but then remembered a theory he came up with a few years ago. Women must come standard with two engines. One for daily life. But when shopping, the power supply switches to the second one. Thinking his hypothesis was flawless, James nodded his head in satisfaction. Once he was done patting himself on the back, he greeted the girls. "Good morning, Mizore, Mocha, did you sleep well?" James asked with a smile. Finally pulling their attention from the TV at the sound of James' voice, the girls smiled back and said, "Good morning, James." Patting the space between them, Mizore invited James to sit and watch TV with her and Mocha. An action Mocha did not seem to mind. Accepting the invitation, James took a seat between the girls, which led to Mizore resting her head on his right shoulder. Although not as bold or clingy as Mizore, even Mocha moved a bit closer. Close enough for her shoulder to be in contact with James' upper arm. Although it has yet to be stated outright, Mizore has been working with Sona to weaken the defenses around James' heart. Although she was originally against the thought of sharing James, after realizing that many high-class devils have harems, even if they only have one official wife. Another reason she agreed to Sona's proposal was that she had seen most of the hoops James was made to jump through after becoming middle class, just so he would be qualified to take the high-class promotion exam. With her future status as a low-class, reincarnated devil, she imagined the hurdles would be even higher. Mocha, on the other hand, having spent her early childhood in the Teeps faction, grew up thinking it natural for a strong male to have multiple women by his side. What made the thought of being part of James' harem even easier is that James had no interest in forcing the issue. In fact, James had made it clear on multiple occasions that he was not ready for a romantic relationship. At least until he had achieved his goal. Which would happen in 3 days if everything went as planned. Everything going as planned simply means James passing the promotion exam in a few hours. Once the exam is over, the results will be made public 2 days later. And then, a day after that, those that passed will be promoted in front of the Devil World's upper echelon in a grand ceremony. After watching the TV with the girls for a while, Cassiel and Leona came out of their bedroom. Looking over James and the girls, Leona smiled brightly. Cassiel, on the other hand, was staring at his son with a bit of jealousy. "Why is my son so much more comfortable around women than I am?" Cassiel thought to himself as he lamented his ineptitude. Feeling his father's bitter glare, James tilted his head in confusion. He then greeted his parents with a smile. "Mom, Pop, good morning. I hope you slept well." With a smile, Leona replied. "I did, how about you?" While Cassiel nodded his head in agreement. "I slept great." James replied with a smile as well. "Where's Lancer?" Cassiel asked with a smirk. With an eerily similar smirk to his father, James answered. "He's still asleep." The Alaverus men then chuckled, while Leona and the girls shook their heads at the pair's antics. Leona, after checking the time, asked, "Have you kids eaten breakfast yet?" "Nope," said Mizore with a shake of her head. "Me neither." Mocha chimed in. "Same here," said James. ***, you kids should take better care of yourselves," Leona said and then paused. Continuing shortly afterward. "Especially you, James, if you plan on eating before the exam, then you have to do it now." Checking the time for himself, James shot up from the couch and shouted. "It's already this late. I don't wanna almost be late like last time." He then rushed out of the suite and entered the elevator so he could have breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Seeing James rushing to get breakfast, Mizore and Mocha looked at each other, briefly making eye contact, before they rushed into their shared bedroom. After a few minutes, they re-emerged, fully dressed. They then rushed out of the suite, just like James did a few minutes beforehand. "Oh, to be young," Leona said with a smile. Cassiel shook his head in amusement. They really didn't have to rush out like that though. Cassiel remarked. Leona just smiled in response. She then linked arms with her husband and led him out of the room and to the hotel restaurant. After eating their fill, Leona, Mizor, and Mocha returned to their room with some food for whenever Siyu Chulin woke up. They would need their pack mule, Protector, well fed so he could do his job properly. On the other hand, Cassiel and James made their way to the convention center. With plenty of time to spare, James was able to find his assigned exam room relaxedly. After another 15 minutes, the exam began. Although the questions were a little more abstract, the topics were a little more varied, and the dual opponent was a little stronger than those in the middle-class promotion exam, James still managed to breeze through it. A few hours later, Cassiel and James were seated in a restaurant waiting for the rest of their group to arrive. Once you pass the test and are promoted to a high-class devil, what's your next goal? Cassiel asked while stirring cream and sugar into his coffee. Taking a sip of his grapefruit juice, James replied while smiling wryly. What you really want to ask is, what are you gonna use to avoid those girls' feelings next? Right. Adopting a similar wry smile, Cassiel decided to drop the subject. James, however, decided to give him an answer to his original question. Well, the first thing I want to do is make up with Riri, said James as he gazed out of the window. Surprised by James' answer, Cassiel raised an eyebrow expecting James to continue. And James met his expectations splendidly. It's time I started confronting all the girls who I know have feelings for me. Even if I don't know exactly how I feel about all of them. Damn it. Why is my son so much better than me at this? Feeling his father's glare, James tilted his head in confusion. Unable to figure out what the problem was, James shrugged and pushed it to the back of his mind. After another 10 minutes, Leona, Mizor, Mocha, and Siyu Chulin arrived, then sat down around the table. Mizor and Mocha taking the seats to James' left and right respectively. Have any problems protecting the ladies? James asked Siyu Chulin with a smirk. Not even having the energy to banter, Siyu Chulin responded simply. I hate you. He then fell silent. Which led to Leona, Mizor, and Mocha laughing at his misfortune. That will teach him to call us shopping demons. The ladies all thought to themselves. After some small talk and a lovely meal, the group returned to the hotel to relax. The next day passed in the same relaxed fashion. The difference being that this time Cassiel was drafted into the position of the ladies' protector. The next day, at around noon, the group made their way to the convention center. Even if they expected James to pass, they still had to see it for themselves. Arriving in front of the board with the new high-class devil's exam numbers, Mocha asked. James, what is your exam number? Waving dismissively, James said, there's no need to look. He then turned and walked away. Everyone else was confused. Eventually Mizor asked. Auntie Leona, what is James' exam number? Fishing James' exam registration out of her purse, Leona answered Mizor's inquiry. 973-4118-21, Leona read the registration information. Siyu Chulin then turned and walked away as well. Lancer, where are you going? Mocha asked in confusion. James was right, there's no need to look. Siyu Chulin responded as he walked away. Stupid Siyu, what did he mean by that? Mizor asked in frustration. Cassiel then pointed up at the top of the board. The three ladies followed the direction and saw the top few spots for the promotion exam. 1. 973-4118-21. 2. 454-7318-99. 3. 882-1115-29. OMG. James got first place. Mocha exclaimed excitedly. That silly Siyu just wanted to look cool. Mizor shouted in annoyance. Though that didn't stop a smile from creeping onto her face. As she had been shouting, Siyu Chulin almost tripped over himself when he heard Mizor calling him Siyu in public. Instead of turning back and drawing attention to it, though, Siyu Chulin chose to catch up with James, who was waiting for the rest of the group outside of the crowd. So how does it feel? Siyu Chulin asked. How does what feel? James asked in return. Achieving your goal. Siyu Chulin clarified. OH, nothing special. James said nonchalantly. This is a goal I had no doubt I would reach. Nodding his head in understanding, Siyu Chulin then asked, so, what's next? James did not answer immediately, stroking his chin while he considered his reply. I have 2 goals that I'd like to complete sometime in the near future, James said, finally replying to Siyu Chulin's last question. The first is to complete my peerage, making it as strong as it can be. And the second? Well, that's a secret. But I don't think I can complete the first without the second. TCH. Siyu Chulin clicked his tongue at James' half-answer. You're just trying to be mysterious. In response, James smiled brightly. He genuinely enjoyed it whenever Siyu Chulin was annoyed. At that moment, the rest of the group came out of the crowd. Noticing Siyu Chulin's frown, Mizore decided to rub salt in the wound. Even if she had no idea what it was that was annoying Siyu Chulin. What's the matter, Siyu? Mizore said in a very sing-song tone. You need to turn that frown upside down, mister. Would you shut up? Siyu Chulin growled in response. Mocha then decided to join in as well. Mizore, you really should stop calling him that. Mocha said in a mock reprimanding tone. It's not very nice. Can't you see Satanta doesn't like it? She then raised her finger and pointed at Siyu Chulin's frowning face. After hearing Mocha's cheap shot, Siyu Chulin deadpanned and said, I hate all 3 of you. I just want you all to know that. At that, Mizore and Mocha broke into a fit of giggles. James then threw his arm around Siyu Chulin's neck and laughed heartily. Eventually, even Siyu Chulin dropped the frown and laughed along with the other 3. Seeing the kids having fun, Cassiel and Leona smiled happily. Our son sure can pick M. Cassiel said with a big smile on his face. Of course, he can. Leona said smugly. He's my son after all. Well, he's my son too, dear. Cassiel said with a tone like he was trying to remind her. Scoffing at her husband's reminder, Leona replied in mock anger. If he took after you, he would still be all alone. At that, Cassiel could only smile wryly, while Leona had a triumphant smile on her face. She then turned her attention back to the kids. So, what do you guys want to do now? Before anyone else could respond, James made his request. Can we grab a bite? Being in large crowds makes me uncomfortable. And when I get uncomfortable, I get hungry, said James while he rubbed his stomach. Then, continuing to laugh and chat, everyone made their way to a nearby restaurant. Chapter 24, Falling Cherry Blossoms Under the Full Moon. The rest of the events for the promotion were quite uneventful. Although the kids were looking forward to the promotion ceremony, Leona and Cassiel knew what to expect. As a matter of fact, the ceremony turned out exactly as they expected. A bunch of the Devil World's higher-ups gave grandiose speeches about the supremacy of devils, how those born of low birth should be grateful for the opportunity to advance, and blah blah blah. And to add insult to injury, so to speak, there were a total of 8 speakers who managed to speak for more than 4 hours. By the end of the first hour, James had pulled out a sketchbook and began to draw. Where that sketchbook came from is anyone's guess, though. Mizore and Mocha each had their head resting on James' shoulder, trying their best not to fall asleep. Siyu Chulin was sitting with his arms crossed and an expression that stated, killing all the politicians seems like a great idea right now. While Cassiel kept his attention on him, to make sure he never tried to make that idea a reality. Leona, on the other hand, was sleeping peacefully, drawing dirty looks from the pure-blooded devils who looked down on reincarnated devils. There were only 2 speeches the group found worthy of their attention. The first came from Sirzex Lucifer. Though his speech was not what one would call riveting, it did cover what would be expected of each devil, according to their new social classes. A point that the other highborn devils had somehow forgotten. The other speaker that drew their attention was Seraphal. Not to say that her speech was particularly interesting or insightful, either. But watching Seraphal be Seraphal is always entertaining. Seeing her strut around energetically in her frilly, pink magical girl uniform is always entertaining. Even more so when the TPO really does not call for it. After all the speeches were over, each of the newly promoted devils, new high-class and ultimate-class devils alike, were called onto the stage and given a certificate that proves their new status, as well as to take a photo with the upper echelons. After that song and dance ended, the newly promoted devils were invited to a banquet. One not open to those below high class. Needless to say, the Alaverus group chose not to attend. James and Cassiel felt that leaving their friends and family behind to spend time with those bigoted highborn fossils, as James had decided was the most appropriate title for their type, was foolish. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city Lilith. Instead of attending the banquet, they chose to return to the hotel and rest. Although they did nothing strenuous, it felt like those speeches were laced with low-level sleep magic. Once they were back in the suite, James and C.U. Chillin were the first to relax. With James flopping down on the sofa and C.U. Chillin rushing into their shared bedroom and diving into his bed. Following the two, Mizore and Mocha took their places on either side of James on the sofa. Lastly, Cassiel sat in the room's recliner, with Leona making herself comfortable on his lap. With her gaze swapping between Leona and James' lap, Mizore asked the question that had been on her mind since they decided to return to the hotel. So, why did we come back here instead of going home? Seeing through Mizore's thoughts, James began patting her head as he replied. I have to pick up my new sword. Muramasa said it would be ready tomorrow. Neither am I ready to have Mizore sitting in my lap, nor am I willing to deal with Mom's teasing if it happened. James thought to himself, thinking he had dodged a bullet. As if to let him know that some things are inevitable, Mocha, utterly fatigued, lay her head on James' lap while rubbing her eyes and making herself comfortable. James froze. Mizore looked on in envy. Cassiel was shocked. And Leona smirked, mischief swirling in the depth of her eyes. Seeing his mother's expression, James' body reacted before his mind could process the situation. Picking Mocha up in a princess carry, James began moving toward the room she shared with Mizore as he said, well, it looks like Mocha reached her limit. I'll put her to bed then head to bed myself. Leona's smirk froze on her face. The envy in Mizore's gaze intensified. Cassiel was impressed by his son's fight-or-flight instinct. In the brief time it took James to get from the sofa to her bed, Mocha, somehow, fell asleep in James' arms. After tucking Mocha into bed, James, without looking in Leona, Cassiel, and Mizore's direction, rushed into the room he shared with C.U. Chillin and closed the door. Not coming out again until morning. Because of James' quick escape, an awkward silence fell over the room. Cassiel was the one to break that silence. In a way, Cassiel said with confusion in his tone, that was kind of impressive. Leona giggled, while thinking, my baby is so cute. But if he thinks that's the end of this, he's got another thing coming. Hearing the mischief in Leona's giggle, Cassiel wanted to step back instinctively. However, sitting in the recliner with Leona seated in his lap made that impossible. Meanwhile, Mizore had her sight locked on the door James just went through as she muttered to herself. Mocha is so lucky. Eventually, the three of them decided to get up and return to their own rooms for the night. The next morning, after bathing, brushing their teeth, and getting dressed, James, Mizore, C.U. Chillin, and Mocha were having their last breakfast on this trip in the hotel. During the entirety of the meal, Mizore kept sneaking envious glances at Mocha. Mizore, why do you keep looking at me like that? Mocha asked in confusion, as she had noticed Mizore's not-so-discreet glances. You're so lucky, Mocha, was all Mizore said in reply. With that, Mocha's confusion only grew. But before she could ask anything else, Cassiel and Leona made their way to the table. Good morning. Cassiel said with a nod. Are you all ready to go? Continuing to eat, they all nodded in response. Cassiel also nodded in response. Leona, however, had that same mischief swirling in the depth of her eyes. James, you and Mocha looked so cute last night. Leona said in a teasing tone. Noticing Leona's tone, C.U. Chillin was the first to react. He thought it would be an opportunity for some payback. Auntie Leona, what did I miss last night? C.U. Chillin asked excitedly. Deciding that letting his mother have the initiative in the storytelling was a horrible idea, James cut in before his mother could answer. After you went to bed, James began to explain. After taking a sip of his orange juice, he continued. While Mizore, Mocha, and I were sitting on the sofa, Mocha fell asleep, and her head fell on my lap. So, I picked her up and Princess carried her to her room. Having had time to prepare himself for his mother's onslaught, James was able to tell the whole story as if it were no big deal. Mocha's confusion morphed into embarrassment after James' retelling of the event, while Mazor's envy reached a new height. At the same time, Leona clicked her tongue. My James isn't cute anymore, Leona said with mock sadness on her face. Feigning confusion, James looked to Mazor and Mocha and asked, Am I not cute anymore? In response, Of course, you are, Mazor said with enthusiasm. Mocha wasted no time agreeing with Mazor. The other four stared at the two girls in shock. Even James, who asked the question, did not expect the fervor with which they answered. When they realized how eager they were to respond to James' question, they both flushed to the tips of their ears in embarrassment. After a lively breakfast, the group broke into two once again. This time, James and Siyu Chillin were going to travel to Muramasa's shop to pick up James' new sword, while Cassiel, Leona, Mazor, and Mocha would head home first. Before the quartet triggered the teleportation circle, James spoke to his parents. Like I said before, I have something that I want to train with Master Scathatch, James said, reminding his parents that he would be away from home for a while. At the most, I'll be gone for 3 months. I promise to be back at least a month before my birthday. So, we should expect you by the 1st of February, at the latest, Leona said. Okay, I hope your training bears fruit. Thanks, Mom, James said with a smile. I'll see you all later. As he waved his hand, he turned around and led Siyu Chillin toward Muramasa's shop. As the teleportation magic circle appeared beneath the quartet, Mazor muttered, I should have given him a goodbye hug. Although she did not speak her thoughts aloud, it was obvious that Mocha was thinking something similar. As the magic circle reached its apex and vanished, the sound of Leona's giggles vanished along with it. Meanwhile, James and Siyu Chillin chatted while walking. I'm gonna need you to take care of Mazor and Mocha's training while I'm gone, Lancer, said James as he patted Siyu Chillin on his shoulder. Yeah, I got it, Siyu Chillin replied dismissively. You know I would have taken care of it, even if you didn't say anything. I know, James said with a nod, then continued. But talking to you about it is how I show my respect. Siyu Chillin just grunted in response. Continuing their trip, they chatted and laughed until they reached the shop. Ring. With the sound of a bell, James and Siyu Chillin stepped inside the shop. Mr. Muramasa, James Alaverus has come to pick up his new sword, James shouted, as Muramasa was not currently at the counter. From the back room, James and Siyu Chillin could hear Muramasa's response. Your time is impeccable, Muramasa shouted back. I just finished it. If you want to test it, come on back. I got a training dummy back here. Following Muramasa's instructions, James and Siyu Chillin made their way into the shop's interior. When they found Muramasa, he was standing next to a workbench. On the bench, lay a sheathed katana that was nearly identical to James' beloved blade, Okairu Sakura. As James made his way to the bench, he asked Muramasa, May I? Muramasa nodded in response and James picked up the sword and unsheathed it. Looking it over with a discerning eye, James commented. Other than the inverted color scheme, I can neither feel nor see any differences with Okairu Sakura. Naturally, that's the job you commissioned from me, Muramasa said with pride. Pointing at a training dummy off to the side, he continued. Why not give it a try? Nodding his head, James made his way to the training dummy. Once at his desired distance, he came to a stop and dropped into an Iaido stance. Then drew the blade. Shing. Click. In one swift motion, James unsheathed the blade, cut through the dummy horizontally without causing it to move, and sheathed the blade again. He then turned to Muramasa and said, It's perfect. Glad to hear it, Muramasa replied simply. After that, they made their way back to the storefront. After James paid Muramasa for his work, the swordsmith asked a question. Got a name for this one already? James nodded then answered. Mangetsu no Shitada. Muramasa rolled the name around in his head for a moment, then said, I like it. Combining the two swords you get falling cherry blossoms under the full moon, poetic. After a bit more small talk, James and Siyu Chillin said their goodbyes and left the shop. Not long after that, the boys chatted a bit longer as well. Then, James teleported Siyu Chulin back to the Alaverus estate. "Well, time to take a trip to see Master," James said as he created a teleportation circle. Land of Shadows, Dun Scaith. Walking through the halls of Dun Scaith, James made his way to Skathaka's throne room with his soul sight active. As there are many kinds of imprisoned spirits in the Land of Shadows, Skathach said it would serve as training for distinguishing souls from one another. As he made his way through the castle, James could feel his excitement rising. Once he mastered the skill he thought of, he would truly be able to fight above his current rank. While imagining what could be, James arrived outside of the throne room. Reining in his excitement, James knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Master, it's me, James," said James as he announced himself, then he explained the reason for his visit. "I come seeking your guidance and assistance." After a moment Skathaka's majestic voice was heard. "Enter." Receiving his master's permission, James pushed the door open and made his way into the throne room. However, after a few steps past the threshold, he came to a sudden stop. "The hell?" James questioned in bewilderment. With his soul sight active, what James saw was that Skathaka's soul is bound to the Land of Shadows. Knowing exactly what it is that James is seeing, Skathach sighed. "You have grown much faster than I expected, my student. So, when you said you couldn't leave the Land of Shadows until you were defeated, it was a geas that bound you to the Land of Shadows itself, huh?" James said as his mood dropped. "I wanted to grow enough to defeat you so I could take you away from here to see how civilization has advanced in the last 1,500 years. But the meaning of defeat is a little more permanent than I was thinking." "Yes, but with those evil pieces of yours, the chance still remains." Skathach replied with no fluctuations in her emotions. James had also considered that possibility. The thought of killing his master did not sit well with him, though. "That's enough of that," said Skathach, breaking James out of his thoughts. "You are far from the level to consider defeating me, let alone killing me, as a realistic option. Now tell me, why have you come to find me?" Chapter 25, Birth of a King. January 30th. Land of Shadows, Dun Scaith, Training Ground. "Hey, Drake." James spoke out to the other resident in his body. "What is it, partner?" Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, replied nonchalantly. "I came here to train, right?" James asked in confusion. "Yup. To improve your spatial awareness and control over your Senbonzakura ability if I'm not mistaken." Drake, once again, replied nonchalantly. Nodding his head, agreeing with what Drake said, James then asked, "So, why the hell does it feel like the only thing I've done since I got here is get my ass kicked?" "Don't ask stupid questions," Drake said with a bit of disdain in his tone. "You knew you would spend more time getting your ass kicked than you would improving your skills when you decided to come here." James could only sigh, knowing that what Drake said was correct. On the bright side, after Skathach beat him until he could not stand any longer, the process of which ended less than 3 minutes ago, she declared James competent enough to use his new skill in battle. For the last 3 months, James has been training with Skathach so he could fight in close quarters while using Senbonzakura at the same time. After more near-death experiences than he would like to count or admit to, James finally got Skathach's stamp of approval. To be honest, if James' master had been anyone else, he would have been approved about a month and a half ago. Skathach, however, has much higher standards than others. Standards that she holds herself and her charges to. "Once you can move again, you can leave," Skathach said, breaking James from his thoughts. "Thank you, master," James said in genuine gratitude. Nodding her head in response, Skathach then turned and made her way back to the castle. While James lay on the training ground, unable to move, for the next half an hour. Meanwhile, back in the underworld, nothing of note took place. Siyu Chulin took charge of all those who came to the Alaverus estate to train. And in the same style as his master, training consisted solely of sparring. After which, Siyu Chulin would point out any flaws and ways to improve he could notice. And during this time, the one who has made the most progress is Tsubaki, which should come as no surprise. On the other hand, Sona has made the least progress. Training with Siyu Chulin does little to help an analytical combatant like her. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. On the estate's training ground, Siyu Chulin, Mocha, and Tsubaki were spectating a spar between Mizore and Kaneko. The spar ended with Mizore as the victor. It's sad to say, but Mizore would lose to Kaneko more often than not if Kaneko was willing to use Jujitsu. Mocha said after analyzing the spar. That may be true. Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses. But with that kind of trauma, would you be able to do it? I don't know. Mocha answered uncertainly. That's not something you should worry about. Siyu Chulin interjected. If she doesn't want to overcome her trauma, then she never will. Yeah, but... Mocha said, clenching her fists. As a friend I want to see her improve. Well, James could probably do it. Siyu Chulin began to say something before being interrupted by a familiar voice from behind. I could probably do what? James asked as he entered the training ground. Upon hearing James' voice, Mizore's fatigue from the spar vanished instantly. Using her ice manipulation, she propelled herself at high speed in James' direction. She then launched herself over Siyu Chulin, Mocha, and Tsubaki with her arms wide open. Instead of catching her, though, James flash stepped away from her landing point. In panic, Mizore created a ramp at her landing spot and slid to a safe stop. As she stood up, angered by the fact James dodged her hug, James appeared and hugged her from behind before saying, "Hey Mizore, I'm home," James said in a gentle tone. Not used to James taking the initiative and being intimate, Mizore's face and neck turned red. And even though her anger had dissipated, she lowered her head so that James would not be able to see her growing smile, then asked, "Why did you dodge my hug?" Mizore asked in feigned anger. James chuckled before answering. "I wasn't prepared to catch a missile, you know." Hearing James' reason, Mizore lowered her head even further. "If you want to welcome me home with a hug, do so in a normal way, okay?" James said as he released the hug and patted Mizore's head. Pouting because he stopped hugging her, Mizore followed James over to the others. "Yo, how's everyone been?" James asked casually. After a few head pats, hugs, and handshakes, everyone began telling James about their training and daily lives. The next day, James rejoined the training. And for the next month, things went a lot like the months leading up to the high-class promotion exam. The biggest difference, James would disappear into his studio for a couple of hours a day to draw a new manga. Determined not to draw another battle manga, James decided to reproduce School Rumble this time. After 3 weeks of drawing, at a pace of 115 chapters a week, James left the issue of publishing to his mother. Like that, 30 days passed. Though uneventful, the gains were fruitful. March 1st, James' birthday . Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City Lilith. On the road leading to the Satan's residential area, James, his parents, and his soon-to-be peerage walked and talked. It was easy to tell how excited they were. Mizore and Mocha were pulling James by the arms to make him walk faster. James, smiling wryly, regulated his speed to keep pace with his parents and Siyu Chulin. Following behind the three of them, Siyu Chulin was laughing at the situation James was in. At the back of the group, Leona and Cassiel's pride in their son could be seen clearly in their smiles. "Lancer, you really find this funny, don't you?" James asked as he narrowed his eyes. Yes, I do," Siyu Chulin said in glee. Sometimes I wonder what's actually inside of your head," James said with a sigh. "What do you mean?" Siyu Chulin asked with apprehension. Siyu, come on, help us. The faster we get James there, the faster we can join his peerage," Mizore said while still trying to drag James along. Siyu Chulin's smile froze on his face at Mizore's new term of address. Without missing a beat, Mizore chimed in to rub salt in the wound. "Mizore, we've had this discussion before, Satanta doesn't like that nickname. You should use his real name instead." And with Mocha's combo attack, Siyu Chulin's smile disappeared completely. "I hate you too, I really do," Siyu Chulin said with a deadpan. Mizore and Mocha laughed, hard. After half a year of the same joke, it's really not that funny anymore. James and Siyu Chulin thought simultaneously. Anyway, there really is no reason to rush, James said, trying to coax the girls into calming down. It's not like the monument or the evil pieces are going anywhere. Let's just enjoy the trip, okay? Taking a moment to think, both Mazor and Mocha decided that enjoying a walk with their arms linked with James was a wonderful idea. So, they stopped pulling and kept pace with everyone else. After another hour of walking leisurely, the group arrived at the monument every new king must visit. As each set of evil pieces only comes with 15 pieces, a queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 8 pawns, the monument acts as the king piece for each prospective new king. So, with evil pieces in hand, the new king must touch the monument, which in turn links the set of evil pieces to the king and registers the devil as the king of a new peerage. Arriving at the monument, James' group were able to see many familiar faces who wanted to witness the birth of James' peerage. The Gremory family, with Akino and Kaneko, the Citri family, with Tsubaki, and 3 of the 4 great Satans. All but one of the people waiting for them were familiar to James. The beautiful young man with slicked-back green hair and light blue eyes was the exception. Damn, that's a pretty dude. James muttered to himself, which elicited giggles from Mazor and Mocha. Lucky for James, Cassiel was there to explain who he was looking at. Be polite, Cassiel reprimanded, the green-haired man over there is Lord Ajuka Beelzebub. James nodded at his father's explanation. He then said, and I bet he tells you to drop the Lord too, doesn't he? While James was teasing his father over how socially awkward he is, Rias, Akino, and Sona were gritting their teeth at the sight of Mazor and Mocha walking with their arms linked with James. Receiving a smug smile from Mazor in return. Siyu Chulin, on the other hand, smiled and waved at Tsubaki. Tsubaki, however, only returned a polite nod. Once James' group had arrived, the first to speak was Ajuka. You must be Cassiel's son, James. Ajuka said with a devilish smile. It's nice to finally meet you. It's nice to meet you, as well. And I assure you, the pleasure is all mine. James said, while bowing with perfect noble etiquette. Before he reverted to his normal behavior and continued. So, should I call you Uncle Ajuka because you're Pop's friend, or Big Bro because you're Big Bro Surzex and Saratan's friend? Hee. James still calls me Saratan. Serafal said in jubilation. Everyone ignored Serafal's usual antics. Ajuka, however, was caught off guard. He actually had no idea how to answer James' question. He really is Leona's son. Venelana said in amazement. I've known Ajuka for almost 600 years, and this is the first time I've seen him completely at a loss. Is that some kind of bloodline ability? Ria chimed in as well, causing those with long-established characters to break them. What do you think, Graphia? Though Graphia blushed slightly at Ria's teasing, her facial expression did not change at all. By now, Ajuka had managed to reboot. Just as James decided to speak again. Seriously, the order of seniority is really messed up here. James said with an exasperated sigh. Then he turned toward his father. This is your fault, Pop. Based on who your friends are, you should be in the same generation as I am. You are really screwing this up for everyone. James' words sent everyone into a fit of laughter. Except for Cassiel, of course. James then made his way over to Surzex and Graphia, throwing his arms over their shoulders, then whispering loud enough for everyone to hear. We'll keep it a secret that the 2 of you committed the same crime when you had mil ICAs, okay? Surzex and Graphia both stopped laughing immediately and began to blush. And while they were feeling embarrassed, James returned to his side of his group. Ahem. Ajuka cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. He got the main topic on track. James, now that you are 15 years old and a high-class devil, you are qualified to build your own peerage. With Ajuka's declaration, the tension in the air rose quickly. Ajuka then produced a small box, then beckoned James forward. And once you make these evil pieces your own, you will be the devil world's new king. James stepped forward and accepted the box from Ajuka solemnly. Once the box was in James' hands, Ajuka turned his attention to the large stone erected behind him. Now, place your hand upon the monument. Once you are recognized as a king, your evil pieces will then synchronize with you. Following Ajuka's instructions, James approached the monument. While holding the case of evil pieces in his left hand, he placed his right hand onto the monument. Once his palm came in contact with the monument, a dark gray light enveloped James starting from his right hand. After enveloping his entire body, the light engulfed the case, which flung open. As the light came in contact with the pure white, evil pieces in the case, both the light enveloping James and the color of the pieces changed to dusk pink. Shortly after, the light receded into the monument, marking the birth of a new king. In unison, everyone congratulated James on the accomplishment. And James accepted graciously. After that, all those present were invited to the Alaverus estate to celebrate James' birthday.